Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We'll be getting started very soon. And when we do, I'm not looking for debates or arguments. I won't be looking for a fight or some sort of verbal volley. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And then, maybe, if you can, I might want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. And of course, if you don't have a belief in a God, or I've questioned you so much you're not sure you can take the questions anymore, well then, make sure that you're tapping the screen and sharing the live. All that helps us get out to the FYP of somebody new who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. But while we wait for somebody who does have such a belief and such courage or curiosity, I should at least make sure I welcome everybody in. So it is good to see you, Bernie and Real Kevin and Earth. Also good to see you, Z and Ghostbane, Michael V. Always a pleasure. Mask, 3 Pips. Good to see you. Morgan and Yirza. Of course, good to see you as well. And I'm not quite sure if there's a name there, but a symbol of some kind. Like a teddy bear with a heart. I don't know. Oh, well, there's a name. Yeah, Asher. Good to see you. Also, Myram. Or Miriam. Good to see you also. Welcome in, everybody. And if you're just joining us, we are here just to see if you can question your beliefs. So if that sounds like something you can do, make sure that you request on out. I won't be looking to argue. I'm not here to tear you down or make you feel like a fool. I really just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And I'm sure I said the name wrong, but talk to, is it Miriam?
Assalamu alaikum. Hi.
Hello, Miriam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
بليز يا عم وقفت هدية بليز مساعدة. بليز
Unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately, I can't understand what you're saying. And I'd like to ask you questions about your beliefs if you are open to it, but I don't know if that's exactly what you're open to, Miriam. So I don't mean to make about your beliefs if you mean to make it, but I do appreciate you being here. And a happy Friday. And my wife brought home the groceries that we ordered, and I realized that I forgot to mention the hot dogs, but she did get cottage cheese and onions, so that's, we're at least halfway there, aren't we? I will try it one day. It is on my list of goals. My do you call it a bucket list when you're talking about food items you probably shouldn't combine? Definitely a bucket list, right? Our music's on random, apparently. we'll fix that. It's a list, definitely a list. I mean, pickles and peaches. Kevin, I don't know if that's a good idea for anybody. But I suppose you do you, and I'm not going to shame you for it. I am, however, going to ask if somebody watching does have a belief in a god, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Because that's what I want to know. I want to know if you can question that belief, if you've got one. Welcome in, Brandy. Good to see you. Also, Hazel, good to see you. And Beloved, welcome. I also see a Dash has joined us. Welcome, Dash. Good to see you. Rooted in the Pines, welcome in. Good to see you. And Smoke My Taco. One of my favorite names to say. Colin Fryer, welcome in. Also welcome in Kafir and Brayden, welcome. And Birdies, I see Birdies there. Welcome in. So good to see all of you. And somehow I have negligently let it pass me by that the YouTube is still sitting on standby. So there we go. Now they should be able to see us over there. And what else have I been negligent about? Probably thanking everybody for helping with the gift goal. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate 3 pips. Also, Morgan LaFay, thank you. Yeah, Smoke My Taco. We've got a YouTube. Link is in the link tree in the bio, of course. All we really do over there is just restream the live. But we get a few people from time to time who would rather watch there than here. And for at least a little while longer, playback should be available. Might be, well, changing how we access the archives, but we'll see. yeah, Hazelnut, appreciate you. I look down for a second and there's the goal already fulfilled. You're amazing. I appreciate you so much. Now we just need a believer in some kind of belief that can believably question whatever it is they believe. If you believe that's you, that you can question it, then go ahead and request on up. I believe I'd like to question that. Kevin noticing over on YouTube that yes, we are about 5 seconds delayed. That kind of happens when you restream. It's as live as we could get it. I don't know about hypnotizing, but it is supposed to be ambient and inobtrusive, kind of in the background. But hey, we've got a request from nobody. Hello, nobody. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
At one point, I was a little bit more
nobody can or gods.
A bit more concrete with what I believed in, which was Christianity, but I'm an agnostic, so I'm leaving the room for the benefit of doubt that he is real, but yeah.
You're agnostic, but you leave room for the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, well, so like I'm not an atheist, right? So I'm not outright claiming that there can never be a God.
You're agnostic.
Claiming not one, but that's why I'm agnostic, because I don't know. But I was once a Christian, so.
Do you believe that the Christian God, as you have come to know it, is not there, and you leave room for some other God? Is that?
No, not even that. I would just say that even if he is real, there's nothing redeeming to me that would make me want to worship and obey him just to get into heaven.
I see. Yeah. Do you have any reason to believe he's not real?
No, that's why I say I'm an agnostic. But even, let's just hypothetically say he is, and he is the one true God. I'll burn in hell pretty fine knowing that I didn't worship and obey just to get into heaven. So.
Can you think of what might compel you to believe that God exists? Not worship, but just to believe it is real.
I would just say even just, I wouldn't say a God, I could even just say a higher power. That's why I am a agnostic, because I really can't prove nor disprove, but I don't know, I think maybe because I did grow up in a Christianity religion, so there's always that idea in the back of my head that there could be a God. I have no proof, no objective proof that would probably like validate anything that you would deem to be proof, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't ask for any proof. I was just curious what it would take to convince you that that God exists.
Well, let's just, again, hypothetically say he does exist. I don't care to worship.
You already answered that question that I didn't ask twice now. Well, really 3 times. The question I did ask was what it would take to convince you that he existed. Not to worship him, just to believe that he exists.
Him to come down, basically come down from the sky. Literally show his...
And so if he showed up and revealed himself to you, you would then believe he existed.
Correct.
I see.
Yeah.
You wouldn't question that revelation.
I possibly could, yeah.
What would it take for you to worship a god like that? What would it have to do?
Like that, or are you insinuating like that of the...
To do?
Yeah, nothing.
There's nothing a god like the Christian one could do to inspire your devotion or worship.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Why not?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Theology in this little hypothetical, his all good and all loving nature does not coincide with any of his actions. Yeah, coincide with any of his actions. I can name a plethora of them. So, yeah.
So there's no excuse it could offer, no reasoning you could accept that would make you forgive or understand this God in a way that would that you would still worship it.
No, that doesn't absolve this powerless suffering. Just everything that goes against the subjective labels as of all good and all loving. So no, there would be no excuse, no absolvement, nothing.
What would it take to convince you to, if not worship, at least respect some god of some kind? What kind of god would that be?
I would say a God that doesn't claim to be all right, either or, meaning subjectively good or subjectively bad. Just being a neutrality of the objective reality we encompass. And just I am, and maybe even then, but I mean, that's really about it. That I could respect that if you're talking about just respect. So
does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
Yeah, they have to be, to me personally, worthy of respect to even...
Oh, let me back up. What I mean is, in your day-to-day life, in all of your dealings, in your thinking, is it important to you to know if a god exists or not?
No.
Why not?
It literally it doesn't affect my day-to-day activities, my day-to-day working schedule. I could literally go all day without having one subconscious or even a conscious thought about the existence of God, and it literally, like, even if I did or didn't, it wouldn't change the trajectory of my day. So yeah.
Is there, in your mind, is there any kind of afterlife, or is that even something that you claim to know or care about?
There could be, and again, this is where just the being an agnostic is on the fence with everything. But there could be, and if there is, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Either way, it doesn't really, it's not affecting my day-to-day activity.
Do you have any desire for there to be an afterlife?
That is a good question. Do I have a desire? In a perfect world in my head, yes. Yes, I would like there to be an afterlife.
What kind of afterlife?
Anything that's not like Earth. Meaning no pain, no suffering, no... just another experience.
No pain, no suffering, and just another experience.
Yeah, so basically like yeah, just no suffering, how we go through it as in humans on Earth.
Would you want this afterlife to be eternal?
Yeah.
Why?
I guess like why not? I mean, if I already finished my finite life on Earth, I would like to, in a good world, have an infinite existence where my afterlife fits with how I want it. Like I said, no pain, no suffering, blah blah blah.
Do you think that would ever get old?
Yeah,
An
probably.
infinite existence with no adversity, no pain, no challenge.
Well, I would have to like really think about like the whole metaphysics, like the metaphysical rule set of this heaven or afterlife. And yeah, logically, it most likely could get boring. But if I'm immortal or I'm living in an immortal existence, I'm pretty sure I could find ways on how to entertain myself, no matter how long that is.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want an opt-out feature in your afterlife. You wouldn't want forever with the ability to end it. You would just want forever.
Yeah, the only reason or the only way I would choose the only in my perfect little world, I would love for it to be a infinite existence, only with the uh, constrictions of this reality is everything that I want it to be. Meaning, I can do whatever I want, no pain, no suffering, just
No adversity, no challenge,
yeah,
no surprises, nothing new. Just what you want, what you already know.
yeah, yep.
Doesn't that sound a bit limiting?
To me, no. Why would you say that?
If it's only everything that you want, then that would imply that those things are things you already know. You would have nothing new to experiences, nothing. And in that infinite existence of just repeating the joys that you've known already, the ones you want, you don't think that would ever get old. I find that interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also like I guess like the people in heaven and the Christian theology when they find it to be getting old.
I don't know. I'm not talking to them, but to you, do you see your ideal afterlife as anything similar to the heaven that many Christians desire?
Um, in the sense of like peace, tranquility, uh, really no subjective or objective evil.
Eternal existence,
Yeah, correct.
lack of suffering. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Is it possible that your ideal afterlife is a shadow, a remnant of your Christian upbringing?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but I mean, yeah, it could be. Yeah, I'll grant that.
Do you have a preference for afterlife over no afterlife?
Huh. So, like,
Would
would
you
the
prefer to have an afterlife rather than
yeah,
not
but I guess my
exist upon
question
death?
would be like, would reincarnation be within the constraint of an afterlife? Meaning, like, once you die in this physical body, your afterlife is another experience.
Is that what you would want from an afterlife? No.
And this,
Would want from an afterlife? No.
um, it is an intriguing thought that this physical body, your afterlife, true as another human being. But reincarnation, I mean, obviously, I don't know. All we know is like we are the only sentient beings. So yeah, I mean, if I could reincarnate as an alien and just explore the universe, that would be pretty nice too.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's something possible, or even likely?
Well, I mean, the whole idea of reincarnation had to stem from somewhere, whether you know, um, it came from religion or a subjective thought.
Could it have come from a fear of ending?
Yeah, just like afterlife. Yeah, that's why people create these little things in their head to cope with a finite life.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, but I appreciate you, nobody, for coming up and answering
I
the
appreciate the
questions
time.
that you did. I hope you
Never
keep
know.
asking questions, and if you do come up with some more solid answers, definitely bring them back. I want to question those.
Yep, never go.
Yep, take care. Debbie, solid answer. In an interesting place because of it. The idea of reincarnating into an alien being traveling the galaxy, because being traveling the galaxies. I wonder if you reincarnate as some kind of alien. How much different do you expect that life will be if it is of a similar intellect or the intellect or stage of development life will be intellect. Hazel says, tell me that wouldn't be cool. How would you know, though? Metal Messiah AI says, if reincarnation is true, that means there's only a limited amount of souls. Question mark. I don't put into this system. How does that happen? If life forms are created through biological reproduction, how are souls created? Is there a spiritual reproduction? I think while we wait, we might have a little tune to might.
Grandma says we're chosen, teacher says we're dust, preacher shakes his finger, both of them want trust. Candles on the altar, charts up on the wall. Everybody's certain that they got God on call. I question everything, every halo, every ring, every story, polished clean about where we're from, where we're going, where we're gone. Sing along, but sing it wrong. If you're sure, then something's off. If you're sure, then something's off. So I question everything. Foe swears by calm, friend swears it's just a man. The Bible, one hand holds a grave. Mother lights the incense, father checks his phone. Each has sacred advice, and alone I question everything. Every blessing, every sting, every promise carved in ink about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. If your map is iron strong, show me where the doubts belong, 'cause I question everything. Is it spirits, is it sparks, is it stories in the dark, is it cycles, is it sleep, is it nothing wide and deep? If your answer never how will anything transcend? I question everything, every crown and every king, every final word they bring about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. Love you still, but I'm along with the crooked, curious tongue. Yeah, I question everything. Pass the wine, pass the prayer, pass the torch, I'll meet you there. Not in certain rigid stone, but in maybe flesh and bone.
Talk about it. What low guy? Low talking guy. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what a low talking guy is. What does that even mean? Did he mean slow talking guy? Do I talk slow? I wonder what that even means. How slow can I go? Probably much slower, but I'd really like somebody with a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power or something like that to request out. Good morning, Shannon. I hope you're doing well. Is it a down low talking guy, Paniac? I don't know if I'm a down low talking guy either. I'm doing a live stream. How much down low is there? You heard me chuckle. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never laughed or emoted ever. I'm a faceless skeleton with no indication of personality. Clearly. But if you have an indication of being able to question your belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to put you down. I'm definitely not here to insult or have some kind of shouting match. just want to know if you have a belief in a god or gods or something like it. Can you even question that? And if you can, well then what is that belief? Why do you believe it? And if you've got a belief and you can question it, well, what are your questions? How do you question your belief? Is it the structure of it? Is it the tradition of it? Is it the truth of it? What is it that you're actually questioning? Or do you just question if you're doing it right? Do you think that's actually questioning the belief? Or is it just questioning your commitment?
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then called the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? But cages made of words you never choose. You say you're led by sacred hands, yet you won't look. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old. Sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Masks you mistake for your own face, harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If not the key you fear to turn in you.
And we're still here waiting for a believer. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to tear your God from your fleshy fingers. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I can get those to you, Hazel. I do have those lyrics. It's hard to believe that there's no believers out there. Thank you, Michael V. Yeah, I've tried not to overdo it with that tool, but I do enjoy messing around with it and making music. I think I think it's a really, I can definitely see it being overutilized. I gotta be careful. But on that note, I have enjoyed the submissions from you guys. We've got breaks. Gives us something fun to listen to while we're waiting for somebody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that. Sludge, I don't think you've got the right room if that's what you think's happening here. Pretty sure you're in the wrong room. But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request up. Minister Michael says, if God was real, would you worship him? I'd have a lot of questions, Minister Michael. Which God? And what does he do with the worship? What is that for? How does that benefit a God? No, that was perfectly timed, Hazel. Appreciate you. What if it only benefits you? How does it benefit you, Mr. Michael? How does worshiping a God benefit you? And is that a benefit that can be achieved through some other means? I like that stipulation, Hazel. And you can read. We're off to an awfully slow start. I'm tempted, very tempted to do what some live streams do and restart. I just really like the consistency of all of us from beginning to end being here. Well, all of those that are. I know some of you come in and just fall asleep to the calm conversation. How long have I been live? It's been over, well, right at an hour, because I was late. But we've got several hours to go. And we usually start to pick up here in the next 30 minutes or so. Minister Michael, going to a sermon in the comments, had some interesting questions to start, but now it's just preaching. Why? Diminished versions of benefit. How do you determine that there is anything more than this life through Christ? Is it just because a book told you and you believed it? What compels your belief, and more importantly, what compels your predilection to and spread that belief? I don't want to use the wrong word there. That doesn't make sense. Can't be sure what that means. Seems like a vague thing. You're just saying because you think it's impactful. Great question. What is worship? wonder if, well, I mean, we're already up to 20. Feature down here, right? The bent little arrow at the bottom corner of the screen where you can add to your story like the Batcolyte just did. Or you could repost like I just did. Or even just copy the link and share that to a few friends and followers who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I'm noticing Mr. Michael doesn't seem really interested in questioning their own beliefs. Just leading questions into prepared sermon-like statements. Is that what this is? Is this a form of proselytization? Trying to understand. Well, I can appreciate that. Maybe he sells Bibles. I don't know about that. I do wonder that myself, dancing in duality. It's not a requirement for the comment section, but it is. It is for the panel, and I'd be curious if he has the capability of questioning his beliefs. I also wonder if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or really anything like that. Maybe you can question your beliefs.
welcome in. Can you question your being? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on earth.
I think that's one of my favorite little segues from the Michael V collection, because it reminds me of the Saturday morning cartoon commercial segues that they would put right before the commercials. He's trying to give you a Bible anyways. What's your version of the Bible, Minister Michael? And why that version? Why not some other version? Do the differences in translations matter to you? If the original text were laden with contradictions and errors, amended by the translators, and even then poorly so, would that alter your belief in the text? The Message version. I feel your pain, Bree, over on YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry it's the one night you can stay up and no guests. We'll have guests soon, I'm sure. We had one, an atheist, an agnostic, who was able to question their beliefs. I think that's kind of the nature of agnosticism, though. It's rare you meet someone who isn't an atheist agnostic who just simply doesn't care. An apatheist. Generally, they can question, at least a bit. I appreciate you, Hazel. That's up to you. I'd prefer to see if we don't find someone who is capable of questioning a belief we haven't already dissected so many times, but I do enjoy questioning you. Absolutely never boring. If Christ were truly God, would you connect with him? He's ignoring you to dancing in duality. He doesn't care to question his own beliefs. And he'd probably see it as a test of his conviction anyways. Some kind of challenge to his undying devotion. If God were Hecate, would you connect with her? If God were Eris, goddess of chaos and discord, would you connect with her? If the god were some deistic creature upon whom we all simply existed, within whom we existed, would you try to connect with that? Why? What care would it have of you, some microbial organism within its flesh? Why does it? Why do you need its connection? Why should it need yours? I wonder if I just wasn't watching the queue. We had somebody and they disappeared. But maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Like this Apple user here. Hello, Apple user. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Can I? Hello? I can barely hear you.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Much better. Can I get your age?
Oh, 36.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the universe.
What do you mean by that?
Good question. There are immutable laws of the universe. We all abide by those by choice or by force.
Immutable laws of the universe. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry, are you driving a car right now?
I'm hands-free.
I'd prefer not to talk to somebody who's operating a vehicle. For two reasons. One, it's really inconsiderate to everybody else on the road around you. Extremely dangerous. And two, really inconsiderate to the audience who has to listen to your road noise in their ears. Hands-free as you type into a chat. It's extremely dangerous. You may not care about the other people on the road, but I do. Right? It's only hands-free until I have to mute you because of the obnoxious road noise, and then you have to look at your screen to unmute. Right? Hands-free, mind not. Yeah, I'd much rather have a pleasant conversation with somebody who's in a safe, quiet place. You're just typing random single words into the chat now. You should probably focus on driving. I can help you with that, though, if you need. But we are just here questioning beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm only here to see if you can question it. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not looking to platform your long-winded pontifications or your sermons of what we ought and ought not do. I am here to see if you even can question. What does it mean to you to question your beliefs? How do you apply questioning to your, what do you consider a belief? Is it a lack of knowledge or a step towards it? Is it a knowing or is it an acceptance of something as of yet unknown? How do you question that acceptance, that knowing, that step towards or away from? User one, I don't think you are applying that quite correctly. What atheism relies on something coming from nothing. I wonder if you have a working definition of atheism and you're applying that. Would that be a straw man? Is that what debate kids are calling them these days. Everybody needs a straw man. Get your straw man. The emanation of your ability to direct your body and spirit. How do you direct your spirit? What does that even mean? Perfect toaster. Atheism is a belief. I think you might want to find a dictionary there, user. Or are you relying on a particular esoteric definition? Atheism seems to mean lack of belief, if we take it at its root, right? Are you applying your own sandwiched definition? Layering in your own meaning so that you can argue against that meaning in a place that's not really meant for arguing. Hello, B. Good to see you. User 1, positive claims. Hello, B. How are you?
Oh, hi.
Did you mean to request up? B did not mean
That is
to
very hard.
request up. Okay.
I did not. But it's
That's
okay, I'm here
okay.
now.
Well, I can set you back down. It's good to see you. It's been a while since
It's
you've been
good
on the
to see you. Who's in corn?
Do you want... He said, cool. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
I'm going to set you back down. But when you do
Okay.
want to be questioned, let me know. You know you're always welcome up here. Users. It's interesting somebody with a name like User is in here demanding people adhere to their whims and will. Right? Wouldn't it be hard to just be kind? I need you to question your beliefs, please. User, I run this live literally every night, asking if people can question their beliefs. If you are capable of questioning your beliefs, you're welcome to request up to the panel and demonstrate. I swap out the title card regularly and let people come and question me. So I don't need to demonstrate for you, but if you're open to it, if you're willing, and if you see value in the exercise, then feel free to request up. Dancing in Duality almost needs a mod badge just so he can use caps. Hey, Apple user, are you still driving? Oh, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and set you back down. When you're ready to request up and be here and question your beliefs, you're welcome to do so. If you're not driving. Am I mean if people come up? I don't think I'm mean. I try to keep people on topic. And I do prefer not to be interrupted repeatedly and continuously, though I understand how conversation works. I don't think I'm mean. Sometimes I do question that. I'm open to considering the possibility that sometimes I'm less than kind. And barfing toaster, I think those are some of the best beliefs to question. The beliefs of yore. That is true, Grumps. I mean, I don't know if claws are the right words, but I push back and mirror sometimes when necessary. No, Casey, it's not political. I'm here asking people, as the card says below me, if you've got a God, a belief in a God, a higher power, something like that, and you're capable of questioning it, then I'm interested in knowing what it is and why, and asking a few more questions. I don't know if they're the most detached kind of beliefs, Toaster. The ones people try to force on others. I suppose they could try, user, but I would keep them on topic of the live, which, as you can see by the card below me, is a little bit more about God or higher powers or things like that. If you're disrespectful to me or the live, then I don't see why you would get to stay up here and push whatever topic you feel like. That doesn't seem respectful. All I know is I haven't quite questioned a belief yet. We've had an agnostic and a, yeah, what do you even call someone who believes in the universe? Maybe pantheist or scientific spiritualist. And I'm already halfway through my first blueberry coffee, I think. I think we need a believer soon. I do appreciate all the taps and reshares. We're up to 30,000 likes, and I really appreciate everybody who's tapped the screen, helping us get out to the FYP. Of course, the more we tap, the more likely that we'll catch the attention of somebody with a belief and the capability of questioning that belief. Seems a rarer and rarer combination these days, doesn't it? Hello, Casey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
Like, I'm Christian, Jesus Christ.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm just being honest. I have not.
Do
I've
you
learned
believe
about it
the
though.
stories in it are true and literal?
The older I've gotten, I think I've heard more about certain stories that I, weren't taught in my church kind of thing. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around those now, I guess. But when I went to church, it was very like non-denominational. They taught things, would take a verse and relate it to everyday life now. So that's my experience. I didn't like read it firsthand, no.
Right, but I was asking if you believe the stories to be true. You're saying you have a hard time wrapping your mind around some of them.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of one that you question the truth of?
Um, I could tell you one I don't question, but
I will actually
sorry.
want to know that, but
I know. Sorry.
do you believe the 6-day creation?
Yes.
So, God in 6 days creating everything in a very particular order. That's a true story to you.
Yes. Yeah. I'm being honest if that's
I
what this.
appreciate the honesty. And in the next chapter, when he creates things in a different order, is that still somehow true?
Are we in the Old Testament or New?
If we're talking about creation, I think we're in Genesis 1 and 2.
That's old, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not the
that's where I
oldest,
get.
but it's the
No, I know.
first, right?
Yeah. So I don't think that my church taught anything about that. I only heard about those now in my life. So, that's where I'm like getting like weirded out a bit. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, well, I'm up here.
Hmm.
Not gonna say I know everything.
No, and I
'Cause,
appreciate that, Casey. I appreciate honesty. And I'm not trying to trap you into some kind of gotcha. I'm curious how you
okay.
question. And so one question that I often ask people who believe in the Bible, especially the creation story, is um, how it can be true if it seems contradictory.
I guess which part I guess seems
Hmm.
so I have my belief, I think, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like it's just there, like within me. I just feel it.
Hmm.
But as far as like that stuff, like the Bible and the scripture, go ahead.
Well, you're saying you have your belief, and your belief is it in Jesus specifically?
Yes.
Who is
Yeah.
Jesus to you?
He's God's son and he went through
What does
what
that
I
mean,
would consider.
God's son?
It's God, but like in man form, but kind of his son. Yeah, I mean that's
Is it
another
like
weird thing. I don't know.
is it like Hercules to Zeus, where like Zeus kind of spent the night with a mortal? Did God
Uh,
spend the night with a mortal?
Hercules. Sorry,
Sorry, yeah, Zeus and Hercules. Is it like that?
I never watched Hercules. Oh, you mean like the
Well,
the
not the
old?
Disney version. Yeah, the Disney version would
You
be
meant like the
they do
old
it wrong.
readings?
But like the old stories, right? Like
Yeah,
where the
yeah.
god sleeps with a mortal and they have a child together. Is it kind of like that?
I don't know because this sounds like freshman year English, and it was really I couldn't bring my mind to believe that.
Hmm.
Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's fitting. Sirens and all that. I was like,
Hmm.
this is nonsense.
But God having
Yeah.
a miracle baby with a virgin, that's not.
Well, I don't know that story. So I'm just,
Oh,
yeah.
so so you don't really know the story of Jesus' conception or
Oh,
birth.
yeah, I do. Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I was talking about the other. Okay.
About
Yep.
Hercules, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but I was kind of asking in a comparative way to Jesus. Like, is
Hmm.
you said that Jesus is God's son. In what way is he God's son?
Well, and that's the weird thing. He's his son, but also like it is kind of God, like just in human form, is my understanding. And
So he's
he,
both his son and himself.
yeah, yes, yes.
Interesting.
That,
Um,
I thought that was the understanding.
how
Is that not the understanding? Am I an
I'm not here to
idiot?
tell
Like,
you
I
that
don't know.
I'm not here to tell you that you're right or wrong. I'm just asking you about it. How is that possible?
Well, I mean, how is him pardon the sea possible? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that it is. How is
Yeah.
it that he is both himself and his son?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. So I guess I think the Bible might be um maybe more, exaggerated stories of what happened, but I don't think that they're like my biggest thing is that it's written that, he was buried and then rose from the dead, so and like in a tomb that was guarded, and so that's like question, what? I don't know.
But where does that story come from?
The Bible. I think
And who wrote that?
one of the people in it, there's several, I know, because I just
Why?
because I know it's in there. Someone wrote it.
Does that mean it should be in some way true just because it's in a book?
Well, I think, well, you could say that about history books, but I also think that with the Bible, what was interesting about it is that there were different people writing it, right? Throughout like different periods of time, different locations, and then all of their stories lined up.
Did they? Did they actually
Yeah,
line up? How do you know?
yeah.
How
Because
do you?
I can't lay it out right here, but
Right.
my point is I listened to it at my church.
But you haven't read it. You've heard other people's interpretations and
Oh
them
yeah.
saying what they
hmm
think lines up.
That's
How
why I
do
don't
you
go to church anymore.
how do you know it actually lines up?
I honestly, I don't, dude. And that's why I
Is
don't
it
go to church anymore.
is it possible that these interpretations that people have given you are wrong? And that if you
Yeah,
looked at the
yeah,
book, if you did read it, you might find there are contradictions and errors and things that don't line up.
yeah. I think that's true with everything. Yep.
So why would you believe what is written in the book?
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's my whole point, I guess. I'm not I'm not saying that like I believe in a book. Um,
But you
I
believe
think
in the characters from the book. So
I
you don't believe in Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, but you do believe in Hagrid and Dumbledore.
um yeah, so again I appreciate this and if you give me a second, I'll just kind of lay out like where I'm coming from. And then I would love to answer any more questions but I think maybe it's not gonna maybe it's not what you're looking for, so I can just tell you and then you let me know if that's okay.
What is it you're trying to tell me, Casey? Because I'm just seeing if you can question your beliefs. It seems like you do
Yeah.
question.
Well,
Um,
I don't question, like, I know that there is a God. Like, I guess I'm not questioning
what does
that.
that mean?
I just know, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I just feel it. I
You
don't
feel it.
know.
Is
Yes.
feeling the same as knowing?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I guess. Well, it's a belief. It's called faith for a
So
reason.
then why did you call it knowing?
Oh, like I know it for me in my heart, for myself.
What does that mean?
It means that I feel it. It means that like I literally like even though I'm questioning similar things that you're asking about, I'm saying that like
Mm-hmm.
I don't know like how to answer it except for to say like to like it actually okay, I'll here's an example. Like when people say like that it's not and I even like it, it like makes me feel sick if that helps. Like
It makes you
it's
feel sick to think there might not be a God. Is
to
that what you're
think
trying
that
to
people
say?
like don't like to think that like it's no, yeah, like it no, because I believe it
It
so
makes you
strongly.
sick to think that
Yes,
people
because I
don't
believe
believe.
no, to think that sorry. I'm trying to vocalize like how it feels. I'm not doing a good job. Sorry. I'll just
I'm
stop.
only trying to help you. I'm not trying to press you too hard.
No, I know. I'm trying to explain, I guess, like
Mm-hmm.
because you're asking like what is it that makes you and I like don't know how to explain it, but like I just know it. I or for myself, sorry. I feel it very strongly.
You feel what? What is it you're
Like
saying you feel?
like a comfort, a like knowing that he's looking out and
Who's he?
God, God.
What is God?
Um, I think he's a lot of things.
Can you narrow it down a bit? What is God?
Yeah, let me think.
It's fine. Take your time, Casey.
He is the creator of the world and humans, and
What does creator mean? What does that
he
mean he did?
created it.
In what way?
He literally created it. I don't know how else to verbalize.
How did he create? Like he made things as they are, as we see them, just humans and on a big blue planet.
Mm-hmm.
You believe the Earth is a planet, or do you think it is flat?
I think it's a planet.
Okay. So he created a planet in space.
I don't know. He created the universe.
He created all of it, the space,
Yeah.
the whole universe.
Yeah. I thought
Why do you think that?
because God created. Okay, maybe verbiage got mixed up along the way, maybe. Because they probably thought Earth was all there was back then.
But you think God created everything.
Is that
God
fair?
created a whole universe.
Right, because
Why do
maybe
you
back
think
then
that
they
it...
referred to it as Earth or
Right,
Earth.
but I'm not worried about how they refer to it. I'm thinking more about what you believe. So you think that something created everything.
Yeah, isn't that insane?
Why do you think something created everything?
I just do. It's so hard to answer that question.
What does it mean to create things?
I guess, what's the alternative? What's the alternative
Well, I'm not
of
trying to
how?
give you alternatives yet. I might, but what does it mean to create?
Like literally to bring it into existence. I don't know if,
So for something from nothing.
yeah, I think yes.
So you think everything came from nothing?
Well, it had to have, or else it always would have had to be something.
Why couldn't it have always been something? Why does it have
That
to have?
doesn't make sense.
But something from nothing does.
At some point, at some eons ago, something had to have been nothing, no?
Why?
Because, okay, so infinite. But how does that work? Infinite had to start from somewhere at some point, no?
Why? That would not be infinite then if it started.
Well, okay, you know what I mean.
But that is what you meant. You're
I
trying
know.
to find a frame of reference to say infinite is this long, and at this point it started. But that wouldn't be infinite, would it?
Okay, yeah, so I'm saying you think it's infinite? You think nothing ever created from nothing?
What I think doesn't make any difference. Remember, I'm just asking you questions about what you believe.
So I believe something came out of nothing, yes.
That's what you're saying, at least.
On either side, yeah.
And I'm curious why you think that.
I think that is how it would have to start in any scenario. I don't know.
Why does it have to have started?
I think that there's like a point of life. I think it's a beautiful thing. Why not?
What does that have to do with the start? Life being a beautiful thing.
Because you're saying why did like life, earth, have to be created, which is life.
Well, no, so not why did it have to be created? Why do you believe that it was? Why do you
Because
have
we're living on it.
why do you have a belief that there was a start rather than
Oh,
as you had thought infinite or something like that?
because I think that's my like logical side of my brain, and maybe it's my stupid side of my brain again. I don't know, but I think that it wouldn't. It makes logical sense to me in my head and the capacity I have to think about that it would start somewhere.
That it would start somewhere.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
why would any start, if there was one, require?
Oh, well, that's kind of why I wanted to know, if there was like a scientific side you had to it. I'm curious.
Well, I'm not here to
Um,
give scientific,
okay, well
things.
then
I'm not a
that I guess,
scientist.
okay, so then
What I'm doing, again, is questioning beliefs, seeing if you can question them.
yeah, yeah.
It seems like you can to a degree, but you also kind of hinge your belief on what people have told you, rather than studying deeply into it, which makes me wonder, would you pin your questions and the answers on what people will tell you rather than looking deeply into it?
No, and the only reason I'm going to say that is because I've been to a lot of churches, like visiting people and whatnot, that were just it. It was just like I not Catholicism, all that, and there's ones where they don't explain anything. Mine was genuine. It took passages, it explained it. I got the frickin' gist over several years of going to this one.
I don't think you're actually answering my question.
Well, I'm trying to. Like, I don't
What
have to
was my
read the whole
question?
Bible from start to finish to be able to tell you what. Like, no, I'm not relying on other people.
Are you
I'm not
sure?
relying. Yes.
I had asked you early on about
Mhm.
the creation, 6 days, and then Adam and Eve. You believe that to be true, right?
I do. It does sound fairy tale-y, but yep.
And yet, when I asked you about a contradiction between those two stories,
Yeah.
you're not aware of that at all. You kind of dismiss that. You're not interested in questioning why there might
Oh,
be
okay.
any contradiction whatsoever.
What's the contradiction?
Because you haven't read the text, you're not actually obliged to believe the text, because you can kind of put that off on, well, somebody else told me, rather than you studying it.
Sure.
So does it
I'll take
does it
that.
seem
Fine.
like you actually want answers that exist, or are you just more interested in answers that fit the
No, I want them
belief
that
you
exist.
already have?
No, I want them that exist. That's why I asked you. Like, I want to hear a different, I guess, thought about it. I'm not like closed off from that, but
But it's not about like my
okay,
perspective, my belief, what I
okay.
think is true or not.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm not
that's not.
closed-minded, so that's all I'm gonna say. And
You say you're not close-minded, and I understand that. I'm not trying to say that you are. I'm simply wondering if you're potentially unintentionally well, have blinders
I
on.
guess I just don't feel like a lot of people have read the Bible from start to finish, like legitimately. Like that's a like I don't think most
If
people
the
have.
numbers of people that come on this panel and claim to have are to be believed, which
Well, I'm not one of
I'm
those
not
people.
saying that they are, but if they are to be believed, then it would seem that either most Christians either have read it or have no qualms about lying about it.
Well,
I,
that's a problem.
I I appreciate your honesty that you haven't, but I'm curious why you would believe a book that you haven't read. And if you think this is in any way truthful or the Word of God, wouldn't it be important to understand it?
Yeah. And like I said, like, and I completely hear what you're saying. And I feel like, you know, it's um I don't know, man. That's, I don't know anymore. But I just feel it, like I feel it, and I
You
hope
feel
that
it.
that's
I
not
wonder if
incorrect.
I wonder
Like,
if you're capable of questioning that feeling, but I don't want to press you too much more, Casey. It sounds like you've kind of got some questions to go away from this with already. I wonder if it is important to you to know what a book says before saying you believe what's in the book.
I don't, yeah, no, I hear you, but it's more so I believe in God. I believe in Jesus, not the book so much.
Then who
It's
is Jesus if not the character from the book?
he's a character from the book, but the book is written by several other people about the character.
Have you looked into
Um,
who the people are that wrote the book?
all different people, and
Right. Have
they
you looked into
follow,
who any of them are or were, or if they were?
right, and that's why I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe everything that they wrote in that book, but I know that he's real.
You know that who is real?
God.
How? How can you say you
And
know he's real?
no, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's weird.
Then is it a
And
knowing or is it an assumption? Is it a feeling based on comfort?
you, like, honestly, you could be right, and I actually can't tell you. I feel it very strongly, but
I wonder
it's
if it's
hard to
important
say.
enough to you, Casey, to keep questioning. But I'm not going to, as I said, I don't want to
Yeah,
press you anymore. I can kind of
yeah,
feel a natural conclusion here. So I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. If you do feel up for it another time, come back and
I
I'll have more
appreciate that.
questions.
Okay. Good
I
night.
appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Casey. Big W's in the chat for Casey. There are questions there. She is questioning her beliefs. There are some beliefs I think deserve better questions, but that's not to throw shade at her at all. I think you can only question the things you've thought to question or have thought might be questionable. I do see a couple of other people in queue, and one very recent request. Do be patient. I'm trying to get to everybody that I can, but I bring up one new guest at a time. So we will see where we are. Some of them might be ghosts. So bear with us. Whatever a ghost is. Hello, Ja. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, same thing. I could just piggyback off her.
Same thing. You can just piggyback. You have red
Nah,
and white.
I can
And
stay my
your
belief, but that's
beliefs are
just
the same.
I can stay my belief, but that's just the general gist. God,
Just
Jesus,
the general
resurrection.
gist.
Yeah.
So you believe in God and Jesus. Have you
No.
read your Bible from beginning to end?
Like a scamtron, but I have general teachers.
What do you mean, like a
I have,
scantron?
like
just A, B, C, D?
no, like
over
a
and
test. Like I do like test on it type thing. I don't.
What do you mean you do
I haven't
tests?
read it like a full book. No, I haven't spent my time like that.
Okay. So, do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
More figurative sometimes, but yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Do you believe the 6-day creation, for instance? Is that a true story?
Speak more on that. The
Genesis,
6-day creation.
Genesis 1, the first chapter of the first book.
I was just thinking about that.
Do you believe it's true? God creates things in 6 days in a particular order. Light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals.
I think that was more of a gist. Like,
what's a gist? What do you mean by that?
Like metaphorical, like more in the sense.
What's the metaphor?
That he brought consciousness in.
Where is consciousness in this chapter?
In any place where he was at, like.
So when he creates light,
anything could have been there. Anything could have been there. It could have been complete darkness. It could have been anything there already. But his consciousness and what he was establishing was first created. Was first created on that day.
So his consciousness was created on that day.
Like what he was creating type thing.
When he said, "Let there be a light," or like which part was which part was his consciousness coming into being?
Like his consciousness and creation was the let there be light.
What does consciousness mean?
Just more of an assortment, being more, I don't know, aware, more.
Are you inebriated right now?
Nah.
You don't sound like you're very coherent. What is consciousness?
I can answer any question you ask, but
you can answer any question I ask at all.
Yeah.
What is a boson?
Oh my God! About me or what personal belief I have?
Okay, so then let's go back
off topic.
Instead of posturing.
You're going off topic.
Instead of posturing that you can answer any question, then let's go back to your belief in this creation story, right? You believe it's a metaphor. What is the metaphor in creation? Believe it? Are you just reading the screen now and not going to talk to me? Are you sure?
No, I was just trying to reread it. Say it again. Are you okay?
I'm just bored with you, Ja. I'm not interested in you kind of going all around about here.
You haven't asked anything deeper. You just...
I've asked you questions. You're just kind of avoiding
answering. Just ask me about a topic that you know I wouldn't know. But it just went totally off course.
Right. So you believe in a 6-day creation or not?
Yes, I believe. I just said my metaphor. I just said my answer to that question.
It's a metaphor entirely, all of it.
No, I feel like it was a creation.
No, it's not.
I feel like it was his consciousness and creation being born that light.
His consciousness. So what is consciousness?
A build-up of any... Well, we're all atoms, a bit in energy.
What is consciousness?
Awareness.
Awareness. What do you mean by awareness?
Like...
You say you're not inebriated, but you sound like you're absolutely sloshed.
Nah, I was trying to read the comments.
Okay, well,
But
let you
being
read the
aware-
comments. Don't worry, you can read the comments from the comments, and I think you'll have a lot better time down there. I don't know if you're actually capable of following or having this conversation, but if you are, you're welcome to try again. I'd appreciate it if you actually paid attention to the conversation on panel, though, if you're on panel. Otherwise, you're welcome to hang out in the comments. I feel bad because there was another guest requesting when he first came up, and after a few questions, they just kind of meandered on. They probably would have been a much more interesting conversationalist. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I am not here to debate you. I'm not looking for an argument or some kind of contentious, competitive conversation. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Steve. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
52.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
You know, being born and raised in Christianity, religion rather, I kind of started developing knowing instead of believing. You know, and the way I felt my absolute truth was through myself.
When you say knowing, you have a knowing that a god exists. Is that what you're trying to say?
I would say source.
What is source?
From which we all come from.
When you say that which we all come from, what do you mean by that? At what point do we come from this source?
You know, with me and just looking over my life and in my journey, when you get to the point where you discover the absolute, you know, like for instance, I come from my mother and my father. So I start to see my reality and understand my spirituality.
What does that have to do with source and what point we all come from it? That was the question I asked.
Right. You know, looking within yourself to find. When I say sources, like where you come from. Like, for instance, you have a mother, father. They have a mother and father. They have a mother and father. They have a mother and father, and so on and so on. So when I discover me and I trace back to my source, which leads to my ancestors, I understand where I come from.
Okay, so not the answer to my question though, but you're talking now about your ancestors and how you come from your ancestors. What does that have to do with the source of which we all come from, as you said?
That's what I'm saying. You know, as far as man in general, you know, like I say, there's a great mother and father in that alone.
You say there's a great mother and father,
Right.
like a single original human.
Right. It
Where
started
do
the
you
whole.
get where do you get that idea?
I mean, when I just look at life in general, you know, like I come from a family, we all come from a family.
So we come from families. What does that mean?
That's the truth. We all come from a family. And once we discover that within one another, then we understand that we all are gods.
Your audio keeps getting very garbled and difficult to understand. We all come from a family. How does that explain the source of which we all come from? Like you said there's a single, like original human.
It's just like how man created God. God created man the same way, you know, type of thing.
No, that doesn't quite make sense. So if man created God, then
Like
how could God
God,
create man?
if God created everything on earth,
Do you
then that
think a
would.
God created everything on earth?
Do I think?
Do you believe it?
No, not to a sense anymore. You know, I was telling you, I was raised up in Christianity. On you operate in belief, but now I've grown to the point where I'm operating in what I know to believe. You know, it's like, how can you believe in something you don't? How can you believe in something that you don't see when you don't believe in what you do see?
I'm not quite following what God you're saying you believe in other than a source of some kind, but that has led you back to saying that there is an original human couple, I assume you mean, like an Adam and an Eve. Are you saying that you're a believer in the biblical God, but you don't use that language, or is there some other God that you're referencing?
No, just like if what, using your life as an example of understanding creation, like your mother and your father created you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to understand that Trinity is to understand the nature of life in itself.
To understand that Trinity is to understand the nature of life itself. So you're assuming that all life comes from sexual reproduction and that all life itself relies on mother, father, child dynamics.
Right.
Why would you make those assumptions?
I mean, because that's my absolute truth. That's how I
What
became.
does absolute truth mean?
That's how I became. That's how I created before I come
That's
from.
what?
No, I'm
I,
saying
I,
that's where I come from.
you say it's where you came from. What does that
Right.
mean?
When I can see it, I can touch it. I know it to be.
You can see and touch and know to be that all things are like mother, father, child dynamics.
Correct.
Fascinating. Have you studied biology at all?
That's a part of studying myself, right?
Is it? What is asexual reproduction?
Uh, could you help me out with it? I don't. Well, could you help me out with it? What is a sexual production?
So in organisms that don't require an exchange of genetic fluids like humans do, there are methods through which they reproduce. And so there wouldn't be mother, father, child dynamics.
Right, but I'm just
So
saying.
then what does that mean to your belief that all life is?
I mean, as far as our dynamic goes, as far as what we know to be proof that we exist.
So just humans then. Your belief system as far as all life is concerned is related specifically to your human perception. And in that, and what they used to refer to as a nuclear family, I guess. Is that really a result of biology, or is that more something that is instilled through social experiences?
Like if I was born a child and I come here just without any knowing, my first creation or my first God would be my mother and my father.
So then why do you think of a God beyond that? Why do you believe in something else?
No, I'm not. I used to believe in something else, but like I said, once I grown and started understanding me, I'm connected to whatever I need to be connected to. That's
so you're saying that in knowing your parents, your ancestors, your roots, you're as connected as you need to be to whatever source there is. But
right.
But the questions I've been asking have been related to your idea that there is a source of all life.
Right.
And you seem to reference that when I asked if you believed in a God. So is that something that you think exists as a God?
Right. Correct.
So why?
You know, apple tree can only bear apples.
That doesn't actually answer the question, and I'm sure you'd find if you were to graft some other branch to it, an apple tree could bear whatever you graft to it.
God can only produce gods, in a sense.
What does that even mean?
Probably.
Hey, cat.
Hi. It probably couldn't bear whatever, but it can bear a bunch of different kinds of apples, that's for sure. And maybe
Right.
pears too. Um, but what does that even mean?
Hey, that's nature. You know, the seed only bears its fruits. You know, it's all a part of who we are.
You're just saying things, right? But like, what do they mean? Yeah.
It's the absolute truth.
They're deep.
How do you know what an absolute truth is?
Because we can be proven.
How can you prove that God would?
Apple tree bear apples. There's proof.
Yeah, apple trees grow apples.
What is
Okay,
that
and?
proof of, Steve?
Huh?
What is that proof of?
No, this is in the sense of God bear gods.
What does God bearing God even mean? What does it even mean, Steve?
What even is a god?
Are you imagining a God tree somewhere where little God apples grow?
No. We agreed on.
What the fuck are we talking about?
No, we agreed on source, or what we calling it God. We agreed on. I'd said source.
We agreed on it.
I highly doubt that there was an agreement made about source.
He said we agreed on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
when did we agree on it?
Whatever you may call it. You know, man. I mean, when it goes all the way back to his roots, it's hard for man to see what it really looks like.
Yeah, so how old is the Earth?
Millions of years.
I'll accept that.
Millions.
Look, it's better than 6,000. We're closer than
Okay.
a hell of a lot closer than 6,000. So whatever.
Not really.
It's
I mean,
billions.
if we
It's
look
like
at it on a
4.3
time scale,
billion.
I was gonna say if we look at it on a time scale, millions would be a lot closer to 1,000.
Right.
Billion.
That's what I'm saying. Well, okay, I guess you're right, but like, if we think about it like contextualized, he didn't do too bad. Okay, so how did like how does this God thing work? What is the mechanism by which God created us?
It plays a major role in us understanding everything about our existence. You know,
What do you understand about our existence?
like for instance, when the other guy was saying, as far as a metaphor go, like the sun plays a major role in giving life, right? And
When did anybody say anything about the sun playing a major role in giving life as a metaphor?
no,
Did
but
you
that's
have a whole other conversation?
no. I'm just saying in general, when it comes down to nature, all the things that we do see versus the things that we don't see.
What do you mean? What do you mean all the things that we do see versus that? What things?
I mean, like I
Steve, it
said,
sounds like you're kind of just saying a bunch of things that feel profound to you, but you're not actually making very much sense anymore.
I mean, you ask me what I believe, and I say, and what I'm saying, my belief or my understanding of knowing, and only way I know is through myself. That's
How
the
do
only
you know things? Like
through myself. Everything is within me. Everything I need to know is within myself.
all the knowledge that you need to know is already within you.
It's already within
And
me
how have you come to this knowledge?
because I studied. I looked at religion.
What did you study?
I looked at every aspect of especially religion. I looked at every aspect of
Every
it.
aspect of religion. And when you
Right.
were studying the hidden words of Baha'u'llah, what did you find most objectionable? I'm curious.
Uh, the difference in the good and the bad.
Who is Baha'u'llah?
Huh?
Who is Baha'u'llah? Who is that?
I never heard that before. What's that?
Oh, I
Then
thought you
how did
studied all
you?
the aspects of religion.
Right, Thrayle just asked you about when you studied the hidden words of Baha'u'llah, and you started to answer him, and I don't understand how if you have never heard of him.
I mean, please make me aware. Who is he? Because
He is
He's the
well,
prophet
I
of the
mean,
Baha'i faith.
right, yes.
We're not here to teach you about different religions or tell you who to believe, but you said that you studied every aspect of all religion. It seems that you would have known who Baha'u'llah was. Also, whoever's spamming in caps in the chat, that's really kind of obnoxious. Please don't do that. Steve, can you question your beliefs?
yes.
What does that mean to you?
I mean, that's your getting into the researching and trying to understand what you're dealing with when it comes down to understanding you and what are you here for.
Is there some other way you could answer that? What does it mean to you to question your beliefs?
I mean, like I say, trying to find out who you are and what this is all about. This whole experience.
In what way do you question your beliefs, Steve?
Well, like comparing them to a belief and actual proof versus you know, having no proof. This works. Just guaranteed to work. You can
How do
believe the
you
work.
determine what you like? What is your standard for what is like proof or true?
You can feel it. You can touch it. You can see it. All your five senses are accurate with whatever you coming in, whatever experience you're experiencing. You know what I mean?
Are your senses always completely accurate to what is going on in reality?
Right. They are.
That was They are. Your senses are accurate to what is happening in reality 100% of the time.
Wow.
Right.
Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How?
You know, nature gonna tell you the truth whether you like it or not.
Thrayle, can we just
It's just
Hmm.
out
I
of
mean,
mercy, Steve,
yeah,
out of
because
kindness. I'm just gonna not let you finish another sentence.
out of kindness because
What the fuck?
I was so, you know what? I have a lot of patience, but I couldn't tell if it was dishonesty or if he actually really did believe that, which is the only reason I kept my cool as long as I did. Because I don't really think he was being dishonest.
No, I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he thinks he's being profound.
God, can you imagine?
Yes. Around 25 years old, I can imagine.
We had one of those at Scott's earlier too, who I kept trying to ask him why he thought that the world was created, and he kept just telling me about how it was created, and I said, right, but like let's pretend it wasn't. Just totally outside of his purview.
Some people can't put their minds around another perspective. We lost the music. I think it was because it was garbling every time it fed back in his microphone. But there we go.
Right, confidence mistaken for truth. That is a yes.
Emotional support pickle. I'm not recommending wedgies for anybody. That's a choice, though. We do have. You sound like it's something. I can't read the rest of your name.
You don't need to read the rest of it.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi guys, I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, yeah.
And what god do you believe in?
The Abrahamic God.
When you say the Abrahamic God, which Abrahamic faith are you following?
Christianity.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No, I was raised culturally.
Culturally. So do you believe the stories of Christianity, the stories of the Bible?
For the most part, I find them to be very comforting.
You find them to be comforting, but what about true?
I think they're as true as they need to be for my comfort.
As true as they need to be for your comfort.
True is that?
Just enough.
So, is the 6-day creation just true enough for your comfort? Adam and Eve.
I think that it's a great story to encourage folks that are not legacy thinkers. I think
What do you mean legacy thinker? What does that mean?
I think that religion has to be really exciting for men to get on board. For women, we see how it's very helpful in kind of being the glue to maintain like social hierarchy and peace. So as a female, I think that it's encouraging. Is it the absolute word for word? No. But is it just enough to kind of keep people in line that need it? Yeah.
So, you're saying that religion is just a tool, but that it's just true enough. What does that mean, just true enough, in relation to stories like the 6-day creation or Adam and Eve?
So as a woman, I understand how there needs to be a very outlined purpose for certain humans. I don't want to say which gender, but
Okay, I'm done. Kat, do you have any questions for this guest?
No, this got very weird very quickly.
Yeah, I'm just bored with it. I don't know what, as a woman, as a female, as a male, as a man, don't want to say what gender. Like, you do want to say what gender. You just don't actually, I don't know. The joke I
We're
want to
not
make is
here
tasteless.
for misogyny, but we are also not here for misandry. We just like each other and respect each other, and that's how we do things.
It was just weird. Like, I don't know.
It's very strange.
Legacy thinking, yes. Emotional support, Bagel. They haven't received the update yet. The weird part is how... You know what? No, I need to think that through before saying it. Yeah, I almost got myself in trouble. I know better.
Some guy in the 7-Eleven just told me I wasn't wearing enough clothes because it's so cold outside.
You're in Hawaii.
Right.
The
It
fuck
is.
is he talking about?
It's like it is at least 65 degrees out right now. And also, like, I'm in jeans and a tank top. It's not like I'm dressed, like, scantily.
I think they were just uncomfortable in their own skin. Needed to let you know.
It's fucking weird.
What's fucking weird is I think we've questioned all of like 2 or 3 beliefs all night. It's already been 3 hours. Well, 2.5 because I'm late. And I'm about to have to make another blueberry coffee. I'm going through the coffee too quickly or the guests too slowly.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave for a little bit and operate my motor vehicle. I come back when I'm not doing that. In
I
like 20
suppose
minutes.
that would be a smart thing to do. I'll set you
I
down.
feel like that is the right thing to do.
It might be. Appreciate you, Kat.
I'll be back soon. Bye.
Going to turn into a blueberry coffee. I don't know about that. But I do need just a moment to prepare the next cup. I see somebody in the queue. Just be patient with us for a moment. I think we're going to enjoy just a little bit of a musical interlude.
Can you question your beliefs? The question of belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath
a belief question. mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Oh, well. We had someone in queue. They just couldn't wait. We do need more cowbell, Miss Carew. I was actually thinking about you, going through some of the generated songs. One of them was pretty heavy hitting. It reminded me of your unique taste in music. I'm not sure if I'll... Well, yeah, I'm not prepared to play it tonight, but maybe on another Batcolyte I'll play some of the more heavy metal selections that have come up.
Hare Krishna.
Okay. Hello, Cali Billy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Krishna.
Mm-hmm. And who is Krishna to you?
He is the supreme personality of Godhead.
What does that mean, supreme personality of Godhead?
It means it's his original form and his...
Can you back off the mic just a little bit? It's like you're shouting right now.
Yeah. It's his original form and his most personal form.
His most personal form. So your god is a gendered...
Well, he's also a woman, Radha Krishna.
I see. So your god is multiple aspects, different forms that it takes.
Yes.
What is your god, other than apparently a shapeshifter?
He's just a playful personality.
So your god is a playful personality. What is God? What does that mean?
I don't know.
So then why do you say you believe in one?
I don't know everything.
I'm not asking for you to know everything. I'm asking why you believe in a god.
Because I want to be an individual for eternity.
Because you want to be an individual, what does that have to do with believing in a god?
Well, you ever heard of non-duality philosophy?
Yes. What does that have to do with you deciding to believe in a god?
Well, if you want to remain an individual for eternity, then you have to see God as someone separate from yourself. And
does that somehow accomplish the remaining individual for eternity? Or does it just convince you of that for the moment?
I think that it is for eternity. And I think that if you do hold the perspective that there's one soul looking out of everyone's eyeballs, then you will merge with the one consciousness, but then after so many millions of years or whatever, you'll decide that that's not what you really want, and that relationship is the highest bliss that you can possibly have, and then you're gonna want to be an individual again.
I think you missed the point of my question. Do you think that by believing in a thing, you therefore make that thing true?
No. But I'm just saying that this is my best theory of life.
Is it yours?
No, I got it from Hinduism.
And what makes you think Hinduism is correct?
A lot of things, but I can't think of anything on the top of my head. Maybe you could ask a question. A more detailed question.
Yeah, I just asked you what it is that makes you think Hinduism is correct.
I know, I'm just saying I can't think.
True.
I just, at the top of my mind right now, I can't think of anything, but if you could do a more detailed question, maybe I could think of something.
Why do you believe in Hinduism?
It's still a general question, but I'll try my best. Let's see.
What is Hinduism?
I don't know.
Then why would you identify with it?
Because I'm trying to have a relationship with Krishna.
Why?
His personality seems like such a fun person to be around.
Were you raised in Hinduism?
No, I was raised as a Christian.
Do you just like the sort of antithetical nature of his personality to
What does that word mean?
Opposite. Do you like how he is different from your god? Your previous god?
Oh. No, but it's just, I think it's the perfect description of like the personality that we all want to be around. And I think that in the eternal realm, everyone is similar to that personality, and you know, no one hurts each other and all that kind of stuff.
Why do you assume that there is an eternal realm?
That's the only thing that would make all this suffering and putting forth all the effort through all this suffering worth it.
What do you mean worth it?
Like, if there's not, then I shouldn't even put any effort in to become a better person. And there's no reason to try to help other people to try to like help them. There's no reason to try to stop evil. The list goes on and on. So I mean, the only logical payoff that would be good is, you know, an eternal reality where no one hurts each other. That's like the ultimate prize.
Well, that was fun. Don't know how I disconnected there. So I had asked you a question, and when I dropped down, it sounded like you were trying to answer it, but not quite. Do you remember the question that I'd asked you?
I don't.
In what way does believing in some eternal afterlife cause you to value this life?
I guess for one thing, there's a few things. One thing is that, you know, I want to put in effort to become a better person, because I wouldn't be eligible to go back home to that eternal reality because I have so many moral defects in me right now. So that's the payoff. I want to put in effort to become a better person so I can be eligible to go there.
So that you can be eligible.
Yes.
What are the requirements for your returning home, according to
basically like unconditional love, something like that. You know, just no hate, no hurting, stuff like that.
Where does that come from?
Like, how do you achieve that?
No. How is it that you know that these are the requirements?
No, I don't know it. I'm just guessing.
Why?
It's just what I want to be true.
Is that what your beliefs basically boil down to? Just the comfort of what you want to be true?
Some of them, yes.
Do you have any reason besides your wanting to believe the things you do?
It's the only thing that would motivate me to care about other people and to actually like put in effort to be a better person. Because if there's for sure nothing, then no, you know, there's no reason to do anything or to help anyone.
You don't think that if this were the only life that any of us were given, that it would give it more value?
No, I would say I would give it less value, in my opinion.
Why?
Because I value things that are eternal. I don't value things that are temporary.
Why?
I just think that probably things that are eternal are the most exciting, the most blissful, the most all that. I don't know.
Why do you assume that?
I hope so.
I said, why do you assume that?
Because I just want that to be true.
Can you question your beliefs, Cali Billy?
Yeah, let's question them.
Do you know why I asked you that question?
No.
Because we have tried, Cali Billy, and you are falling back on answers of comfort rather than any kind of logic. You're escaping and evading questions that are directly related to why you would choose this other than the comfort.
Because my intuition tells me it's true, and that's something that you can't scientifically lay out to be like, oh, this is true, but like just deep down, I just feel like it's true, but I just can't tell you. But it's not not a feeling, but like intuition is a different thing than feeling.
This is an intuition and what?
Say that again?
You said it's an intuition.
Yeah.
What else is it?
I think that's probably the best description.
So for you, there's an intuition that Krishna is real because he's a guy you'd like to get to know and what you think everybody wants out of a god. And there's an afterlife that's eternal after reincarnation enough times. You can go back there if you drop the baggage of what you decided was baggage and only have the virtue that you decided was a virtue because you want it to be that way.
Well, no, I think there's objective right and wrong, but I can't lay it all out for you
what does
right
that
now.
mean, objective, right and wrong?
Well, for something to be objective, there has to be an objective perspective, which would mean, God's perspective.
Objective perspective. What does that even mean? Wouldn't that make it subjective to that objective perspective? No, it's subjective.
Say that again in a different way.
If it's an objective perspective of a God, isn't that God now the subjective perspective?
I'm not saying I have. Well, I'm not saying that I have the objective perspective, but I'm saying
Why
that
do you
God
think there is one.
Just intuition again. It's not something that I
just intuition.
I think so.
So just a feeling that you get.
No, it's intuition. Something. It's kind of like logic in a way. It's like a thought.
How is it different than a feeling?
I think this is how it works. I don't claim to know, but I think it's like a thought that you just strongly identify with it being true, but it's not associated with any feeling or emotion.
Does strongly associating a thought with being true make it true? Does it become true because you associate it with truth?
I think if you really care about what is true and you don't lie, then you have a greater ability to get those type of intuition thoughts. And I'm not saying I'm pure. Of course, I have evil in me.
Because I don't know about evil, but you're already expressing through most of these answers that the beliefs that you're holding are entirely based on what you want to be true because it would be comforting and nice, and that's what you want it to be. And then you later say that there's some intuition involved. But how can you verify that this intuition is in any way better than another intuition that would say the universe is evil and everything is here just for our suffering?
Well, because hope is necessary to do almost anything, and if you don't have hope that there's a better place and that this is all for a purpose, then there's you'll just, how can you do anything really?
Does having hope make a thing true?
No.
Kelly Billy, how do you question your beliefs?
I haven't done that too much. I'm enjoying this conversation, and I'd like you to point out any flaws in thinking.
I shouldn't need to point them out. The questions should have already made several of them apparent. Have you found any that you might think are worth highlighting?
I guess the main one is that the stuff that I want to be true, that type of a belief that you want something to be true, I feel like that's a necessary part of, let's see, I feel like it's necessary somehow to get through life. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what's necessary to get through life?
I'm not sure. But I can tell you that everyone wants their relationships with their loved ones to continue after death, and
Are you sure?
no one. Well,
Are you
I'm
sure
saying
everyone?
Well, I'm saying people who actually had a loving relationship with somebody, and no one can deny that. And so,
I'm sorry, you're saying nobody can deny that if they had a loving relationship with someone, that they wouldn't want it to continue after death.
yeah, I would say that that's 100% true.
Oh my goodness.
100% truth. How much did that hurt to walk in on that, Cap?
So much. You know what? Not as much as the last thing, though. The last thing. Okay. So because you want something to be true, you think that's necessary to believe it?
No, not that. I'm not sure about that conversation, but I would like to talk about, like, everyone wants their loved one to continue their relationship, right?
Are you fucking kidding me? I have no desire to continue a relationship with any loved one after I am alive. So, like, there we go.
Does that call into question your 100% certainty?
It doesn't. I do think it's true.
So am I not a person?
Do you think she's lying?
No, she's not lying, and she is a person.
Well, then how are you 100% certain of it still?
I just... Let me see how to say it. I mean, have you had any relationships that were, like, pretty close to, like, unconditional love in a way?
I love every single person I love unconditionally and without boundaries. Enough love for me. And I have also had people that I loved very much unalive, yes.
But did they love you in that same way?
Yes, I think my brother really loved me too. Yep.
That's good.
It's not doing me much good now, but regardless, I don't. If we're gonna talk about wanting there to be an afterlife, then I might go, because I was very much more interested in the other thing, and
Which other thing?
the thing about the necessity of believing things that you want to be true. That I thought that I was really interested
I
in.
think that's really the underlying question here.
All right,
Is
let's do
why
that.
Callie is needing for things to be as
Or
he wants them.
right, or could it potentially be detrimental to you to believe things that might not be true just because you want them to be true?
I don't think it would be detrimental with the type of way I'm saying things.
Why not?
I don't know, but point out anything that you think would be detrimental about what I've said.
How important is it to you that your beliefs are true?
I guess I have to understand. I'm not sure.
Good job. Okay, so let's I'm gonna dial it back just a minute. Maybe we can figure this out. Like maybe we can figure out how important it is. What is truth to you?
Things that exist for eternity.
That's a hell of a qualifier. How do you determine what the truth is?
As far as about like the base reality, the eternal reality, I don't know. I've gotten a lot of inspiration from the Hindu scriptures. That's about it.
I meant, what method do you use to determine what you believe to be true?
I don't know. I know that there is all the different types of epistemology, but I don't know them. I know that I don't know them.
I'm not asking for an epistemology. I'm asking you what your process is. For example, here we go. For example, for me to determine what is true, I generally need evidence, right? I need to see something that has been tested and repeated and verified, and then that leads me to believe that whatever it is true. So that is the method through which I determine what the truth is. And that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think so. If we did exist in an eternal reality before we came to a temporary reality, then we would just have to quote remember it. And so I really do think that it's like remembering it. I think that is how someone would know it's true. And just like if you try to remember a 10-year-old memory when you were 10 years old, it's like you know it's true, but you can't tell me how you know it's true. You lived it, but you can't tell me. And so I think it's the same way about the eternal reality.
Are you Scientologist?
No, Hindu.
How long have you been Hindu?
Not too long, maybe a year. Officially, maybe.
Have you read all the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita? And...
No, just the Gita.
Are you planning to read the Vedas, or have you?
No, we can just listen to the Swamis, because they've spent their whole lives reading them, so they distill it down to a simpler explanation.
What does your puja look like?
I'm not that's why I can't necessarily call myself a Hindu, because I really don't do that.
What is your
So,
relationship with, Dharma, such?
you said Dharma?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's your definition of that word?
I mean, people say responsibility or duty.
Yeah.
Your code, your structure.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not living my dharma 100%. I live a lazy, selfish lifestyle, and I know that I need to be living a selfless lifestyle and all that good stuff. So that's about it.
Why are you judging yourself that way?
Because it's true. Not in a hateful way, but I'm just for sure I'm not doing anything to help anyone, and so I should. It's
You're
that
not doing
simple.
anything to help anyone?
Not much. Not to the degree that I could be, because
That
I
wasn't
have
the
a
question
healthy
I asked, though. You're not doing anything to help anyone?
for a long period of time, yes, but soon I will be.
Do you believe you need to be selfless to help other people?
Yeah, because all that really means is like no selfish desire for your own sense gratification. One of your five senses, that's what everyone's doing. It's like they're just doing actions to gratify one of those five senses. So the opposite of that is doing that to satisfy someone else's senses.
Is that why you came on this panel?
No, I wanted to question my beliefs for one, which y'all are doing a great job. And yeah.
So can I ask you a question then, if you prefer the selflessness and the discomfort? I can ask you a question then?
Of course.
Would you prefer a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
Uncomfortable truth.
Even if it meant losing the comfort of other things?
Yes.
Do your beliefs bring you comfort?
Yes, they give me hope.
How certain are you of that? That you would prefer that you would prefer the uncomfortable truth.
100%. And that's why, like, I know I'm not giving the best answers for why I believe what I believe, but I want y'all to expose everything.
Well, I mean, the reason I asked that is because when I asked you if it was important to you that you believed true things, you said you didn't know, which is a valid answer. I would probably say the same thing, but those questions are very, very similar, right?
Yeah, I think that the remembering thing is like I think that's it actually. Like, I don't claim to actually have a visual memory of like the eternal reality, but I think just the concept of it I have remembered maybe.
Can't you misremember?
Yep.
So then how accurate and true can our memories be if we are constantly in danger of misremembering things?
That's true. I don't claim to have a perfect memory.
But you stated earlier that memory is truth. Did you, or maybe I misheard?
It's one way of a true statement, I guess. Like again, your earliest memory, that it's true, as in it happened, but
Actually, I don't. I'm fairly certain that I misremember most of my memories.
Well, is there at least one that you're really confident in?
In my situation, not really.
Okay.
Do you trust all your memories?
No.
What was it like to hear me ask you if you were a Scientologist?
Slightly agitated, and because I get something like that, maybe. Slightly agitated, maybe.
Why? Yeah, what did you hear when I asked you that?
Like, what do you mean? What did I hear?
Yeah, so like what you were saying was that like your soul had potentially been around forever and ancient or something like that. There was something you said, can't remember exactly how you said it, but it was almost verbatim from Dianetics.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Scientology.
That's fair. I guess Scientology knows about Hinduism clearly.
Yeah, that's right. They got a lot of inspiration from Hinduism.
I am well aware. I guess it was just the phraseology that you used. And I guess I was more curious about what that was like to hear sort of that the way you were talking about it presented as Scientologist.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of over exaggerating. Like, I wasn't like mad or anything. I guess I don't know how to describe my feeling. I don't know. But I love to be questioned, and honestly, y'all keep picking at my mind.
What is you hoping the end result of the questioning to be?
That I get closer to what is true.
Do you think we know the truth?
Well, no.
So then where do we find the truth?
Well, what's your definition of the truth?
Are we talking about subjective truth or your objective truth?
Give me both your definitions of subjective and objective. If there's no objective, then I guess.
Why are you trying to get Bat's definitions for these words if they are related to your understandings?
So we can both understand each other whenever we use a word, because people have different meanings for words when they say them.
So
I'm not trying to interrogate her.
Right, but if I ask, does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not? What does
yes,
true
it
mean?
Matters.
Right, what does true mean in that question?
Objectively true. That means, yeah.
So, in Bat's question about truth.
Say that again?
In Bat's question about truth, what does truth mean?
How was her question phrased again?
Their question. Bats, if you want to repeat your question.
Okay, my question. I wanted, I ultimately what I wanted to do was understand what your definition of truth is. If you were talking about like a subjective truth, an objective truth, and how you find it.
Well, I know that, yes, the scientific method is a way of finding out something's true for a lot of things, but there is another way, and I'm not sure how to describe it. Let me see. Again, it's just like you know,
we quite need the grunt in our ears.
Oh, my bad.
while you formulate your thought really quick, I'll let you take a moment to pause and keep thinking on that. Don't forget it. I'm going to remind everybody to keep tapping the screen. Thank you guys for getting us up to 36,000 likes. Appreciate all of that. Of course, the more we tap, the more likely we'll get out to the FYP of somebody who can question their beliefs, as well as Kali has, if not even more.
Okay. So let's not go back to childhood, but let's go back to this morning. Whenever you ate your breakfast, do you remember eating the breakfast?
Why are we back to this?
Are we questioning people again?
Well, no, I'm not interrogating you. This is not a hateful thing.
No.
But why are we back to this?
Because this is my way of knowing something's true, and so I want to ask this.
So your way of knowing something is true is by remembering information, input.
But I'm saying
experiences. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying let's do this exercise really quick. It's just a one sentence thing. And so remember the breakfast you had this morning. Okay, you remembered it. Now you feel like it's true, but you can't tell me the scientific method of how you know it's true, I guess.
Yes, I can.
Okay, how?
I mean, if you're using the scientific method as a criteria, you could.
Right, like I know it's true because I had dirty dishes from cooking the food that I had to wash. I know it's true because the things that I ate are no longer in my cabinet because I ate them. I know it's true because I cooked for another person who also ate the food.
Okay, so take away the dirty dish example, but other than that, the other two things, those are things that you would have to rely on your memory.
What are the other two things?
Or the other person.
What are the other two things?
The other two things were the food is no longer in my cabinet because I ate it, and also I cooked for Tyler and he also ate it. You know.
And you that can test your fecal matter.
That one is another person's memory. So yeah, you can either remember yourself that the food's no longer there, or you can ask someone else, do you remember it?
This, Kali? What is the point of this?
I'm saying that this is another way of knowing something's true. This is the conversation we're trying to have.
Is it the conversation we're trying to have?
You said
that's you're trying to have.
I think so. I'm trying to answer the Bat's question.
Right, but so you said this was aside from like the scientific method, aside from like things being verifiable, you're relying completely on memory, and you're not. Like,
how am I not in those two examples?
You could, like I've already suggested, that you could do objective tests, and you could use scientific method to be able to determine what you had.
When the dirty dishes fairy comes by your house and washes your dishes, let me know and send her my way.
Didn't we already discuss how memories can be misremembered and how they're not reliable?
Yeah.
So if the scientific method is one way and memories are another, which would be a more logical approach that could be more beneficial?
It depends on the scenario.
Is there a scenario where the scientific method wouldn't work at all?
Yeah, for memories.
What do you mean the scientific method won't work for memories?
I mean, how can you do a scientific method to see if your memory is true?
Well, what are you testing for? That's the question.
To see if the memory is true.
What's the hypothesis? To find out if a memory is true?
Yeah. How do you find out if it's true?
Well, you would test whatever. What is it? What is the thing that you're trying to figure out is true?
Any memory at all.
Well, we've just done this exercise literally about a minute ago.
I forgot about it. What was the exercise?
Oh my God! Don't gaslight me now.
He loves to gaslight us.
I have no idea.
I was about to go into it. I was like, oh yeah, let's talk. Wait, we literally just did this.
Hi, Kira.
Hello, Kiera.
One question: do I have any beliefs that are dangerous to other people or myself?
I don't know yet.
Why are you asking us this? Have you not looked into it yourself?
Well, I just want to know y'all's opinion.
Why?
Is believing things...
Go ahead, Kat.
Is believing things just because you want them to be true not dangerous to other people or yourself?
But the specific things that I said that I want to be true, are those specific beliefs a dangerous thing?
Right, so, like, that's not the...
Sincerely, what does that mean?
I guess you're asking what those beliefs were?
No, like you're suggesting that we are suggesting that you have beliefs that are problematic or something like that. When
Well, no, I'm not suggesting. I'm just asking.
You know, okay, here I'll take the bait. I don't think that you have beliefs necessarily that are problematic, but I think that the fact that you said that there would be no reason to do anything for anybody else or be kind or help people or anything like that or be a decent human being without them, that's problematic.
Agreed.
If tomorrow you found out that all your beliefs were inaccurate and maybe not true, would you change how you lived your life and treated other people?
No, because I'm currently living a selfish lifestyle, but I would say that I would just go more into a more selfish lifestyle if there was no existence of myself after.
Do you feel like your current selfish lifestyle is harming anyone?
Indirectly, yeah, because I'm using resources, food, air conditioning, and all that stuff, and I'm able-bodied to go out and help people and stuff.
Why are you asking us then if it's harmful if you've already decided that your belief system is harmful?
I'm not saying my belief system's harmful, but I'm saying my selfish lifestyle is harmful.
What's the difference?
My beliefs is gonna be maybe one of the things that pulls me out of that selfish lifestyle if I actually decide to really believe them, maybe.
Are you not
Right,
living
so
in
you've...
accordance with your beliefs?
Say that again?
Are you not living in accordance with your beliefs currently?
100%.
Then are they not already contributing to something that's harmful if you've already decided that your selfish living is harmful?
Well, they're not contributing to it because they have nothing to do related with a selfish lifestyle.
Oh, I thought you said you were living in accordance with your beliefs.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I misunderstood the last sentence you literally uttered. That's wild.
You said you have been engaging with this for a year.
Yeah, right,
And
exactly. Nailed it.
right, so if you've been engaging with this, I know we're right there. If you've been engaging with this for a year and you haven't changed your behavior, what's the point?
It's just a matter of discipline and like love. I lack those things. And
Do you want to change your behavior?
Oh yes, but it's not a true want because a true want would have action behind it.
Right, so you don't want to change your behavior.
Yeah, I'm just lazy.
Aren't we all? I don't think that that's really true. Like I can't imagine. I think like either you're being extremely honest and like you're really genuinely just that lazy, or you're not giving yourself enough credit.
No, I really am. I really am that lazy for sure.
It seems like a pretty absolutist statement.
I mean, I'm not saying I haven't done anything nice for anyone at all in the past years, but of course not. But I'm saying I have the capability to do way more, and yeah.
Do you think that you... Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Kat. I was just going to ask, have you looked into any other beliefs? If you've tried these beliefs for a year and it hasn't changed your selfish behavior, have you looked into any other beliefs that might actually help promote action?
Yeah, and these are the only ones that I think would result in change, but I don't truly believe them right now because otherwise I would actually be changing.
Do you think that it is that you are somehow obligated or beholden to, like, I think that it is a pretty reasonable thing to say that we should be kind to other people and, you know, like, do what we can. However, do you have some expectation of yourself that you should be, you know, I don't know, out at the soup kitchen every weekend, volunteering, and maybe that's a great thing to do, and maybe we all should be doing that. But are you obligating yourself to more than you necessarily are obligated to?
Well, can I ask you
Like, what
that
is
question?
am I obligating myself to more? No.
No, but
But
what are you obligated to is the question.
I'm obligated to my animals, I'm obligated to my plants, I'm obligated to myself, and I choose to be obligated to my partner, and that's about it. But what I'm asking is like,
I think literally, okay, here it is. I think every single action that is for self-pleasure to the extreme, it will keep me stuck here in a place where people are mean to each other on a planet like this. And I think that I have to literally go to the extreme where literally every single action is for the benefit of someone else. And if I don't do that, then I don't think I can escape the place I'm in.
why do you think that?
I'm just guessing that's how it works. I don't know.
So you sorry, Kira. So
And
you
I
just
guess
formulated.
maybe since I have that high expectation, it's so overwhelming that I feel stuck. Maybe that's part of it.
I would say that is likely a big. I mean, I know for myself, when I have this high expectation of myself, it does get overwhelming and I do get stuck. But like, here's what I'll say. You can only do your best, and you can't do more than your best, and your best is enough no matter what it is.
I appreciate that.
I'm curious, without your Hindu beliefs, do you think you still want truth and to help your fellow man? Like, there's surely something inside of you besides the Hindu beliefs that made you want to pursue that in the first place.
I can say that for a few years I held the non-dualistic philosophy, which Buddhism, Taoism, Advaita Vedanta, the list goes on and on. What's it called? Sikhism, and the list goes on. They all believe that there's just one soul looking out of everyone's eyes, and so it's like, for me, whenever I believed that for a few years, it totally made me not caring about other people, even though I actually saw them as a reflection of myself. Like, I saw them as I'm just them. You know, I actually held that view for a while. And I didn't care about people. But now that I see them as real individuals, I actually am starting to care about people again.
So non-dualism brewed apathy within you?
Yeah, but usually people say it does the opposite.
That's very interesting. Have there ever been examples of people doing good without your input?
What do you mean, my input?
So, like, you were saying that forgive me if I misunderstood, but you were saying that your input, your movement would cause people to do good. I wondered if you have ever witnessed people doing good without your input.
Of course, I didn't say that though.
What did you say? I may have misunderstood.
I don't know.
It was something around your input being tied to the good behavior of others, and I found that very interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing.
Well, would you, I think my question is still, would you still have this desire for truth? Aren't seeming like if you pursue these beliefs, I'm assuming you want truth. You want to help your fellow man. You want to be a decent person. Is that true? Is that fair?
Yeah.
So if deep down you do want all these things, why would losing these beliefs mean you'd be worse off?
Well, one aspect of it, this is kind of not the non-dual philosophy perspective. It's like I have a selfish desire to continue living as an individual, and so as long as I have that desire, then a lot of my actions are based on that.
Is your goal to get rid of that desire or to balance it?
Yeah, balance it. Have y'all ever seen the show Pluribus on Apple TV?
No, I don't believe so.
It's about what I'm talking about, so I just wanted to say that real quick.
It's about
the non-dual philosophy.
Isn't that the show about an alien like virus?
Yeah, and
the entire populace.
It hits everyone except for like 12 people, and 12 people still see themselves as individuals, but everyone else on the planet has no ego and they don't see themselves as an individual. It's all just one consciousness now. And
right.
Yeah.
And this is a belief that you want. Like you
That's
want to
no. I used to believe that.
I see.
But you don't want to believe that anymore?
It's not that I don't want to. I just don't think it's true.
And what compels you to believe that your current belief is true?
I don't know at the end of the day. I mean, this is all theory. I'm not saying whenever I believe something, I know it to be true. I'm saying it's a theory in a way.
What does being an individual give you that you may not want to lose?
Thank you for asking that question. It's relationship. Relationship is the most blissful thing that I've ever experienced on this planet, and you have to be an individual in order to experience that.
What makes you believe that?
My experience.
So you fear that would disappear if non-duality were true?
Yes, 100%.
Do you think that... Never mind. Somebody else go. I gotta articulate my thoughts.
Earlier you said if you want something, it badly enough, it'll cause action, right? I'm sorry, that was a while ago, maybe. But it's been bothering me for a second, and I was curious if you'd heard of executive dysfunction.
No, what is that?
It's when you want something like I have it a lot where I have the dishes that need to be done, and I really, really, really want to do them. I hate dirty dishes. I want my kitchens clean. I prefer it clean. It bothers me when it's not clean. I'll sit and I'll yell at myself in my head to do the dishes, but I won't actually get up and do the dishes because there's this thing called executive dysfunction, which makes almost mentally paralyzes me from doing what I want to do. Have you heard of that before?
I haven't.
Yeah, it's I learned about it when I went to therapy. It's in the mental it's a lot of information about it if you go into mental health, but that's a situation there where somebody wants to do something and they are unable to do it. Do you still think that everybody, if they want something badly enough, will do it?
Yeah, I do think that what prevents all of us from not doing it is just our selfish desires in general. I don't think that there's some type of neurological thing that's just like, or like, I'm just born with this. I can't get up and do the dishes or something. It's just a selfish desire not to do it, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up is because in the mental health industry, they teach coping mechanisms and skills you can do to try to help yourself past the executive dysfunction. And it sounds like you are reaching a particular state where you are in an almost a religious executive dysfunction, where you want to believe something, but you don't believe something, but you want but you want it to have cause action in your life, but for some reason it's not. And I'm wondering
Yeah.
if maybe those things are similar, in that maybe I'm not saying you have executive dysfunction. I'm just saying because it can happen to anybody. It's not a disorder or anything.
That's a really good point. So kind of say it again, like these beliefs. I'm thinking that they're going to change my behavior, but keep going.
Like that you want your beliefs to have to formulate a certain behavior, but you're unable to, and you don't, but you want them to. Is that fair to say?
100%.
And you blame your own selfishness as a result for lack of action?
Yes.
Is it possible that your want is there, but that you need to find the method to formulate that action?
What type of method would it be?
Well, right now it seems as if you're trying to use Hinduism to facilitate that. Have you thought about maybe like have you tried anything else? Have you tried mental health? Have you tried maybe a different religion, maybe a no religion? Have you tried maybe formulating your own code of ethics that you live by and hold to? Have you tried any of those?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I believe. The same root cause is still there. I just want to indulge in my senses every day, just like we all do. We just want to keep on feeding our senses with pleasure. And the best way to do that is to abandon, to the extreme at least, but in smaller ways, to abandon relationships and to abandon I don't know.
Why is that the best way?
It's not the best way, but guess I'm saying if you want, that's the extreme version of selfish desire. That's the point it gets to, and I have been there for a few years.
I'm sorry, Thrayle, we got on the other banner now.
How do relationships detract from your desire?
Because you do have to be selfless in a relationship to keep a relationship. I don't, even just a little bit selfless.
What? Okay. So you're seeing a relationship as an abandonment of self?
Of self pleasure, because you have to do things for the other person's pleasure in a relationship.
We ran a poll earlier, but there were only 5 votes in it, so I'm going to run it again. We need more votes in that.
And I'm not quite to that extreme. Like, I still do things for other people's pleasure, but I am quite selfish for sure.
So you don't really see relationships as equal participation?
Oh no, but yeah, I'm equal reciprocation, but you know, both people are trying to do something for the other person's pleasure. You know, I give you a flower, you hand me a game controller, and we both play a game. I don't know, you know, we're both doing things for each other equally.
Isn't that like a meeting, a responding, a participation? I mean, I don't. If you are gaining something from giving, if it's totally reciprocal, I don't see where you're lacking in any way, where you're giving up anything.
Well, not in that. That's a beautiful relationship. Not in that type of a relationship.
Well, I guess I'm not understanding what relationship you're imagining then. If you are seeing it as a non-reciprocal relationship, why would you engage with it?
Well, most people are in this type of relationship where it's not perfectly reciprocal, and you know, someone is giving more than the other, someone's taking more than the other, and
I wonder why the fuck you care what other relationships are doing if you have your own boundaries and your own expectations for a relationship and your own wants for a relationship.
observations about the 8 billion people in the world. I'm not trying to point out someone specific.
But you're abandoning the idea of relationships because of relationships that don't meet your needs, but they're not even yours.
I'm not sure where you're going with that. I think you might not understand what I meant.
Maybe. You're saying that to seek a relationship is to abandon the self. And I am saying that you can seek a relationship that is a reciprocal relationship that gives you just as much as you're giving. So it's not an abandonment of self.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
Okay. But you kind of laid out this thing that you cannot be in a relationship based on your beliefs because it feels like an abandonment of self.
I think what I was saying by that is that right now I'm taking more than I'm giving, and so I can't be in that type of relationship you're describing.
I mean, that doesn't mean the relationship that you're looking for does not exist, right?
Right, I'm not saying that.
Really quickly, I'm going to jump in here and thank Hazelnut, Eric, Tam, Birdies, Bats, Barfing, Toaster, Miss Carew, Danny, Grax, Jace, and Paniac for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you.
Do you view love or relationship as participation or as something that needs to serve you?
Oh no, equally reciprocal, not equally reciprocal.
Then I wonder why you have aversion to relationships because you are too selfish.
Wait, say that again?
I wonder why you express that you avoid relationships because you are too selfish. You would have to give up self-pleasure in order to be in a relationship. If you view them as participatory, why would that work for you?
Can you reframe the question?
Lord Almighty.
I'm just not understanding.
So you were saying that you don't engage in relationships because you're a selfish person and that you're seeking self-pleasure, and that to be in a relationship you would have to give up some form of self-pleasure because you'd have to give something to somebody else, God forbid. However, when I brought up that relationships are participatory and that they can be reciprocal, you were like, yeah. And so I'm wondering, those two ideas are not the same idea. And so I'm wondering where the distinction is. Where's the line for you where you don't want to participate in a relationship because you don't feel that you would participate in a fully reciprocal relationship because you're selfish, but also you agree that a relationship should be reciprocal and both of you can participate and give the other something? I just feel like there's a lot of contradictory statements happening, and so I'm trying to figure out where you're at, like truly.
I'm saying that yes, the equally reciprocal relationship is the best way, of course. But I'm saying right now, yeah, I'm stuck in my current selfish lifestyle that is preventing me from being in that type of relationship.
Stuck is fake. Why are you choosing that?
Yeah, choosing. I'm not saying that I'm a victim.
Stuck is fake. So why are you saying stuck?
I'm choosing. I'm choosing it.
Why?
Because let's see. There's no good reason at all, because it's more pleasurable to be in an equally reciprocal relationship. But I guess I haven't fully realized that. That's why I'm not living it out.
But you have. You're saying it. What is keeping you from living what you're saying and what you believe?
I don't know at all. I really don't know. And it does hurt me. I wish that I was doing it.
Well, I mean, why aren't you doing it?
Because it's easier to, indulge in self-indulgence. And it is harder to be in an equally reciprocal relationship. So it takes more effort. It takes low effort to be to live a selfish lifestyle.
Are you cool with being a low effort type of dude?
No.
Then why are you doing it?
No good reason.
Well, I think that's worth exploring, at least.
Yeah, I would like to figure it out.
I mean, figuring it out will take work.
I do have some social deficiencies. I don't really do much body language with my face, and I speak monotone and some other things, like not much eye contact and other things. So it's like it is harder for me to form a relationship. But regardless of that, I'm still not putting in the effort.
Do you have a willingness to do what it would take to get the end result you want?
I have the willingness, but I don't have like the true desire, I guess you could say.
So you have
I
the
don't
idea
know.
in your mind, but you're not willing to put in the work.
Yeah, that's it. Like I said, I'm lazy. That's what laziness is.
Why are you cool with that?
I don't know. I would really like to change. I'm not joking. I've lived this way for a few years now, and it's not fun. It's
If it's not fun, then don't. There's no one who can change it for you, I guess is what I'm saying. Like that, why would you engage in something that you don't enjoy, that you don't believe in, but it is where you're at right now? Like, why would you engage in that?
Because again, it is just low effort. That's why. You get, basically, you call it like you get 20% of the amount of pleasure with such a low amount of effort. But if you did the reciprocal relationship with everyone in your life, including strangers, it takes a lot of effort. But yeah, you would get 100% pleasure.
Do you actually believe what you're saying?
Yeah, I think, I'm not saying that I know the number is exactly correct, but you do get some certain amount of pleasure from a selfish lifestyle, but it's a lower amount.
We ran a poll twice. We got twice as many votes the second time. Still not that many, but I think we are about ready to move on, Kelly. I wonder
All right.
if you actually will go away from this conversation questioning your beliefs, your conclusions, and if you come back with any different answers, we'll definitely want to question those.
All right, I might come back. I'll see y'all
Appreciate
later.
you, Callie. Hope that you keep asking questions. I am kind of grateful, though, that the background noise has ebbed. It did sound like we were in his washroom. But yeah, hope that you come back, Callie. Hope you keep asking questions. I look forward to seeing where they take you.
The religious dysfunction was real with that one, for real. Executive dysfunction, but like religiously.
It was interesting.
I just don't understand an obvious strong desire to change, but with no action. Yeah, it's confusing to me. But I'm getting really tired, Thrayle, and I think I need to go down to the comments before I start pulling a Rav and snoring.
Appreciate you, Beth. Hey, he's awake. I saw him type.
Oh, okay, he's awake now. All right.
Hilarious.
Love you, Rav.
Appreciate you, Beth.
Bye. Appreciate y'all. You too,
Bye,
Rav.
guys.
Bye, Bats. I think I joined 1 minute too late. I was really researching onto what he was talking about on the exchange, on the relationship, because I do know a lot about, obviously, Buddhism, and Hindu practices should be very similar. So I started to look into it. And what I wanted to ask him was about whether he's actually getting the right teachings. I really think he was misunderstanding all of the teachings that he was talking about. Mm-hmm. Because when I found out that in Krishna, as he was saying, the exchange is not the same. It says that when you love somebody, it's about you wanting to do things for the other person to be happy without expecting anything in return. That's the correct teaching. You expecting from others is attachment. So it's completely opposite of what he was saying, making me feel like he really needed to question his teachers better or something, or he has really bad gurus. So
And see, like I will push back on that a little bit, because when you are putting effort into something, I feel like it should be reciprocal, but it doesn't feel like work when it's reciprocal. If you are gaining as much as you are giving, it doesn't feel like work. It doesn't feel like effort, because you're getting just as much, that's where I was confused. I was like, I don't know. When you are putting energy into a relationship and you're getting something back, that energy, your cup is refilled,
Yes, you're right. And I completely agree with what you said. The thing is that the way, at least in Buddhism, we see it, is that if you're in a relationship, each one should be doing things for the other one just to make it happy, obviously, you know, but you shouldn't be expecting something in return. If I'm doing this and I should expect something in return, you know? So,
Right. It's not really about expectation, but reciprocity is a thing still, right?
yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was just a big misunderstanding of all of the teachings, because I was like, it cannot be so different from Hinduism and Buddhism. So he might just want to question better to his teachers and making sure that he has better teachers. I think that's a big problem there.
I think that's a really good point, and he should question what it is that he's adopting, especially since he says he's a year into the practice and hasn't made any changes whatsoever in his life. I wonder if he's even practicing it, or if it is just something he is kind of leaning towards as a framework through a misunderstanding. But I appreciate you coming up, Danny.
Yeah, thank you. Everybody has a great night. I have to go to bed sometime soon anyways.
Well, I thank you. I hope you sleep well. Big W's for Danny. Appreciate you, as always. And we have God Provides Best joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm in my mid-30s.
And do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. I'm a specific type of Christian. However, I'm very different from the mainstream. I believe that the Heavenly Father is the God of gods. There are multiple gods in Christianity that exist in a oneness, and I would say that described in the Bible, it says that angels, aliens, humans are included in that term Elohim.
I'm sorry, can you say that last sentence one more time? I didn't quite catch it.
Sure. So, the term Elohim. So, in John chapter 10, when they asked Jesus about
the sentence you said was just something aliens Elohim.
Yes.
What was the sentence?
Oh. So in the term Elohim, I would say that angels, aliens, and humans are included based on the Bible.
So Elohim means angels, aliens, and humans. What do you mean by aliens?
It means gods. So the reason I say aliens is because in Genesis 6, we have where the sons of gods, the B'nai Elohim, come to Earth and interbreed with humans.
Let me just really quickly check, because I have a few questions I'd like to get out of the way first before we get too far into the weeds here. And these weeds are weedy. So, have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe it to be entirely true and literal? It sounds like you're going to have a different perspective on what literal means.
I believe it can be literal, metaphorical, or both.
Okay. And the creation story, starting there, because you're already at 6, but I'm curious about 1 and 2. Do you believe the story of Genesis 1?
Okay, so what I would say is Genesis chapter 1 happens in a very chronological fashion, where it shows you the order. However, what most people pass by is Genesis 1 verse 2. So I would say in Genesis 1 verse 1, God creates absolutely everything, but a huge thing happens in verse 2 where it's the same exact wording as Jeremiah 4:23, where you have where there's a destruction that happens.
Destruction?
Yes, the earth becomes flooded.
Where does it say there's a destruction in chapter 2 or in verse 2?
Okay, so if you look at the Hebrew of those words, empty and void, I don't think those are so if you go in the Hebrew says those words empty and void are more like destroyed and barren and wrecked. And these words in the Hebrew are tohu and bohu, which are only used twice together in another passage.
This is how we
Jeremiah.
find out if Rav is awake or not.
So if you go to Jeremiah chapter 4:23, it actually matches this wording in an excellent way. Because I would say to most Christians that if the earth at that point is truly void, then why is there water there? Because clearly there's water in verse 2. So the logic doesn't match up. If it's just an empty nothingness, why is there water?
So what is it you're actually saying here?
That the Bible has multiple floods. So there was a flood before.
So God shows up after a flood already happens. Is what you're saying.
He creates everything, and there was a creation on earth, but that got wiped out before Adam and Eve.
And there was the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God. That whole thing is a flood.
Yeah, and so I would translate. Actually, if you look at that word "was there," it's the same as the woman that became a pillar of salt. So the verse, in my opinion, should say, "The earth became destroyed and wrecked, and God's Spirit was hovering over the face of the deep or the face of the waters." Yeah.
Well, you're just saying that was supposed to be became.
Yes, if you go into the Hebrew, you'll see that, and even
so, then you're saying that it would be darkness became upon the face of the deep.
No. So absolutely everything was created in verse 1, right? The whole entire universe and the earth. Then at some point,
why did you decide that?
What?
All right, let's do this.
Why did he is awake? Okay.
All right, so the opening verse 1. Yeah, I know. I was deciding whether I was just going to keep typing in the comments or just come out and do this. Okay, and then I'm going to bed. So, right, Bereshit is this idea of when beginning. Okay, Bara Elohim is this idea of God creating. Bara is a verb that only God can create. So when beginning creating heaven and earth is how you should translate the first verse. When God began to create heaven and earth. And then it says, Va'aretz hayita tohu vavohu, heaven and earth being formless and void is how I would, in other words, being primordial soup, or heaven and earth being this sort of chaotic sort of state, meaning it exists in some sort of primordial form, but not in the form that is recognizable to us today. But there is something that exists there, the building blocks, whatever. If I were to ever make a vegan restaurant that was like a kosher vegan restaurant, I would call it tofu vavohu. You know what I'm saying?
So my response is, if you look at Jeremiah 4:23, it describes the earth as tovu and bohu, and it's describing things that are on the earth. So my point is, if we really want a snapshot of what tovu and bohu actually looks like, I think Jeremiah 4:23 and that passage goes into that.
So Jeremiah is looking at a world. Like, what is Jeremiah responding to? He's responding to the moments, maybe the decade, even at most, leading up to the Babylonian exile. This idea of tohu vavohu is chaos. That's really what he's describing. That things are there, but it's not orderly. It's disorderly. In fact, what's interesting is in the second verse, So the way that trope marks work, which is the melody of the Hebrew text, which is like the song that the Torah sings, it includes grammar and like how sentences are broken up. It includes sort of clauses and phrase. It's a commentary unto itself. The way that the way that second verse is, usually they come in clusters. They come in sort of these segments, and there are none of those segments in the second verse. The idea being that it is truly just complete chaos.
So you're saying, Rav, that in the second verse it's saying this is formless and void, and in is it Jeremiah, when it says the same phrase again, he's more like quoting it, but saying it in a lamenting kind of way.
Yeah, that the earth is total chaos. Like everything is just total chaos.
He's using it poetically then.
Right. There's no flooding imagery there. There's sort of just, I mean, like everything is tohu vavohu. I don't. It's an idiom, Like you can kind of hear the onomatopoeia. It's all tohu vavohu. I don't know. Like it's
all waste and chaos.
Yeah. It's all topsy-turvy.
However, since the phrasing is exactly the same, I connect Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 23 to Genesis 1, verse 2.
Right. Could the writer of Jeremiah have been doing that on purpose?
I think so. I think that there might be prequel information.
Do you think they were, but do you think they were doing it to relay that this was what Genesis is about? Or do you think they're doing it to call back and make the reader kind of remember that while they're using it here in a different sort of metaphoric way?
So I think that prophets have insight where they can view the past and the present and the future. And I think Jeremiah is having a super flashback that's before Adam and Eve.
Why would he be having a super flashback before Adam and Eve all of a sudden?
God is very big picture, and God is also obsessed with cycles. But he also is into new things.
Fascinating.
So, yeah.
Is it God that's obsessed with cycles, or could it have been the writers of the story using sort of cyclical imagery to tell really one story?
So Solomon in Ecclesiastes says that God is really into cycles. And that's where I tested that theory reading the Bible.
He says God is really into cycles.
Yes.
It's like his...
he
digs on cycles.
Yeah.
Can I ask
He's
you?
into patterns and cycles. However, he does new things as well.
Please do, Red.
It's just a few questions and then I gotta go to bed. Okay, one, do you know what year Jeremiah was written? At least like Jeremiah chapter 4, like the beginning of Jeremiah. Do you know when that was written about?
So, I do not know the exact year. However, what I want to say is, when somebody
don't
prophesies...
just go into what you want to say. I want to hear what Rav's questions are.
Yeah, this is important. Jeremiah is around 625 to 600 BCE. Okay. The temple is destroyed. The Babylonian exile begins in about 586 BC, which is pretty much what I was trying to establish, which is that Jeremiah is this sort of generation leading up to the Babylonian exile. That's the first thing. Do you know when the book of Genesis was written?
No.
About 500 BCE, so about 150 years after Jeremiah.
So, my point is that when reading the Bible, there are things that have multiple meanings. Like, if you look at Isaiah chapter 14, or
Hold on a second,
Ezekiel...
God. Are you responding to what I just said, or are you responding to something else?
No, I'm responding to what you said.
In what way are you responding to what I said?
Well, you're talking about you're talking about things when they were written. But I'm saying, because when people talk about God or they prophesy, that can be about any moment in time, and it can also be about multiple things at the same time. And I was about to give an example of how something can be an example of multiple things at the same time.
Right, but if you're, but wait a second. Your claim, what I was responding to and sort of trying to present, is that your claim was that Jeremiah is referencing back to Genesis, when in reality, Genesis is referencing Jeremiah, if anything.
I think we should be open to all possibilities.
Well, okay, I agree, and I would offer that sort of back to you and ask you, in what ways are you understanding that Jeremiah is referencing Genesis as opposed to the other way around?
Well, so the beauty of it is, if we have this tohu and bohu, the question is, what does tohu and bohu actually look like? And so if we compare both passages, we can get a bigger feeling of what tohu and bohu actually looks like. If we're going to make the movie of what does Genesis 1 verse 2 look like, does it look like empty, nothing, blackness? What does it look like?
But that's what I'm saying. So really what I'm saying is, like, Jeremiah says, here's what tohu vavohu looks like.
Yes.
Right? Jeremiah would be the original text or the earlier text in this comparative study.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can gain more information by looking at how Jeremiah is using the text in order to understand Genesis 1-2. In other words, the semantic range should be sourced from Jeremiah, not from Genesis.
And I agree.
Beautiful.
I think that, like I said, in Genesis 1 verse 1, God creates everything, and then in Genesis 1 verse 2, the earth is already there and it's wrecked and it's devastated. It's not like a nothing void blackness. There's stuff there and it got wrecked.
You're saying and it got wrecked. How are you deciding that?
Well, Jeremiah 4 verse 23, when he's tohu and bohu, that's coming because of a judgment. So basically, God likes order and peace.
You're saying it's coming because of a judgment.
It's coming because of negative reinforcement. That's correct.
Because of what negative reinforcement?
I believe that there were beings on the earth. Because what the Bible says is that at any time, God breathes out, beings form, he can breathe back, and then they return to dust. So the question is, how many times has this happened?
I'm sorry. If you're saying if he breathes back and they return to dust, then why would there be any beings on the earth?
Well, that's why there's no beings on the earth in Genesis 1 verse 2.
What judgment are you talking about in Jeremiah?
So, so what I will say is that it says that at some point, Lucifer, Satan, was the high priest over the earth.
Where does it say that?
Okay. I believe it's either in Isaiah chapter 14 or Ezekiel 28. He was the guardian cherub, and he has the breastplate of the high priest because he has 9 gemstones on his breastplate. I believe.
I'm sorry, what does that indicate?
So the high priest wears the breastplate that has the gemstones on it.
The Urim and the Tumim.
So
by the way, Thrayle, there's one other instance of tohu vavohu in Isaiah 34 that further demonstrates that Isaiah and Jeremiah are in close conversation and demonstrating that they're informing Genesis. If you're curious.
Oh, I do appreciate the information. You said Isaiah mentions tohu and bohu.
Isaiah 34:11, yeah.
So throughout the Bible, there are hints and connections, and it's quite fun to find all the connections. But yes, I connected the high priest's breastplate to Satan, Lucifer, why
would you do that? Yeah, what do you think the breastplate represents?
So, actually, Jesus said a parable that's interesting that says that the earth is a vineyard that Heavenly Father created, and then he rented it out and did something else. So, my theory, what I believe, is that he put certain beings in charge of the earth that are not human, but he put certain beings in charge of the earth. So, my belief is that Satan, Lucifer, was originally the one that was put in charge of the earth.
Have you ever read Leviticus chapter 8?
I mean, I've read throughout the whole Bible. I will say that Leviticus is not my favorite book.
Oh man, well then you need to read Mary Douglas Leviticus's literature. But for
Just
the
to
meantime, sorry,
clarify,
Thrayle.
hold that thought, Rev. Do not lose it. You said you've read throughout the whole Bible. Have you actually read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Rev.
So Leviticus 8 is about the ordination of the priests, and it's about the moment that the priests are essentially dedicated, not as human sacrifices, but they are recapitulating the sacrificial system as offerings, not as like unalivened offerings, but as a sort of callback to the ritual offering. They're treated the same ritualistic offering language is used, and they're treated like these offerings, these purgation offerings, and then they are invested, like literally, the clothing is put upon them, and for Aaron, that's the Urim and the Thummim, and so the question is, what does the Urim and the Thummim represent? It's a mantle upon which the entire 12 tribes rests. In other words, that just as one lays hands upon the ram or whatever, the bull or whatever animal, just as one lays hands on this animal and puts its own sins onto the animal itself, that the animal must be pure, so too must the high priest be the receptacle for the nation, for the 12 tribes. And that's why you have those 12 gemstones on the breastplate. And that's why the lot casting, especially, you see that in the scene with the Azazel, the scapegoat ritual. It is sort of the dungeon master, if you will, the one that is responsible for all of it. The keeper of the keys. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain it other than that.
I'm glad you mentioned a great point, which is that each gemstone represents a tribe, and there are 12 gemstones which represent the 12 tribes. So in Ezekiel 28, Isaiah 14, they're both about Lucifer, Satan, so I get them where I combine them together, but it mentions that Lucifer, Satan had 9 or 10 gemstones on his breastplate, which leads me to believe at some point Satan, Lucifer was in charge.
Why do you say Satan, Lucifer? What does that mean? Where does the word Lucifer come from?
Lucifer is in Isaiah.
Is in the Septuagint of Isaiah, but in the Hebrew it's Hillel ben Shachar, not Lucifer. What it says is like praising son of the morning is essentially what the like Hillel, like you heard of hallelujah. That's the same. It's the same root as hallelujah, and then Ben means son, and then Shachar means morning. It's referencing a very specific king in history. It's not a sort of supernatural being in any way, shape, or form. It's just a name.
However, it does start talking about a cherubim in Eden.
Are you going back to Genesis now, or are we staying in Isaiah? Because you were saying, I was asking how you're connecting Satan with. You want to go to the Garden of Eden? Is that where you want to go?
Okay, so the thing is, in my mind, I'm connecting Ezekiel 28 and them together. I might be referring to Ezekiel 28. Oh, yes, that is where it is. So Ezekiel 28, verse 13, it says, "You have been in Eden in the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. So,
Okay, so let
as we can
me ask you a
see,
question. Wait a second.
yeah,
Really quickly. Where is Eden?
Eden?
Yeah, where is Eden?
Eden is on Earth.
Okay, great. It says very specifically where Eden is. It's between two rivers. Well, four, but really
Yeah.
two main rivers. What are those two main rivers?
If I've studied correctly, I believe it would be in like modern day Iraq.
Yeah, and so what was the empire that was in ancient Iraq, say 2,500 years ago?
I don't know. Was it Babylon?
Babylon. Yeah, exactly. And what was Babylon famous for?
What was Babylon famous for? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not an
beyond being a
expert.
giant, well, like architecturally, or they were famous for their hanging gardens, the hanging gardens of Babylon. Where was humanity created in the book, for opening chapters of Genesis?
So, like I said, I believe there was a
Hold on,
prior.
hold on a second. Where was humanity created? Where was the Adam created?
So I know that God breathed into the dust of the earth and created him. So he was created on the earth.
Great. And then he was created in the Aretz, right? He was created in the land, in the Aretz, in Haaretz, and then taken and then placed where? It literally says he was taken from the land and placed
in the garden.
In Eden. Exactly. In other words, man was created, the Adam was created somewhere else and placed into the garden. In other words, and by the way, Haaretz is how Jews refer to Israel, is the land. And so the Adam, the human, was created in the land and placed into Babylon. What does that sound like?
What does
And
what
we've
sound
already
like?
covered. Well, we've already covered that Genesis is happening after the Babylonian exile. And the Adam is taken from the land west of Eden, which is Israel, and placed into the Garden of Eden in Babylon. It's describing the Babylonian exile.
So with me, I don't base when the book was written. I try and map out the chronological procedure of what is being talked about.
I'm giving that to you. That's what I'm giving to you. You're reading it in terms of as it exists as a canon, but in reality, there's a story that's being told. And that story is specifically for the Jewish people, by the Jewish people, to the Jewish people. And if you don't see the Garden of Eden as Babylon, a place that you're meant to leave, right? Like, I think the difference is Christians see this as like the source of sin and the need to have Jesus solve this fall from grace, when in reality, you're not supposed to stay in the garden. The garden seems like a nice place. If you read Jeremiah 29, you should have families, you should set up gardens in the gardens of Babylon. You should live your life fully, but remember, Imeshkach Yerushalayim, if you forget Jerusalem, even in your happiest hour, may your right hand wither away and your tongue stick to your palate.
Well, the main problems that humans have is because they don't.
You're looking at this as a humanistic text or as a universalistic text. And what I'm trying to explain to you, it is an extremely particularistic text that ends with a single word. What is the last word of the entire Torah?
I know that Malachi is about that Elijah would return.
That's the Tanakh, the Torah, the last word of the book of Deuteronomy.
All right, the first 5 books of the Bible. I'm not sure.
Israel.
My point is, the Bible, throughout the Bible, is about that Heavenly Father wants a direct personal relationship with all beings. And I don't think Eden did go well for humans. I don't think that the humans were prioritizing their relationship with the Heavenly Father.
I think
And
what you're trying to do is take somebody else's indigenous tradition and use it for your own sort of theological means, but it's not actually about you or for you. And I am curious as to why there is this need to superimpose yourself into something.
I think everyone should read with a way where they interpret themselves, or else what should they do? Listen to commentators? We can consider commentators, but I think everyone should read for themselves and think for themselves when they read it. So I've read the Bible for myself and come to conclusions based on experiments and understandings. I quite like Jesus's philosophies a lot, actually.
Was that the question?
I don't think I was asked a question, actually. What was the question that I was asked?
Why are you inserting yourself?
Well, I'm part of the oneness of John 17, where it says, "May they all be one."
I don't know what the actual context.
Oh, Jesus says, "May they all be one in us, as the Father and I are one. May they all be one in us, us in them, them in us." John chapter 17. I mean, if you were asking how am I connected to the Bible, or what does the Bible have to do with me?
Were you asking Raph that question?
Yeah, I was asking him to elaborate his question.
I guess like my question is, what does that, like, when you read the Christian Bible? See, when I read a text like that, what I see is something that has nothing to do with Judaism. It doesn't actually comport with what the Hebrew Bible talks about, or any expectations of what a Messiah would be, or any theology that is consistent with the Hebrew Bible. And I guess what I'm asking is, like, how do you square the notion that God is not a person with this sort of a text, or that that there are expectations of a messianic figure that are not reflected in Jesus's sort of in the claim of Jesus.
What do you mean? Because my point is, I believe it does present Heavenly Father as a person, Jesus as a person. What do you mean not as a person?
Sure, Hosea 11:9 clearly says, "I am God, I am not a man. Lo ish, I am not a man."
So the interesting part about the Heavenly Father is Heavenly Father does many allegories so we can understand. He presents himself as a husband, as a father. We are his children. So it's the idea of a family.
I don't really know what that means, nor would I know how that sort of comports with the Hebrew Bible text, but like it's pretty clear saying that God is not a person.
Well, throughout the Bible, it says that we are his children.
Yeah, the children of Israel, it says. Doesn't say that we're B'nai Elohim. There are certainly a category of beings that are B'nai Elohim that are in the book of Genesis and later on are referenced in the book of Numbers. Yeah, Numbers. But we are not the B'nai Elohim.
So in John chapter 10,
Yeah,
I believe
I
verse
guess
34.
what I'm saying is I'm rejecting the Christian Bible, and I'm
Oh,
saying that I'm saying that it is anathema to the Hebrew Bible, and I don't understand how you're seeing this as consistent with the Christian Bible.
so if John chapter 10 quotes Psalm 82.
Okay, so quoting something isn't evidence of it maybe is evidence of awareness of something, but the theology that's being presented is in opposition to the Hebrew Bible. And I guess I'm trying to figure out how you're squaring those two things.
I believe that it connects very well.
Well, let me ask you a question. What does
Yes.
the word Messiah means?
So there are many.
And then I'm going to bed, Thrayle, I promise.
Yes, there are many prophecies about the Messiah.
No, what does the word Messiah mean?
I believe the Messiah is a savior.
Okay. It comes from the Hebrew word Mashiach. It's a cognate for the Hebrew word Mashiach, which literally means to anoint with oil. And every time somebody is called a Messiah, they're anointed with oil by a prophet. At what point is Jesus anointed with oil by a prophet?
Well, in the Old Testament, I believe that the oil is representative of the Holy Spirit or the Spirit of the Lord coming upon somebody.
So,
And
where in the Old Testament do you see the Holy Spirit taking the place of this oil? Like, because the problem is the word mashach literally means to anoint with oil, to rub liquid on the head.
I
And
understand.
there's three reasons in the ancient world to do this. One is cosmetic, one is medicinal, and the other is this exaltation that we're talking about. What I'm saying is the notion that there is this Holy Spirit that does the anointing doesn't actually make any sense. I don't see where you're basing that off of. And
So
it's too steep of a departure to be like, oh yeah, sure, no problem.
So for me, the oil is symbolic of the Holy Spirit coming onto somebody.
Great. And what I'm saying is the oil is quintessential to the process of becoming a Messiah, according to the Hebrew Bible. And the fact that that's missing from the Christian Bible is foundationally problematic in terms of using the Hebrew Bible as its basis for its credibility. Okay.
Well,
So that's
actually, Jesus's feet were anointed, weren't they?
in preparation for burial, weren't they? And that was not his head, that was with some lady's hair, not a prophet. Just like, let's just, cut to the chase here. You might argue, honestly, your best argument is that it's like an anti unction, like it's like an anti uh, um, anointment, but that's a different conversation. Okay, the second question. Oh, I'd like to move on because I really want to go to bed.
Okay.
Just something to think about. Okay, something to think about. It's not not a debate, just something to think about. Second question is, you may or may not be aware, but adoption doesn't exist in Judaism in the sense that you cannot adopt a patrilineal lineage. So let's say I am an orphan and somebody takes me into their family. I still maintain my birth father's tribal lineage, assuming I'm born in Israel. But if I'm born outside of Israel and I become a ger, I become somebody who joins Israel, but not through birth, but through elective choice or through naturalization. I don't have a tribal lineage. I am a ger toshav, a resident alien. In other words, only through the father's line does one achieve or receive their tribal affiliation. This comes from Numbers chapter 1, verse 2. In the Christian Bible, who is Jesus' father?
So interestingly enough, in the genealogy, it's traced through Joseph, isn't it?
Correct. And so that means that, and the question is, who is Jesus' father?
Well, so my understanding is that we are spirits that pre-exist before being sent to
Wait a
Earth.
second. Wait a second. All right, wait a second.
But yeah,
We are looking at this text through the lens of the Hebrew Bible, because those are the people who created the expectations and the rules by which somebody engages in this tradition. And according to the Christian Bible, Jesus is God's one begotten son, literally impregnated Mary through divine appointment. And Joseph is decidedly not the biological father, which means that Jesus's tribal lineage is through God. And I don't know who I don't think God has a tribal affiliation. That feels like that'd be picking favorites. And so decidedly Jesus is not of the line of David. It's just, it's not there.
So I would say in Christianity, there's two realities. There's the spiritual reality, which is that, as presented in Colossians chapter 1, Jesus is the firstborn of all creation. Everything was created through Christ and for Christ. Now, what you're talking about is biology, the human genetics.
I'm not talking about biology. I'm talking about the Hebrew tradition. Yeah. Forget about the biology. We're looking at this as we are ethnographers. We're not religious people. We are looking at this as ethnographers, looking at the Hebrew tradition through their lens. Okay. So the expectations are that somebody who is born, look, anybody can become of Israel. There are certain requirements. Either they're born of Israel or they're naturalized into the nation of Israel as a ger toshav. As a resident ger, like you convert is really, it's not an accurate word. It's not a fully accurate word, but the idea. And this, the reality is you do not inherit a tribal lineage unless you are born into that tribe by your father. And Jesus is not related to Joseph biologically, as you've sort of alluded to.
Well,
and the
theoretically, he
issue
could
is,
be.
What?
Why?
Yeah.
Why would he be related to Joseph?
Because when Mary was impregnated, who knows what DNA they used to do that?
Who knows? What does that say?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Are you claiming that God used Joseph's DNA to impregnate Mary with?
That's how I interpret it. Because then
Well,
why
if
would it
that's,
list
wait a second.
The
What does it
genealogy of
say?
Joseph?
Great. What does it say in Matthew 1:17 or 18? I can't remember exactly which verse.
I'll go look into. I mean, you're asking me to look into Matthew chapter 1, verse 19. What's 17? You're asking me to
Verse
look into the
18.
genealogy, right?
Yeah, verse 18.
Okay. Let me go look it up. 18. Yeah, I understand that the Holy Spirit impregnated her, but the question is, what DNA did God use to do that?
Before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost.
Yes.
The
But
point
that
is,
child has biology, right?
Joseph is not the father, and Joseph knows this, and he understands this, and he is literally on his way to the court to declare that Mary has had a child out of wedlock. And the angel comes to Joseph and says, "Don't worry, this angel was begotten through God." In other words, you're not the father, but don't worry, God's got this. And you're going to call him Emmanuel, even though they call him Jesus instead. Okay, so Joseph knows he's not the father. Joseph understands that God's the father. According to Hebrew tradition, Jesus has no tribal lineage. So the lineage that is offered is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the story.
Well,
It is a gross misunderstanding of the Hebrew tradition, which
so
raises a ton of questions.
it is my theory that miraculously Mary was impregnated through the Holy Spirit with Joseph's DNA. I'm not saying that Joseph impregnated her. I'm saying that Joseph's DNA was used.
Where do you get that?
Yeah.
Because it's when it gives the genealogy, that's the genes, and it's saying that Jesus's genes are traced through Joseph. It's giving biology, genes, genealogy. If the Bible is saying that Jesus's genes are through Joseph, why not believe that as a reader?
Did God do any begetting if they were about to be married and consummate?
Because there's lots of prophecies, and there's a prophecy that the virgin would conceive. So God had to fulfill the prophecy of the virgin conceiving. That's why. It's basically God showing off.
By the way, it's so funny because the end of the genealogy, read what it says. It says, so and so was the father of Joseph, and Joseph was the husband of Mary. Who gives a shit? Who cares that Joseph is the husband of Mary? I want to know that Joseph is the father of the Messiah that we're going to talk about it. Why does it matter if Joseph is the husband of Mary, who's the mother of Jesus? It doesn't say Joseph is the father of Jesus.
The reason it's super important is because David had a very special covenant with God.
No. Listen. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
What?
The whole thing hinges on Joseph being Jesus' father. The whole thing hinges on that. And at the last second, they say, and the son was Joseph, and Joseph is Mary's husband, and Mary is Jesus' mother. In other words, it dodges the question. It doesn't actually connect Joseph to David. It connects Joseph to it connects Joseph to Jesus through marriage. he's
Are you
related
saying
through
that
marriage.
Joseph isn't connected to David?
No. I misspoke. Please, the point is that Joseph is not related to Jesus, and that the end of the thing is saying that Joseph is the husband of Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. In other words, it literally inserts Mary where she doesn't belong in this genealogy. Mary is irrelevant in the genealogy of Joseph because your tribal affiliation comes through your father, but it is not assigning Joseph's tribal affiliation to Jesus.
I think it does because why would it give the genealogy of Joseph?
I swear I don't think you're listening to me, and I'm getting a little bit frustrated because I want to go to bed, but it doesn't. That's the point. It doesn't say that.
It does give the genealogy of Joseph.
Yes, of Joseph. Jesus is not Joseph's son.
My point is, if you're saying that Joseph's genealogy is irrelevant to Jesus, then why is it giving the genealogy of Joseph?
Dude,
if it's
I
irrelevant.
agree. What a
It's a
great
great question.
question. What a great question.
So I think it is relevant, and that's why it's there.
But what I'm saying is, it doesn't make the connection. It doesn't claim that Joseph is Jesus' father. All it says is Joseph is the husband of Mary, who is Jesus' mother. It doesn't say Jesus has the tribal lineage of Joseph. It says that Jesus is Mary's son. It gives his whole lineage to Joseph, and then at the payoff pitch, he's shooting blanks. I mixed
Well,
metaphors there.
I wish they could have done a DNA test.
Well,
I'm
okay, well
sorry,
that's irrelevant.
did I just hear you correctly in saying that you think it is relevant, then that's why it's there, so that means it's relevant, and that's why it's there.
Yes. So the Holy Spirit, in my belief, impregnated Mary with Joseph's DNA, and that's why Joseph's genealogy is there, because that's Jesus' genealogy.
So you think that because you think that means it's true.
I try to be open to all possibilities.
Wait a second. Are we supposed to insert sort of our own opinion and add to the text, or are we just supposed to read what the text says and understand it?
So in First John, and also because the Holy Spirit guides into all truth, it says that you can get direct truth straight through the Holy Spirit from the Heavenly Father. So anybody can get truth through accessing the Heavenly Father directly through the Holy Spirit.
Great. Then I would be truthful to yourself and ask the Holy Spirit to be truthful to you, and seeing that what the text says is that Joseph is the husband of Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. And that does not make him the father. Otherwise, it would have said he's the father of Jesus. But instead, it says that God is the father of Jesus. So it raises a huge issue. Okay, I'm going to say that that's something to chew on, because I want to get to the third and final thing here, which we've actually already started to tap into. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 18, Joseph is on his way to go and get a divorce from Mary because she is having a child out of wedlock. He is dissuaded from doing so, but it doesn't change the fact that this child is born out of wedlock. And because they are living under Jewish law, what Joseph is responding to is Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 3, which says that any child born out of wedlock is a mamzer and has no entrance into the congregation of God until the 10th generation. So 10 generations after Jesus, he is cut off from Israel. He has no entrance into Israel. He has no right or claim to enter into the congregation of Adonai. In other words, not only is he not in the line of David, he doesn't even have entrance into Israel. He's cut off from his mother's association into Israel.
Asking me a question?
What's that?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, the question is, how does the Christian Bible miss this?
Miss what?
How does the Christian Bible miss that not only is Jesus not the son of Joseph, but is also a mamzer and has no access into Israel to begin with, which are quintessential if we are to expect that he's supposed to be the Messiah who's meant to sit on the throne of David and regather all of the exiles and unify Israel and Judah and emancipate Israel from foreign occupation and create lasting peace in the land.
So the Messiah has many, many prophecies to fulfill. And that's why we see Jesus going on this journey of he's in Bethlehem, he's in the land of Galilee, he's doing all this stuff. There's lots of prophecies about Jesus.
How many of these prophecies does he actually fulfill?
That's a great question.
One. I know of one that he fulfilled.
He fulfills quite a lot, but the issue is there's still more prophecies to fulfill because he's supposed to come as an emperor. What?
What authority does Christianity have to say that Jesus fulfilled any of the prophecies?
What you're saying? What authority does the Bible have that he has done the prophecies?
No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what authority does Christianity have? Who is echoing? To
Kick me out of
assert,
here.
it's not you, but to assert that Jesus fulfilled any prophecies.
In the Old Testament, there's lots of prophecies, and we see Jesus fulfill them. A lot of them, not all of them yet.
Like which ones? Good night, Rob. I hope I can pick this up and do this justice for you. Which ones?
Okay, so Isaiah 53. There's even prophecies about John the Baptist. So he does that. He's a healer. He helps people go to the light. There's a lot.
What are the what are the quintessence what do you think is required for a Messiah? Like what were the requirements of the Old Testament of the Messiah?
This is a great point because it's actually Jesus isn't the only Messiah in the Bible. So I believe Cyrus is a Messiah, Joseph is a Messiah, and Jesus is a Messiah in the sense that it's a savior. It's somebody that rescues others. That's a Messiah, in my opinion.
Messiah
Someone
means.
Can you please repeat what you just said?
Anointed with oil, of the line of David, and a literal king.
Well, I mean, God decides who becomes a king, doesn't he? So theoretically, anybody can be a king, right?
No, but was Jesus literally a king?
Just to clarify, what he just said doesn't follow logically. God decides who's going to be king, so theoretically anybody can. That doesn't follow.
In the Bible, it says that God chooses anybody he wants to be a king. That's what was told to Nebuchadnezzar.
So then anybody can't. Only who God chooses can.
That's right. God chooses who's a king and who's not.
So
well, I'm saying that anyone that God chooses.
God choose Jesus to be king? When did God say Jesus is king? Where does it say that?
So actually, it says this to David. David was promised that his lineage would be an empire, kingdom,
Jesus isn't
eternal
of
kingdom.
David's lineage. We just established that.
I believe he does.
So again, we're back to because you believe it, it's true.
I believe that the Bible states the genealogy. Does not Jesus is presented with a genealogy that goes to David?
No, he's not.
When it talks about Jesus, it presents a genealogy that goes to David. That's
when they talk about Jesus, they present a genealogy for Joseph that goes to David. Where's Jesus' genealogy presented?
But my point is, I believe that Jesus has Joseph's DNA.
Right, so we're going around in circles now because you believe it, it makes it true.
I believe that genealogy is relevant, so it must somehow be connected to Jesus, or else
so
why else would it
because
be
you
there?
believe that genealogy is relevant, that means that your theory that God used Joseph's DNA to impregnate Mary is true.
Yep, I think it's relevant. So I
Can you
connect
question
dots.
that belief?
Sure. So
are you sure you can? Because it doesn't seem like it.
theoretically, he could be related to David through Mary, or he could be related to David through both of them.
Mary's. Do you think that is questioning that belief? Do you think that is effectively questioning that belief?
Well, he hasn't effectively questioned any belief since he's been up here.
Why is that an effective way to question that belief? How is that an effective way to question that belief?
Because when I read the Bible, I understand there's multiple different ways to interpret it, so I try and see as many different interpretations as possible. However,
no, you're seeing one interpretation, and it is whatever way you can make it fit. That's how you're going to make it fit. That's what you're doing. You're not questioning whether or not the belief is correct or true.
So, well, there has to be a Messiah that comes directly through David. And if the New Testament is stating that Jesus is that direct genealogy, biological descendant of David, then I believe it as
Where
it's
does
presented.
it say that? Where does it say that? Besides in Joseph's genealogy, because Joseph, as far as we know, it doesn't say anywhere that Joseph and Jesus are genetically related, right? So as far as we know, they're not.
So they call Jesus the son of David. They call Jesus the son of David. He's referred to as the son of David.
I'm about to Wi-Fi for a minute, Thrayle, so...
Yeah, go for it. By whom?
Somebody asking for healing called out son of David. So he was known as son of David.
Did they just decide this?
I think it was the belief. They were convinced he was the son of David. I'm convinced he's the son of David. Who was convinced? So people were traveling from all over to encounter Jesus so they could get healed.
And I'm sorry, how is it you have been convinced he's the son of David?
Because I've read through the Bible, and in Genesis it states that there's going to be one that conquers the serpent, and then with David it's promised that he has an eternal kingdom, and then you see this story going on.
There's going to be one who conquers the serpent. What is that?
Okay, so if we go to Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, it says that there's this enmity between the offspring of the dragon and the offspring of the humans.
I'm sorry, the offspring of the dragon? What offspring of the dragon? What are you talking about? So,
in Genesis, the first time we see
Satan... in Genesis?
Yes, the serpent.
Where is the serpent referred to as a dragon?
In Revelation, it calls
why are you assuming?
serpent.
Why are you assuming these are the same character?
Because it says that ancient serpent, the dragon.
Why do you think that ancient serpent is necessarily the one from Genesis? Why could it not be some other ancient serpent?
You are correct that there are many beings in the Bible that are referred to as dragons, such as the seraphim. I'm under the understanding that in Revelation, the ancient serpent, it seems to be the... Go ahead. Oh, wait, no, it says that, yeah. The huge serpent was thrown down, the ancient snake named Devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world, thrown down to earth. That's Revelation chapter 12, verse 9.
What about that indicates that it's the serpent from Genesis? And even if it was the serpent from Genesis, then what does that have to do with this supposed prophecy about offspring of the serpent?
Because it says that there's
Why would the serpent itself be back if it's supposed to be its offspring?
Why would the serpent? Well, serpents could live a really long time. They might. I believe they have much longer lifespans than humans do.
I'm sorry. What indicates that a serpent has a longer lifespan than a human?
Because he's still alive thousands of years later, according to Revelation.
You're saying he's still alive thousands of years later. Which he? How are you concluding this is the same character?
I am under the belief that this Satan, dragon, Lucifer, Satan are the same thing.
Why? Why do you believe that?
Because of all the hints and clues that are throughout the Bible. I will admit that sometimes the Bible is very cryptic.
I'm of the belief that this dragon serpent thing is actually Mushu. So that means it must be Mushu, actually. So that's what it is. You know?
So the Bible has a lot of cryptic clues, and that is how I interpret it. But I do understand.
No, but like that's how I interpret it, and so that must be the truth. Right?
So are you asking how does one find the truth?
No, I'm asking if that serpent is Mushu because I said so, because I believe that is the case.
I mean, if you want to assign another nickname onto this being, that's fine.
No, I think it's literally the dragon from Mulan.
I'm going to ask a question from YouTube, from Jermaine Event. How did the serpent survive the flood?
This is a great question, actually. So if you go to Genesis chapter 6, we have where the sons of the gods, the B'nai Elohim, come to earth, and they interbreed with humans and produce the Nephilim hybrid. And apparently, well, connecting with First Enoch, I view First Enoch as canon, by the way. So these beings come to earth. They have the ability to leave the earth. So, because it says that anytime there's Nephilim on the earth, it's because the sons of the gods are interbreeding with humans. And the Nephilim are on the earth after the flood, which makes me believe that there's advanced beings that come down to earth.
I'm sorry. Why did God do the flood?
Which one? The one before Adam and Eve or the Noah flood? Oh, you're talking about the Noah flood?
I almost forgot about. Yeah, he believes that there was a flood before Adam and Eve, and also.
When? How?
Well, and also this part in Genesis 6 is referencing aliens.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Alrighty
so,
then.
No, this was from the beginning of our conversation. So, I mean the Noah flood. So why do the Noah flood?
Okay, so this connects with First Enoch, which I will use because I view First Enoch as canon. What happened was the advanced beings came, and not only did they.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it that you have decided Enoch is canon?
Because it's quoted in the Book of Jude. Quotes Enoch.
Who are you to decide what's canon and what's not?
It is my belief. I'm convinced because it's quoted in Jude that it is canon. And it was found in the Dead Sea
serpent must be Mushu.
And it was also found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. When they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, Enoch came in third place for how many manuscripts they found. So it was very important to them. It's also in the Ethiopian Bible, by the way.
Yes, I'm aware. So in Enoch, this is where you find the. I'm sorry. What was it you found in Enoch?
Yes.
How did
so
you answer the question?
So these advanced beings come to Earth. They know they're not supposed to do this, but they decide to do it as a group because they believe that it's their safety in numbers. And then they interbreed with humans, but they also teach advanced technology. And it was not all nice information. And basically, they did tons of evil with this information. They basically used this information to do evil. So the whole Earth became a very evil place.
Okay, so the whole Earth becomes an evil place, and this is why God floods it for Noah.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, did he fail at his goal?
Who are you referring to?
God. Why did he do the flood?
So, according to Ephesians chapter 1, verse 11, God works everything according to his will, and he's pleased to do it. I believe that the overarching lesson is that God wants a personal relationship with everybody, and his super plan is to reconcile everybody. The issue is...
Really quick, there is, by request, a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, everybody. If you do want to have your voice heard, just click on that clipboard up there in the upper left-hand corner to cast your vote. I'm sorry, you were telling me why God did the flood, or if he failed at the flood. Like, you said that he made, that all these advanced beings came down to Earth. So why does God do the flood if they're all going to survive it?
Okay, so actually one is Azazel, and this is actually pointed in the book of Enoch. There were sons of gods that were... I'm sorry, not sons of God. Well, yes. Okay, some of the advanced beings that came down were chained up under the earth, like Azazel, for example. Azazel is chained underneath the earth, and that's actually referred to in Leviticus, by the way.
Like currently chained under the earth?
Yep.
I'm sorry. What shape is the earth?
To answer your question, I believe the earth is... I would describe it as flat. There's a firmament that is a solid barrier. There's waters above us, waters beneath us, and then there's heaven above that. So there's layers.
It's a sandwich.
There's fucking layers, Thrayle.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yep. We're surrounded by water. It's like a water sandwich.
Big flat water sandwich.
Yeah, but there's like air in between, yeah.
We just spent all that time doing this for you to think the earth is flat.
Yeah.
That's almost...
Well, it has to be if he believes the Bible is true and literal, because it's pressed like a wax.
It's also 6,000 years old, huh?
No, actually, because I believe in Genesis 1 verse 1 that God created everything, and then there's the flood. There's a gap between Genesis 1 verse 1 and Genesis 1 verse 2.
There's a whole big story
that
happens.
Oh,
after God
where? How big is the
everything.
gap?
Well, where the story picks up in Genesis 1 verse 2 is that it's during a flood. That's why it's covered with water. So, which connects with Jeremiah 4:23. So, the earth
What
gets
does
wrecked,
Genesis
and
1:1 say?
it says God created the heavens and the earth.
No, what does it say in Hebrew? What is the best translation from Hebrew to English?
I am not sure. I'm convinced that it said like the Elohim.
He's only sure of the Hebrew that comports with his theory.
Okay, so
he doesn't actually know Hebrew.
Genesis 1:1 says, best translated from Hebrew, Genesis 1:1 says, when God began to create. The earth
term is
was
Elohim, right?
formless and void.
So another point I'd like to make is that Elohim is a plural term.
Nope, we're not going to do that if we're just going to talk right past what I said.
Answering questions anymore. He's just kind of preaching the point he came up to.
What is your question? I'm happy to answer questions.
You're not actually here to question your beliefs, are you? Can you tell me what you did come up here for?
I wanted you all to ask questions, right?
So you didn't actually want to question your beliefs. You're not capable of that, right? That's like a weird, icky thing.
No, I'm fine to question my beliefs.
What does that mean?
Introspection, analyzing oneself, doing experiments to see if one is accurate and in truth.
And how have you done that with the sandwiched flat earth?
There's a lot of experiments people could do to test if the earth is flat.
And how many have you performed?
Well, I don't have the technology to be able to do it, but
You're saying you don't have the technology to perform any experiment whatsoever to determine if the earth is flat or not.
But I've witnessed other people doing it that have very powerful cameras or lasers, yeah.
It really sounds like I don't actually think the Earth is flat, and I'm scared that I'm going to prove myself wrong. It's very
So, for
easy to
example,
test whether or not.
It sounds like.
So, for example, they saw the skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan, which they shouldn't have been able to see if the Earth
Why
has
not?
curvature. Because if the Earth has curvature, there should be some point that you can't see because the Earth is
The
curving.
skyline. They saw the skyline, so they saw the tops of the buildings across.
No, they saw the bottoms of the buildings too. They
Do you
saw the
hear
whole
what you're
building.
saying? Do you hear yourself?
I would ask some of the usual questions of flat earthers that I like to ask, but the audience has already made their opinion clear, and we're going to move on. Also, I don't think that it would go anywhere. I think that was absolute dogmatic,
How old was that
selective
person?
ignorance. Not old enough, and probably way too old.
Please, please, please take a critical thinking course. Not from the guy that came up here that one time, from somebody else, hopefully. But go audit a critical thinking class at your local college. Please.
My apologies to Nicholas Graves and anybody else's brain who was injured by that interview, if you want to call it that.
I do like it when I get the chance to ask those questions without wrap up here, because it feels like the training wheels are off, and I really have to check my own comprehension and knowledge of the things that I have been learning from all of you, but especially in the Messiah, Jesus thing. I feel like so that was cool. I enjoyed that.
I almost used a button. I'm glad I didn't use a button.
Oh my God. As long as it was directed towards me, it was directed towards.
No, it was the no points button.
I know.
But I'm not gonna do that.
Can somebody be smarter than something that likely does not exist? How do we measure intelligence against something that is not real?
That is
or at very least that we have no evidence is real. Like we have no evidence of what this thing even is. So how would I measure the intelligence of man against it?
That is a great question. What utility would that exercise be? Hello, David. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I'm Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not read from beginning to end. I'm working on that. I've been Christian for about a year.
About a year. What did you believe before that?
Well, okay. I mean, so Christian, technically, quote unquote, my whole life. Never started taking it seriously and actually reading the Bible until about a year ago. I should have. Yeah.
What is it that made you take it seriously?
Good question. I guess an anecdotal experience that happened to me when I was younger that I kind of reflected on finally after many years, and yeah, I guess that would be the catalyst. But
I may ask you more about that in a moment, but I'm more curious about the belief itself.
Yeah, of course.
Do you believe the stories that you know from the Bible to be true and literal?
I don't want to nail myself down on that. Like some things, I'll give an example. Yeah, I mean, but true, yes. Literal, I'm not sure. It depends on the story, but Yeah.
Let's start at the beginning just for a moment. I promise we're not going to go through the whole thing point by point, but
yeah, no worries.
Do you believe the creation story, the 6 days?
I would be. I don't know. I would be okay with saying that it's a literal 6 days. I would also be okay with saying that the 6 days was not literal. I'm not sure where I stand on that, to be honest.
You're doing great so far.
So you're not sure where you stand on the 6 days. Do you believe Adam and Eve?
Yes.
You believe that to be a true and literal story, that these are the first humans?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
It would. I'm not trying to run from the question. This is genuinely my best answer. I would say, as crazy as the Old Testament stories are to believe, I believe them because Jesus affirmed them, and I believe that Jesus truly existed.
So
things like that. I feel like there's decent evidence for that.
I see. So before we go into that, you're saying that you believe Old Testament stories, no matter how crazy, if Jesus affirmed them, then they must be true because you can affirm at least that Jesus existed, and somehow ties
not
the
just that.
stories
I think
to being true.
I think there's decent evidence that he rose. I'm a Trinitarian, so I believe that Jesus is God.
I might ask about that evidence in a moment, but
yeah, no
I'm curious if Jesus believed in the Old Testament and portions of that contradict themselves or contradict reality. Do you still believe what Jesus believed, or do you think it's possible he believed in anything archaic or false?
Well, if I'm holding the position that Jesus is God, then I would say that he couldn't have. But if there is direct contradictions in the Old Testament, then yeah, I mean that's bad. I agree. That's bad for my position. Yeah.
Are you unaware of any direct contradictions in the Old Testament?
None that I know of, no. But I'm willing to hear.
None at all.
I'm trying to think. Again, I'm not super well versed on the Old Testament, but I believe that there's a story about somebody being king, and a lot of people bring that up. Like one says that he was 22, another one says he was 44. I don't know if that's in the Old Testament or in the New Testament, but
that would be in the Old Testament.
Okay, so that's one that I know of. An argument that I've heard is that he was king twice, once at 22 and once at 44. So I'm not sure if that's a contradiction, but
like a presidency, like he stepped down, abdicated, or was voted out of office.
Yeah, I'm not too educated on that story, but yeah, that's.
It seems like something worth looking into. What's going on, Kat?
Will you look at the request for me?
Oh my goodness. It has been a while. Okay, well, I hope he's patient. Hang out. Yep. We'll bring him up in just a moment. I hope he sticks around. Okay, David, if there were contradictions like the one you talk about, if there were ones that were more direct, would that cause you to question the truth of the entire Bible?
Sure.
Would that?
Yeah, it would.
Are you familiar with the order of creation in Genesis 1?
Somewhat. I can go through it, but I have a Bible in front of me too, just so you know, if you want to.
Which translation?
I have an ESV.
ESV. Okay.
Me too.
Yep, that's the one I thought it was. So in your translation of the Bible, it will be the same as most here. You'll have the order of creation being light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the first chapter. In the second chapter, around 2:5, can you read what it says there?
2:5. It says, when no bush of the field was yet in the land, and no small plant of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the land, and there was no man to work the ground. That's 5.
So yours says no bush or small plant. It's interesting that it makes that distinction. So it says that because there is no rain and no one to work the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes on after that to say, what is it, a mist or a...
Yeah, and a mist was going up from the land, and was watering the whole face of the ground. And then I can go on to verse 7 if you want. But...
Oh, chicken kicker's not patient after all. Damn. Sorry, distracted by the comments.
No, that's okay. No worries.
So it says that a mist comes up and then he goes on to make Adam. So if you noted it, it says before there are plants, because there's no rain and no man, he makes a mist and a man.
Mm-hmm.
Is essentially saying before there are plants, he makes a man.
Okay.
Which would contradict the order given in the previous chapter. So now you have...
that plants come first. I would wonder what the Hebrew says there, if it specifically says like bushes like the ESV translates it to, or if it just says plants in general, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that is interesting though.
If it does leave it open, just no plants, because of the mist and the man, and then he makes the mist and man, it would indicate then that would it indicate to you that the stories are different, that there's a contradiction or something, at least different happening here?
Maybe I'd be interested to hear like another viewpoint of what the explanation could be, because it seems silly that the same author would contradict himself just one chapter later. I mean, but
Could
maybe
it be that it's
possible.
not the same author?
Oh, maybe the person who wrote. No, maybe. But, yeah.
Could it be that these are two different mythologies from an ancient people trying to sort out answers they didn't really have?
It could be, sure.
Do you know what authorship is attributed to Genesis and the entire Torah?
I believe it's Moses, yeah.
It is attributed to Moses, but is it possible that it is, although it is attributed to Moses, that it could be, you know, like kind of like Thrayle said, a collection of stories written by different people to communicate the, you know, culture story, like to record and communicate some ideas.
Could be. I mean, these, like I said, I mean, the main reason why I take the Genesis story is because of Jesus. Basically, this is so long ago that this would have been written that I don't think there's really any way that we could get like hard evidence on who the exact author was. So, I mean,
Sorry, now I'm wrangling the chat.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at something. Do you know how the books attributed to Moses end?
what did you say? I'm sorry, Moses and who?
The books attributed to Moses, the ones written, supposedly written by him.
I believe
how
it's
they end?
How they end?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So if it's the first 5 books, that would be Genesis through Deuteronomy.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you just meant like how the individual books end, but yeah.
How does Deuteronomy end?
Let me look. Okay.
It started 34.
Just chapter 34, or what do you mean?
Well, I mean, that's where it ends, right?
Yeah. You just want me to read the whole chapter, or what do you want me to?
I mean, have you ever read it before?
I have not. I started with the New Testament, so that's why.
Start at 5.
Okay.
34:5.
It says, so Moses, the servant of the Lord. Oh yeah, I've heard of this. I don't know how to reconcile this one. I need to look it up. But so Moses, the servant of the Lord, died. There in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. So yeah, so if Moses was writing this, it would not make sense that he would have unalived his own story.
You say that you believe these things because mostly Jesus believed them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you believe in Jesus?
Are we on the same page that like a historical Jesus existed, or should I defend that?
We can start there. I don't know what you mean by defend it. We can question it. So, why do you believe Jesus existed?
Okay. The reason why I believe that Jesus existed, I would say, right outside of the Bible, writings of Josephus, Tacitus. I would say.
How much have you looked into Josephus and Tacitus?
Josephus, rudimentary amount, I would say. Tacitus, not as much, but
So, is it possible that is yeah, we'll go. I'll just rock with Josephus for now, since you've looked more into that one. So Josephus is actually like the consensus of scholars is that the passage in Flavianum Joseph what is it, the Testimony of Flavianum?
Antiquities of the Jews.
Oh, but
or are you talking
what?
about the Testimonium Flavianus?
Yes, Testimonium Flavianus. The passage in Testimonium Flavianus is an interpolation, most likely done by Eusebius.
Okay.
So, do you understand what I mean by that?
I don't know who Eusebius is, but
Eusebius is a church father, an early church
okay.
father.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So if that is the case for this historical account of Jesus, like that is not what Josephus actually wrote. It was inserted later by somebody who had a vested interest in the church, right? Would this call into question the existence of the historical Jesus for you?
Josephus's writings were false?
Yeah. False. Changed,
Sure.
edited.
Yeah. Well, I know that a decent amount of his writings were changed. Like I've seen like there were writings that they were attributing to him, which were like very, I guess I would say Christian, sounding or whatever. Like we know that Josephus historically was a Jew who didn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, right? So,
Which does lend to the credibility of him writing about Jesus, right?
Yeah, that would lend to it. The fact that he does not believe that he's the Messiah, yet he's still writing about him, right?
Right. Unless it was the parts that are about Jesus were added much, much later by an early church father who notoriously said like that he would lie to further the agenda of the church.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. No,
I know it's a little bit damning, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it weakens my case for sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to weaken your case as much as just like does that make you question what you believe to be?
Sure. Yeah. I would, I'm not trying to do like some kind of appeal to authority and stuff like that, but I haven't looked into what like secular biblical scholars tend to believe that typically hold to the existence of Jesus as a man. You know what I mean?
I am not expecting you to believe me with no, further research, or to just drop your beliefs and agree with me. That is not my goal.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, it would make me question. Sure.
I would maybe look into that if I were you.
Okay. Yeah.
What reason do you actually have to believe, if there was even a historical Jesus, that he would have resurrected?
Okay, there are a couple different ones for this. I would say, number one, the sort of conversion that we see among Romans around the 1st century, right? They originally believed in like Greek gods, if I'm not mistaken,
or Roman gods, perhaps.
Okay, sure. I could be wrong. I kind of thought that they were the same, but I could be wrong.
How do you know that they even believed in those gods? Like
They might not have.
Which conversions are you talking about specifically?
Even I'd have to look that up, to be honest with you. But if I'm going with that, even if they were secular, right? Like even if, let's pretend like they were atheists.
Who's the they?
Romans. The Romans at
Which
the time.
Romans?
The first century Romans around the area that Jesus would have
Like
lived,
just
supposedly.
any of them, all of them. Like who specifically are we talking about?
Okay.
Just grabbing people off the street.
Yeah, I mean, there. I'll give at least one example that I can think of off the top of my head. There's the first technical depiction, quote unquote, that we have of Jesus is a mockery done by a Roman, making fun of
The donkey
presumably
graffiti.
Yeah.
How do you know that's about Jesus and not some other donkey god reference?
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't. I mean, it seems I don't know. I mean, it's a man with a donkey head being crucified, and then it's saying that this is that person's god, right? It would. I don't know of any other historical figures that were crucified and claiming to be God, but
So it is my understanding that around this time there are many like little mythicists like cults. Cults is just like a small group of people practicing a belief, right? Not like a cult like we think of today, but who had many different like varying types of beliefs and different deifications of people, and it was illegal to worship any gods but the Roman gods, I believe, for at this time. And so if they were caught having these like services or gatherings or doing these practices, like it is possible that that could have been a consequence of being caught doing this.
like the person being depicted being crucified
could have just been a person. Well, yeah, it could have just been a person who was, yes, caught engaging in one of these practices.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like
I don't know if it was illegal to believe in those gods, but I can imagine other reasons why they might be depicted in this way.
It was illegal if they refused to also worship the I'm thinking about Pliny right now, and his like it was fine as long as you would also worship the emperor, but if you didn't, that's when it wasn't fine.
If I'm not mistaken, though, I believe, I could be wrong. I'd have to look at the image again, but if I'm not mistaken, it depicts a person like kneeling in front of the cross, right? So it would more imply to me that the person worshiping his god is the person kneeling, and then the god would be the donkey person on the cross, right? But I could be wrong on that. Maybe there isn't a person kneeling in front of it, but that's just from memory.
It was also fairly common for them to anoint people to stand as a representation of the deity.
Even still, when is this graffiti from?
It's from, I believe, the late 2nd century to early 3rd century. So
what does it actually verify as far as existence of Jesus or resurrection?
So the original thing that I was getting at would be it would make me question why these Romans, considering, I mean, we're aware of like how the Romans looked at the Jews back during that time, right? I mean, it wasn't great. It would make me question why the Romans would be converting to this belief of essentially a dead Jewish guy. You know what I mean? Believing that he's a deity without there being some kind of decent evidence at that time that he did raise from the dead. That's one of my reasons. My second reason would be the Shroud of Turin.
I'm sorry. Oh, goodness. Before we go in that direction, which I'm very curious about, you're saying because Romans converted after this graffiti, that somehow means they should have had some evidence for it. But which Romans are you specifically talking about? Are you just talking about the fact that the Roman Empire?
Just Romans in general, considering the fact that they...
How long, though? How long after the death of Jesus did they convert? And how does that in any way verify his divinity? Could
we
they
can
not have seen utility.
I'm not exactly sure. We can infer that most likely that, you know, depiction on the wall was not the first instance of a Roman converting to Christianity, right? I mean, most likely
That's not. But that's not answering the question how that verifies the divinity of Jesus, the truth of the resurrection, just because somebody hundreds of years later believed it.
It doesn't, but I'm just saying it's interesting. It's much more interesting to me than like Jews believing that Jesus was the Messiah.
So, I guess I'm not understanding. In what way does this compel you, though, to believe that Jesus resurrected?
Okay. You guys are aware of like the historical tensions between the Jews and the Romans at the time, right? The Romans were fairly racist towards the Jewish people. I mean,
right.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry, my bad. Let me turn down my notification volume. Sorry. So I would look at that and...
So because Romans were racist towards Jewish people at the time, then therefore,
and then
somebody believing in Jesus, again, 200 years later, or 100 even.
I see what you're saying.
Like, how does that verify the actual events? Just because one person, or even a dozen, if you had more, believed in it 100 years later.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it was that little, it's just a dozen or something like that, then yeah, that's not very good evidence. I don't know the numbers, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
even if it were hundreds of people believing it 100 years later, how does that verify the truth of it?
I mean, those people, those Romans' grandparents, at the very least, would be alive during the time of Jesus. I mean,
are you sure their grandparents would have, not their great-grandparents? And even still, how does that verify to them?
I don't know. I mean, you don't...
I don't know is a fine answer.
What's that?
I said I don't know is a fine answer. I don't know why you're struggling.
It's a great answer.
Yeah,
conjure something more than that.
It's not interesting to you a little bit that these people who were fairly racist towards the Jewish population...
It is interesting to me. It's also interesting to me that people don't recognize how an empire might have seen utility in a growing cult.
Is it so? Let's think about the Roman Empire, right? What did the Roman Empire do? Like, what was the objective?
What was the objective of the Roman Empire? I'm not really sure. What was it?
There was a lot of conquering that went on, right?
Yeah.
They want it was a lot of we want to have control of all the land and all the people, right?
Power. Yeah. That would be the
Right.
objective.
Power, taxes, you know.
Yeah.
So if you are the Roman Empire and you see this 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 cult that has been growing for like hundreds of years, and it is getting larger and larger, and more people are starting to subscribe to this belief system, and more people, and these are the people that are in your already occupied territory, and then also the people outside of it, maybe. I don't know that for sure. I'm just like thinking in the but like if you see this group of people starting to unite together and they all reside within this huge empire that you have conquered that's really hard to keep like control over because it's so vast at this point, might you have an interest or a reason to also like make that belief system, which is becoming very prevalent, a like established belief system in the empire so as to maintain your control of your empire?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So that may have something to do with why these people who were historically so awful to the Jews all of a sudden started worshiping a dead Jew.
Yeah. Okay.
I really appreciate that you went on that journey and answered honestly with me.
Yeah, for sure.
David,
yeah.
If you were to wake up tomorrow and find that there was no reason to believe that Jesus was the Son of God, or that there was even a God or an afterlife, or that the Bible had any truth, but the mundane historical references. If you were to discover that, would it change the way you live your life?
Not necessarily. I'd probably be sad for a short period of time.
Why?
I take solace in the idea that, you'll see your loved ones who have been alive again one day and things like that. It's a nice idea for me. Other than that, I mean, not so much. My morality wouldn't change, things like that. I mean, yeah.
Is afterlife important to you?
Yeah, I would say so. But it's also scary, though. You know what I mean? It's you mess up and you could get the bad one. You know what I mean? So it's
do you believe that in the good one that you will remember this life?
The Bible's kind of split on that. Yeah, like I would say yes. It says the old things have passed away, right? But then also you see that, like, I'm not Catholic, I'm Protestant, but I've had Catholics show me that, like, the saints who are in heaven are aware of the things that are going on earth and things like that. And to be aware of what's going on earth, you must have some memory of earth, I would think. But I don't know.
So, if you'll have any memory of this life when you're in this eternal afterlife, are you supposed to be happy there? Can you feel sadness, sorrow,
No.
regret, remorse.
According to the Bible, no.
You can't feel anything like that.
No, I don't believe so.
Will you be aware of anyone who isn't there with you, who's cast into this lake of fire that's in the Bible?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I see what you're getting at. Like what if one of my family members or loved ones or things like that was in hell, right? Then I was in heaven. How would I not feel bad for them?
Are you supposed to feel joy?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. Maybe it is just somehow outside of our understanding to be able to know that. I'm not sure. But yeah, that is a difficult question. Certainly, how I am
Is that
now,
afterlife something that you want?
I would say so. Yeah.
Would you want to live inside of the gold Borg sphere or outside of it?
What is it? I'm sorry.
The big, I'm sorry, not sphere, cube, the Borg cube.
It's a
I had my
cube.
spaceships
Come on.
mixed up. I'm sorry.
There's a big gold cube.
There is in Revelation.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, is that the like New Jerusalem or something like that? I think. Right? Yeah, yeah.
It gives the measurements, and they're the same in every direction. It's a cube.
Yeah.
Half the size of the moon that'll land on the face of the earth.
Gotcha.
Do you want to be inside of it or out of it?
I don't know. Probably outside of it, you know. Inside seems like it would be just like a finite space. I mean, unless I can like leave and come back. I don't know. Yeah, probably outside, I guess.
I do think re-entry is permitted.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
So do you want a place in the Borg cube?
Do I want a place where? I'm sorry.
Did you want a place in the Borg cube?
Sure.
What will you do there?
What will I do inside the cube? Or just in heaven in general?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I mean, it is also a weird concept of like how you can exist somewhere for eternity and not like get bored and things like that. But yeah.
What is expected of you while you're there? Do you know?
You worship God. I know that. I'm not sure. I think I could be wrong, but I think the Bible sort of talks about people having like different jobs or positions or like there's some form of hierarchy, I believe, but I could be wrong.
So you're going to work through this life so that you can go to that life and do work in the cube.
I mean, okay. Hypothetically, from my position, right? Okay. I'm not. Obviously, this is just my position. If a truly all-loving God has created this place for people to go, and He claims that it will be pure, wonderful happiness, then I'll trust it. I mean.
So what if the pure, wonderful happiness is injected into you to keep you from questioning the ones who didn't make it? Or the fact that you're doing the same mundane job over and over in a glitzy, assimilated cube?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how it works because obviously there would be there would definitely be a limitation on your free will for sure, because otherwise we would see people sinning in heaven and having to leave, and we don't see that. We saw that of the angels.
You say we don't see that. What do you mean we don't see that?
Well, no, I mean like in the Bible. Sorry,
in the brochure.
Yeah. There you go. In the Bible, we don't see.
In the brochure, we don't see any of the drama that happens at the resort.
Yeah, possibly. So I don't know, but yeah, so there definitely is some sort of limitation on your free will and things like that when you are in heaven. Again, from my theological perspective.
So there's limitations on your free will.
Yeah.
What is free will?
What is free will? The ability to... Man, how would I... The ability to make unrestricted choices within your nature, I would say. Because, like, obviously, like, a human doesn't have the free will to grow wings and fly. You know what I mean? So, within your nature.
So, restricted choices. Free will is restricted choice.
Yeah. Yeah,
Why
I
would
guess
we
so.
call it free will? You're just saying that there's more restrictions in heaven than there are in life.
Okay, yeah.
How is that heaven?
Theologically, free will has kind of caused most of the bad stuff that we see now, you know what I mean? So
we should be assimilated into the collective.
No, but
resistance is futile.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's like free will is morally good, right? Like I agree that a just God should allow free will. Yeah, I would say so.
What is morally, like, how do we determine what is morally good?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to like full blown, I would have to derive my morality from my view of God, right? So like, we're going full blown. Otherwise, it's subjective. But
isn't your view of God subjective in itself? Because it's your view.
My bad. I
Is it God's subjective because it has a mind?
Technically, yes. Yeah, yeah, it's a weird one. Would you guys say that morality is completely subjective, or?
What I believe doesn't make any real difference to the conversation. But I would wonder if you think it is subjective, then why refer to a God at all?
If there is no God, I would say it's subjective. If there is a God, I would say that's objective, depending on that God. But
what would you say, David, is your best critique of your worldview, of your version of Christianity?
My best critique on myself?
On your belief, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to hear how you're always late or need to shave more often.
Yeah.
You know.
The problem of evil is a difficult one. What else would I say?
Would you elaborate just for a moment? Like, what is the biggest problem for you in the problem of evil? How does that
let me
give you pause?
essentially, it's just it kind of is the emotional impact that it can have. You know, you know, for example, look at a child with cancer, right, or something like that. How can this happen? Things like that. I mean, it's you can logically get around it, but it's the emotion that it brings that is hard to actually reconcile. Like I can make an argument and just say, oh well, you would have to prove that logically there's no reason for God to give this child cancer or something along those lines, right? But I mean, yeah, and I can squeeze by and get around it, but it, you know,
you have to turn off your humanity to do it.
Yeah, to get around it, right?
David, I think that you have done a really wonderful job and have been a delightful person to speak with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys have too.
I also think I don't have any more questions, Thrayle, but I do think, well, I do hope that you will think about the things that we talked about tonight, and maybe come back and question some more with us when you have some different conclusions or the same conclusions, maybe, you know.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's always. I mean, I like to do this because I mean it's either going to lead me to a different worldview or it will strengthen my own because I'll research it and find out answers in, you know, the favor of my worldview or in the contrary. So I like it. You know.
I appreciate the honesty, David. I really do. Thank you for answering the questions and going on the journey. I hope that you keep asking questions and come back again.
For sure. Thank you guys so much for having me up. Also, your voice is really cool, man, by the way. Just so you know. Just wanted to say that.
Appreciate you, David.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Big W's for David. Definitely demonstrated questioning his belief. Go ahead.
The most pleasant guest I have encountered tonight.
I think so.
Delightful.
Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Thrayle. Cat.
You're a little bit muffled.
Good morning, Morgan.
Hope you're doing well. No, but it's okay.
Are your headphones on backwards?
Oh,
this will be good.
Headphones. I wasn't checking it all, I promise.
Before we do introduce the next guest, I gotta thank everybody for the 41,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. I'm sure we could tap it a little bit more. I hate to.
There's 150 people in here. There's been 150 people in here for a hot minute. What the fuck do you mean we're at 40,000 likes?
Yeah, it's
Thrayle's not gonna say it, but I will.
And it's fast approaching toilet time, and we have
your life is not that entertaining, bro. But go ahead.
Okay. Well, so Elber, if you don't want to be respectful, I don't think that we'll have a conversation with you. That's fine. We'll move on.
Expected.
I was totally here to give him a chance, but if he's just gonna...
I've been trying to give him a lot of chances in the chat.
The only reason he still has chat privileges is because...
Nope, don't give
The only reason he still has chat privileges is because I saw you there, and I was like, I'll let Morgan handle it, because I don't have any patience tonight.
He called me out for begging for likes. I'm not begging for likes. I'm just pointing out there's a stark difference from tonight, from our usual nights, you know. By this point, we'd usually be a little bit higher in the numbers, and I'm not one to usually call out the audience for not tapping.
Yeah, I think I did
happy
that,
to do so.
actually. Yeah, that was me.
Oddly enough, most, if not all, TikTok creators
ask for engagement. So I don't really know.
I wonder why they might do that.
Yeah.
YouTube as
I wonder
well.
if
You know, press
it
that
like
like,
helps
share it out.
your stream.
I wonder if there's like an algorithm that responds.
Yeah, like I wonder if it like helps the
engagement.
algorithm or something. Maybe.
Good morning, Noctis. How are you?
I'm ill.
That's not good.
The partner infected me. I've mumbled all morning. Like, you've done this to me.
This is what men do.
Fucking men.
I know. I'm just getting a prep done for food whilst I listen and talk. So good luck with whatever comes out of my brain today.
I'm looking forward to
Also, that was a joke, I promise.
Can't remember and you're on a lie.
I literally called somebody out for being a misandrist earlier, so I felt like it was like very fair of me to call myself out.
Yeah, know what that is.
I don't know that she got to full-blown misandry, but I think it was gearing towards it. She was certainly...
Oh, we were definitely getting there.
Yeah.
I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Yeah, me too. Humans suck.
Noctis, you are making so much noise. I love you so much, but...
Sorry, I'll mute myself.
It does make me wonder what the noise was. Like, was she mashing potatoes or washing a colander?
I'm peeling carrots.
Peeling carrots.
That's the sound of peeling carrots. Awful.
These are definitely kitchen noises for sure, yeah.
I was definitely gonna say, I wanted to say like frying bacon or something.
No, there wasn't enough sizzle.
But there wasn't enough. Yeah, I was gonna say there wasn't enough. There wasn't enough volume to it, so I couldn't place the sound.
Quigley says washing chainmail. Yeah.
Also acceptable answer. No, it
That
just
is kind of what it sounded like.
Oh, I kind of love it. I wonder if I start chopping what that'll sound like. Hang on, wait, this isn't an ASMR. I apologize.
That's all right. We appreciate you, Noctis. We also appreciate honest, questioning believers. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue or tear you down. I'm not even looking to burgle your god. I just want to know, if you can question your belief, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
If you were here and you saw the last guest, David, that is... Oh god, hold on. Oh no, it's okay, thank you. Then that was a really great example of how to do this. He did a really good job. He was very honest and, you know, did not make a bunch of excuses, which was great. He like really engaged with the points. That's what we're trying to do. There was no yelling, there's no arguing. It was good. That's what we like to do. But if you do want to yell and argue, we'll unleash Noctis's carrot peeling on you and subject you to that.
Oh, ha ha ha. It's onions next.
Seems like a fitting.
Why do I imagine that onions will sound even more visceral?
I don't know. It's so strong I do wear my swimming goggles, so you picture that as you will.
I need a photo. Oh my god, that's adorable.
I legit do.
I really do, because I cry and I can't cope.
You know what else works, Noctis? Standing next to an open window or being outside will like help.
Yeah, but it's raining. I'll lose half the onions.
Well, okay, goggles it is.
It's very entertaining. It's a great picture.
Are you guys picturing it? Because I'm picturing it.
They are black as well, so if that helps. I'll try and get my partner to take a picture later and put in the Discord.
I would love that.
Oh, we had a Polly up here, but I don't think Polly meant to be here. Appreciate you anyways, Polly.
Noctis, did you say what you were making?
Oh, we're doing a curry for next week. I don't know what one. My brain doesn't function. I just chop it all, and then I leave the hard work to my partner. Who's doing the dishes? I shall mute.
That reminds me, not that, but what Thrayle said right before that reminds me to say W sleepers.
Hell yeah. Appreciate all the sleepers. All of them.
W my dog.
Dude, your dog was
Supper.
very noisy. She didn't even snore. You should hear when she snores. I think we need one of Michael V's musical segues. Which one should we do?
The opium den has grown on me.
Has it grown on you?
Yes,
It has.
School 10.
I do like that one.
I also don't know if he's heard me call it that. But I think he would find the humor in it.
It is pretty on point. And my favorite one.
Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that?
That sounds like me. I don't.
You go, welcome to the Batcolyte.
Welcome to the Batcolyte.
Like.
Can you question your beliefs?
Wait, did you say that to me? Or did you say cat I like? Or what or did you That's what it sounded like. I couldn't tell. Yes, thank you. I acquired this gem yesterday, and it's a new favorite of mine.
God's favorite.
Clearly, I am.
I mean, I don't know. Which God? Which God, as Crybaby
All of
Monster
them.
says.
The general God. It's like the general you know?
The general God. Is the general God the one that sells the car insurance? I'm a little confused.
Maybe. I don't know. I got it secondhand. God didn't give it to me himself, so.
See, what you're saying is God's favorite was too good for the shirt, and you got it.
I'm parading around, like, posing as God's favorite, really.
False God's favorite. A faux fave.
Well, I believe that I am God's favorite, so I must be God's favorite. Look at the chat, Thrayle.
I know.
Right. So it's true.
How many stars does this general God have? I think I've asked
Probably
you this before.
5.
A 5-star general.
Well, I mean, it's God, so.
Sorry, the music was a little loud.
5-star generals don't exist.
Right, that's the point.
Anymore.
Right, that's the point.
So wait, are you saying that God is a retired rank? In which military?
It is a rank that was only used in the World War.
Only used in the World War.
Which one?
Cat beat me to it.
That made it sound like there was just like one giant war.
Just the Great War. They called it the Great War. Until the second time it happened. Then.
Crybaby Monster, you don't need shit. I'm very warm under my DD-214. Thank you.
Did I tell you what I found in a thrift store jacket pocket one day, Morgan?
You did what now?
A DD-214.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I got a jacket at the thrift store, and I found a DD-214 in it from a guy who retired in 1953.
That's so cool. Do you still have that paperwork?
Yeah, of course. It's just a copy, but it is really cool.
I have a feeling that our next guest isn't going to last very long, but let's find out if they're capable of valuing others as much as themselves. High value man, can I get you to unmute and give me your age?
No.
Hello?
Yeah, can I get your age?
Yes, sir, I'm 49.
Can you stop shouting at me?
I'm not shouting.
Okay.
Thrayle.
Homie.
He was shouting.
That's your default volume. That's shouting, friend.
Yeah, that's definitely shouting. It's unfortunate because I have many questions.
We can try again. Maybe he's hard of hearing. That's possible, but you could dial it down just a little. We hear you just fine. So, you said you're 49. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm not doing this, but fuck you.
Okay.
Well, I guess he's not
Well,
high value enough.
Proud of you for giving him another go. I
He's
appreciate
too
it.
high value for us. Clearly, he
Oh,
is
is
too
that
high
what
value.
it is?
Yes. I had many questions. None of them had to do with God.
No, I know. You were going to ask what the value was, and how did he determine it was so high?
Oh, see, here's the thing. You haven't heard this, but I know the rhetoric really well. Like, really well.
High value men, I guess.
Oh, you guys are making me chuckle. Oh, I'm so sorry, Crybaby Monster. I truly didn't see their comment to you. But if it makes you feel any better, I was waiting for them to crash. I was waiting for them to push so I could actually mute them. Sometimes I'm not that nice. Yeah, sorry. It was someone in the comments earlier who was not very nice. Oh, there you go. That's an onion.
Tutski, clearly you are not aware of what it takes to be a high value man.
If that was high value, what is above that?
Well, see, you have to understand the system of like how high value a man is by the number of pegs they have on.
Oh my god. Pegs per minute.
I didn't get it. I didn't get the peg thing.
I stepped away for just a moment, and we're back to pegging.
And it's my fault.
Oh, do you mean right? Because you said number of pegs, it didn't connect.
There's
No,
a
I don't know
pigs
what's
per minute
worse.
thing.
I don't know what's worse, that we're back to pegging again. It's been a week. We managed nearly a week.
It was such a
I would
soft
like an
call. I
incident
couldn't.
sign, like number of days since our last pegging incident.
It's those damn high value men, Thrayle.
They do just kind of drag the pegging out of everybody, don't they?
I want you to know I absolutely hate myself that I'm the one that brought it up.
I don't know what's worse, that Morgan is the one that brought up the pegging, or listening to Noctis process what the pegging was.
Okay,
about.
so
Isn't fair.
I
And
leave
pegs
the panel.
is not the same as pegging, okay?
Okay, so Shannon is here this time. Lovely Shannon down there. But I leave the panel shortly after that conversation ends last time. And I go into, and Z was hosting a live, and I go into Z's live, and I say something to Z about it because I knew he would find the humor in it. And poor Shannon is in the audience, and she says, "What's pegging?" And then she says, "I'm gonna Google it." And I said, "Oh no."
Oh no.
What have I done?
You didn't do that to Shannon. Shame on you.
I didn't mean to.
Look at the comments. No, Noctis, look at the comments.
I didn't mean to do that to Shannon. I felt bad about it.
I mean, you know what? You can Google it. It's absolutely fine and completely normal, and some people adore it. No shame here.
Just like, so innocent though. What's that? I'm gonna Google it. I was like, oh no.
It's a world of fun. That's what I'm gonna say. Maybe sparkly unicorns as well.
I think Morgan deserves this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this
It was a callback to the original joke. I couldn't.
It was
believe
a really good callback.
It was probably like the only time it was actually a good callback.
It was very clever and very well placed. It was.
Oh no. Oh no. No.
I had a conversation yesterday about what this was. I had to tell the lab girls. They had no idea.
Terrifying. Terrifying. No thank you. Terrifying.
Not safe for work is what it is.
Oh my. Crybaby monster, never Google what your chat tells you to.
Ever. It's never in good faith.
Even the best audience on TikTok can lead you astray. For usually the most hilarious
Shannon, no.
reasons.
Shannon, no. Shannon, stop. Nope, not that one.
It's gonna be more
No,
extreme
please.
than the last, Shannon.
Shannon, please, no, don't.
Imagine the context, Shannon, and it's probably worse. Whatever you imagined.
Like, exponentially.
But rather than dwelling on what the fuck is the matter with anyone, let's find out if there's anyone who can question their beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, that is what the fuck we're talking about. So go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate you or argue. I'm not interested in tearing you down or burgling your gods. Although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it?
And what does that sound like to you?
Crybaby monster, the fact that those are in the same sentence. My chat is evil. Philly has come in before. Are we saying Philly? Philly is evil.
Philly may or may not have evil tendencies.
No,
Allegedly.
Not Philly.
I'll hear none of that. She is amazing.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not like I just do remember somebody dropped Thrayle off his own panel. I don't remember who it was or anything. I remember that happened.
Was it Philly? I feel like it was Philly.
Likely, yeah.
She
does it so tastefully.
If it wasn't Noctis,
She does.
Not sure what belief that is in the chat there, Geomiles. It's probably unnecessary. But you can go ahead and question it to your heart's content outside of the chat, somewhere else, preferably. Good morning, Lady Huggy.
Hi, Lady Huggy. You beautiful lady.
Good morning, beautiful, beautiful person.
What was that? Didn't quite hear you there, Cat.
It's fine. Shannon said her face was all red, and I said we told her, we warned her.
Oh, no, yeah, don't Google things that are new buzzwords in chat. That's dangerous.
Yeah, that one's on you. That one's totally on you. You were warned.
I say, especially when someone says, my chat told me to look it up and I regret it.
Why do I have a feeling? Oh, okay, I was going to say.
That's why.
I thought maybe I saw Tootski come up. I wondered if he was coming to give us a new buzzword to Google. I'm glad he didn't. That's not an invitation for that direction. I felt suddenly that I had just left an open-ended challenge, and I'm not doing that.
I'm being good right now.
Oh, goodness, crybaby. That was,
Yep, like we're talking about pigging and sounding, so it is a little heavy.
No, we're really not. We're not talking about those things. I don't recall.
We're talking about questioning beliefs, and if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you think you can question that belief, request up. Let's find out.
That's what we were.
Morgan had to save it because she's the one who started it.
It is my fault. I had to fix it. I am very sorry. I'll put myself in the corner.
I have an idea.
Oh no.
different one.
Why, oh no.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request honor. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
There is always room for one more in the shed. Of course, that is, if you can even question your belief and you find that God lacking. But I'm not here just to pry it from your fleshy fingers as you cling to the last vestiges of your faith. Not at all. I'm really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I'm being noisy.
Sounded like a pen scribble.
I'm setting the music device down on the stand next to me.
Oh.
Oh, I guess it is Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. If that is something that matters to you.
Joyous Lupercalia. Enjoy your lottery.
Happy Valentine's Day, you guys.
Happy Valentine's.
So, in honor of Valentine's Day, I guess. What the fuck is love?
Hormones.
I think that's part of it, but I don't think that's all of it.
What more is there?
The conscious choice to continue to love.
What do you mean by a conscious choice to continue to love?
You can love someone and never show it.
And how do you know that's love?
How does anybody? I don't mean to answer a question with a question, but love itself is the choice to continue to choose to care for someone. You can have the feeling of love start with hormones, but I don't think hormones play a factor forever.
Why not forever? What do you mean by that? Can you give an example?
Sorry, I'm thinking and my dog is eating.
You can take your time.
Could you ask the question again, please?
And my sick brain tells me that possibly not, no.
Oh, okay, good. My dog, the sound has invaded my brain and all of my thoughts are gone, so.
I honestly can't remember what it was. If anyone remembers, please let me know.
Please help. I'm not trying to avoid the question, I promise.
Hello.
Welcome back, God Provides. We spoke earlier,
Thank you.
but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm in my mid-30s.
And before I go into your God belief, I assume you requested backup because of the change in prompt?
Yes.
You wanted to share your thoughts on what love is?
Yes.
What is love?
So, my belief is that I see things numerically. So, I would like to believe that we could measure love, and therefore certain people or beings can be more loving than others, or show more love than others. And then so I question, how would one measure all the metrics of love?
First, you need to come to the conclusion of what all the metrics would be. So what would that be in your case?
So my current theory is that if you take how much joy someone has, their perspective, their beliefs, their motives, and you combine that all together, that all adding up is somebody's endurance or patience. So I see people having certain loving stats, and so there's many different aspects of love, but I look at joy and peace and love and care and kindness. How about you all? Do you all measure love?
The questions are more about your belief, right? Why
That
do
is
you
true.
measure love this way?
Why do I measure love this way? It is because in the Bible, specifically in 1 Corinthians 13, it presents love as all these stats. However, all these stats can be increased. Like faith can increase, joy can increase, care can increase, kindness can increase, which makes me believe that love can increase, because love is defined by all those things, in my opinion.
Why do you define... Oh, well, go ahead, Noctis.
Sorry. Can you... No, it's gone. It's gone. Something about joy and love.
Why do you define love this way?
That's an excellent point. I suppose I could come up with my own definition of love instead of looking at Paul's definition. That's a great point.
It came back.
I would...
Can you have joy without love?
Can you have joy without love? Can you have joy without love? I don't think you could have the fullness of joy without love. And I also think... I don't think you can have the fullness of joy without love and the fullness of both. So they both increase each other. Because love...
What do you mean by fullness? I don't...
So, love is the ultimate motive for joy. Like, what is joy really celebrating? That's my point. So, I think joy is most ideal and the highest level if it's celebrating love. And if somebody's really, really loving, then they will have joy. That's why I think they're interconnected. That's just idealism. My belief in idealism.
You're an idealist?
Yes.
Thrayle, can I... Yes, or not this is.
Gotcha, Cat. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yes, so in my opinion, love is a very ideal thing.
What?
Why do you define it that way?
Because when one tries to define the word ideal, the question is what things are ideal? And I think love is the most ideal thing that I can think of, if I'm honest. What's more ideal than love?
I don't know, but why is it to you an ideal?
That's a great question. Because love keeps one very healthy. It keeps their mind healthy, their heart healthy, I believe spiritually healthy, and also it helps everybody. So ideally we would love everything, everyone, and that would give us the ultimate perspective. And it would also be in the most truth, I think.
Is all love good?
I do believe so. I do believe that loving everyone and everything is good. Well, this is because I believe that Well, go ahead.
Would you put jealousy under the umbrella of love?
So I believe that all things are being worked out together for good. So I don't think that one should remain in jealousy, but I think jealousy can teach somebody lessons. So it could be ideal for somebody to experience jealousy in order for them to learn lessons. But I don't think that a person
What's the
should stay in
question you're
jealousy.
answering?
What?
What's the question you're answering?
I was asked about jealousy.
Right. Can you repeat the question that you were answering?
They asked me if jealousy was ideal, right?
No. No, she did not.
Can you repeat the question then, please? I
ask
misunderstood.
Morgan, can you repeat it because my brain's gone.
Noctis.
My brain is like a hop, skip, and a jump from falling out of my nose.
Would you place jealousy under the same umbrella as love?
I would place it under the umbrella of a journey towards love. In fact, I would put everything in the journey towards love, but there's like a spectrum of things that are more loving than others. But yes, I would put it in the umbrella of love.
Why make that distinction in wording? That was not the question that I asked.
Oh, it's because in my mind I have different numerical things for each stat. So with idealism, I have different things that are more ideal than others. So while jealousy I do not see as super ideal, it is ideal in learning about idealism, I think. I see life as a journey, to be honest. That's why.
Do you think love is measured differently for each person?
That's incredibly possible. I do believe we each have our personal journeys. However, I do believe that there are certain standards that can be compared to. But
okay. Well, if we revert back to everyone measures differently, how is that measurement fair? How would you be able to verifiably measure it?
I wouldn't be able to truly compare unless I encountered beings that had a very super wise perspective.
Is there ever a point when love becomes harmful?
I would say there are parts of the journey where that is true. The journey towards idealism, I would say, contains negative reinforcement, also positive reinforcement, but I believe the negative reinforcement is also there. Plus, how should I say, personal sacrifice, personal selflessness can be part of a.
What are you answering again?
You were saying how is harm connected to love? Yes.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you said harmful, didn't you? You said is it harmful?
Is there ever a point where love becomes harmful?
I mean, if
one thing,
go ahead.
Love is objectively measured in lubidubas. Lubidubas?
Lubidubas, yes.
Lubidubas.
Oh, lubidub. Lubidub.
Lubidubas. And also, jeez. She asked you when, if love could become harmful. That is what asked you.
So, like for a firefighter
And also,
or a hero,
what is positive and negative reinforcement?
Okay, so with the wait, which one do you want me to answer first?
Answer mine first.
Okay, so the harmful thing, like a firefighter or like a hero that's rescuing somebody that could be harmed in doing what they're doing. They're acting in love, but it could potentially be harmful for them, and they're willing for it to be harmful for them. That would be how I would see harmful love, like a
So,
hero.
can your love ever be harmful to another person?
Can love ever be harmful to another person? I would say
Can you harm somebody
certainly
by
with.
loving them?
Can you harm somebody by loving them? In the big picture, in the long run, it's to help them. I believe, like I think about the way I perceive the Heavenly Father
What do you mean
being
by
sovereign over everything. In my perspective, that they are controlling things that are harmful on purpose, but it's for our good. So yes, I do think that love can be harmful to others, but in the long run it's helpful.
All the time? Is that
You said what all the
case?
time?
Is that the case
Is
100%
every
of the
single
time?
time?
Yes, I believe that in the long run, big picture, all things are being worked out together for good, including evil things. Evil things will eventually turn into good things. Eventually.
I need to mute.
We're gonna. Can you define can you tell me what you meant by positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement?
So I see Heavenly Father as a being that wants to be connected to and
How? Can you define what you mean by positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement?
Yes, I believe the Heavenly Father is the one doing the positive and negative reinforcement.
Right, but what do those words mean?
Okay, so positive reinforcement is rewards for doing good, and negative reinforcements are bad things that happen when you're not doing things that are
So I have a question.
ideal.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, when someone does nothing but good in the eyes of God, whatever, does nothing but good, but instead of this positive reinforcement that supposedly exists, all they get is negative reinforcement. Explain that to me. Why does that happen?
Okay, so there is where God tests, like the book of Job, where basically nobody avoids trouble. Everybody is going to experience bad times no matter what, no matter how good they are. Even if they're perfect, they will have troubles irregardless. But there's less negative reinforcement you will deal with on that path, and there's way more positive reinforcement you will deal with on that path, because there's rewards that are conditional.
How have you come to that conclusion when there are people that suffer regardless throughout their whole lives?
I would say that it's based on personal experience and what I've read. So, for example, even if somebody suffers their whole life, they
Personal
could be
experience and what you've read.
Yeah.
In what way is it based on what you've read?
So I've read the Bible, I've heard people's testimonies, I have experienced living on earth. I would say that just because somebody's suffering doesn't mean that they're not rich in other ways. They
In
could
what
be
way,
overflowing.
In your experience living on earth, have you only experienced this kind of balance, this kind of richness from God?
Yes, I would say God has given me a lot of joy and a lot of peace. I consider that blessings. And so when I measure somebody's experience on earth, I look at how has God blessed them? You know, has God given them excellent perspective, a lot of wisdom, a lot of joy, a lot of peace? You know, there's a lot of factors other than like physical.
And if God doesn't bless them?
Well, I do believe that God blesses everyone, but there's extra blessings, and that's the positive reinforcement.
Is that not favoritism?
Is it not favoritism? This is a good question. There does appear to be some amounts of favoritism because certain beings are predestined to do certain wonderful roles.
You believe
What?
in predestination?
So, in accordance with Ephesians 1:11, I believe that there was a meeting before the universe was created, and there was a plan that God laid out for everything and assigned roles. And like even Jesus was chosen for a role. And then prayer is where we can negotiate with God about the future.
So prayer is us negotiating with God to change the plan?
Yes.
And he changes the plan from time to time according to our prayers?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of that?
Sure. So in Jeremiah chapter 18, he says that prophecies are like wet clay. So when Jonah showed up and announced that their city was about to get wrecked, the people could have been like, well, God sent a prophet, we're going to get wrecked. But they were like, you know what? We should give this a shot of trying to intervene with God about this. And then they prayed and fasted, and God decided not to do that.
Do you know how the Jews understand prophets and prophecy?
Well, I mean, I hope so, but I'm open to learning more about it.
Right, it is relevant because they wrote the Torah, right? The original, you're right. So, prophets, I'm trying to remember the exact words that Rob said, but it is the prophet's job to comfort the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable. I believe is verbatim what he said. And what he meant by this is that it is not the prophet's job to tell tales of the future, but to cause reflection of the people in the present. Oh!
Do we want to talk chicken kicker?
Yes, we want to talk to Chicken Kicker, please.
It's been a long time.
I've never talked to Chicken Kicker.
Chicken Kicker?
It's been a very long time. God provides best. We will talk again. I'm going to move on to another guest.
Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you. Hope that you keep asking questions, and we will have more questions for you another time.
Okay, I just manifested Chicken Kicker into this room, though, because literally 2 minutes ago I thought, I hope Chicken Kicker comes in here and saves us from this.
I'm glad I made an impression on this live like once before, like months ago, because it wasn't recently. So
it was months ago. Well, you haven't changed your TikTok profile name since, I've noticed.
Because you told me what I should be labeled as.
Well, I didn't tell you what to name.
No,
it.
you didn't, but she did.
Somebody else said you should, yeah. But I'm just to catch us up, to remind everybody, can we get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Oh, 43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that there is a higher power, but I don't believe I know what that is.
Mm-hmm. Why do you... Well, since you don't know what it is, why do you believe there's something there?
Because I've experienced... Okay, because I've experienced supernatural stuff. And that makes me believe that there is something else rather than just the reality that's in my face.
When you say you've experienced supernatural stuff, can you elaborate? Can you tell me something supernatural you've experienced?
Okay, what is it? What should I call you? Thrayle? Thrayle?
Yeah.
Okay, so Thrayle. So I've already explained this before. This is the second time I'm doing this. But yeah, so I've experienced supernatural things like pushing me over and made me feel like I ain't shit. You know, so
Something supernatural pushed you
yes,
over and
yes,
made you
so-
feel like you ain't shit.
correct. Like I'm not here for their agenda, whatever that is.
What do you mean by something supernatural pushed you over?
So once again. So I came across a intersection where there was something going on. There was a dead sacrificed, unalived sacrificed chicken in the middle of the road, and I kicked it, and I felt like something pushed me, and it was drawn in a circle. So it was a circle and an unalive chicken in the middle of it, and I kicked it. And something supernatural kicked me over and just like dethroned me from my normal will of a human being.
When you say it was drawn in a circle, what was drawn in a circle?
So there was chalk around the chicken, and then I kicked the chicken. Yeah.
So you come to an intersection and you see a chalk circle with an unalive chicken in the middle, and it was your instinct to kick the chicken.
To touch
No.
it, to just even approach it.
No, I agree, but
Why-
I come from a different culture where we see unalive things everywhere, like left and right.
Why did you kick the chicken?
What culture, please? I'm
I'm
so
from
curious.
Brazil.
Uh-huh. That doesn't make it better.
You asked me and I answered, so what else?
But why did you kick the chicken?
Because I'm a kid, I'm a child, and we just do stupid things.
How old were you at the time?
Fucking 10, I want to say 9, 10. 9, 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then you
Cognizant
were kicked over.
enough.
You were kicked over after you kicked the chicken. Like you angered something by kicking its chicken.
Yes, correct.
I just want you to know that I have not heard this story from you, but I have heard it secondhand, and now probably 3 out of 5 times when I'm asking to leave the panel, I say, "Hey, Thrayle, can you kick me like a voodoo chicken?"
So tell me what I experienced. From your experience, what did I experience?
Well, what do you mean something kicked you over?
No,
Like-
I'm asking because you have the answers to my lived experiences.
She has more questions, and nobody here has
I have
the
more questions.
answers
I've
to
never
your
heard the
lived
story.
experience.
No, because you have the
Chicken-
answers to my questions.
Chicken
So go
kicker.
ahead.
We don't have the answers to your questions.
Okay.
I don't know why you
I've
think
never.
we do.
This is the first time I've even heard the story, so I don't know.
Okay. But he's heard it because he invited me up here.
I have
Yes.
heard it,
Okay.
but I don't have the answers. We're here to see if you can.
Nobody has the
question
answers,
it.
and I don't either,
Right.
brother.
But we're here to see if you can question it. Can you question it?
Yes, I can. I can question everything, dude, because I don't have a solid belief.
When you say that something kicked you over, like what do you mean? Like
I
what-
mean,
what
like,
happened?
let's say you're doing something on a regular day, right? And then suddenly something just something made you feel like less of a human being, right? So something pushed you over to the ground, and then you look up and you look around, and there's nothing around you to define what pushed you over.
So when you kicked the chicken, what happened to it?
The chicken rolled, and then I got pushed to the ground.
Did it leave the circle?
Yes, it did.
How did you and so you why was the circle there? Did you find out?
I mean, honestly, after much research about voodooism and everything that's going on with that, I came to find out that I did something wrong. So
So
that's
you deducted after you looked into it that it was a voodoo
right,
circle,
correct.
and
Because I experienced
the
it.
chicken was the sacrifice.
Right. So I experienced it firsthand, and then once the thing happened to me, I actually did the research. I didn't do the research just to like
Right, right,
you know.
right.
Right. It's
Right.
based on personal experience.
So is it possible? Okay, is it possible that you kicked the chicken and you kicked it too hard and tripped yourself, and then felt bad after seeing the kicked chicken when you were on the ground because it hurt?
I mean, yeah, if you want to question my beliefs or whatever happened to me, say 40 years ago, 30 years ago, right? So you can start questioning what I remember, right? But when it comes down to it, like my traumatic experience is always going to be there, correct? So I'm always going to remember first and foremost what exactly happened to me at that moment before I even start to speculate what actually happened, correct?
But you were also sorry.
No. I know you're on a roll. It's just very important in this instance. Do you remember what it smells like? Do you remember the weather? Do you remember the color of the chicken? Do you remember the clothes you were wearing?
Well, I honestly remember being a kid, and I remember the fact that honestly I was a child at the moment, and it left an imprint, right? So let's say somebody was abused at a young age, and it left an imprint.
Yeah, but I don't need to go.
That's all I gotta say.
She's asking you a different question than you're answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Can you elaborate better on the question?
Can you dial it back just a little bit? Let her speak without shouting over.
Okay. So you don't quite remember what you were wearing that day?
No, I was wearing tennis shoes and probably a t-shirt, dude. But honestly, that's not the important part of the remembrance.
No, I know.
Okay.
But my point here is that if you can't remember all of it, is it perhaps a chance that you falling over wasn't because you were pushed and you were misremembering that too?
Right. So you're asking me if this was a hallucination or not? No.
No.
Not quite.
I'm just asking if you perhaps don't remember every detail, at which point could this not be the brain? Could this not be you filling in the gaps, right?
I mean, yeah, you can say that, but at the same time, like, what can you explain what happened to me? Like, what happened to me? Can you explain that? Like, what happened to me?
Is it possible that you kick the chicken, and like I said, sometimes you kick things too hard and you trip yourself up? I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but I have. And then you fall to the ground and it hurts, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? And you're 10 years old, and so it freaks you out, right? Because you didn't expect to fall, and it hurt, and there's a dead chicken right there. And you're in this weird circle in the road, right? You know, like there's like a bunch of circumstances here that could potentially lead to some like anxiety. So, and then you are curious about why there's a dead chicken in a circle, understandably so. And so you do some research and you find some things about voodoo and sacrifices, and this leads you to believe that this experience was you angering a voodoo like entity, and you got kicked over, which is why you fell down. And this is all like I can see how I can see the line of like reasoning play out, right? Like this, you're 10 years old, right?
Yeah.
But do you think it is more likely that it was an angry voodoo spirit or a 10-year-old kid who kicked a chicken too hard and tripped himself up and then got scared when he fell?
Well, I can tell you this, man. I played soccer my whole life, and I can tell you if I've kicked something and actually missed and just fell down, or if I actually kicked something and something more stronger than me came upon me and made me fall down. I can differentiate the distinctity on that, you know. So I'm not retarded. If you want to,
Differentiate the distinctity. Well, it was a pleasant
yeah,
conversation.
sure. Well, I mean, whatever.
While it lasted, chicken kicker.
Yeah,
We're gonna
thank
drop you for the slur.
They points out as well. Voodoo deities are called Loas.
Sorry, thank you, Blake. I did not know.
Now we know.
Now we do.
And knowing is half the battle. Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna question if it was worth knowing, but I appreciate the effort.
And if anyone watching has the willingness to put in the effort to questioning their beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue, but just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Rosie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Rosie, I'm gonna guess you didn't mean to join. If you did, go ahead and request back up.
Also, right, an unalived animal of any sort stinks. I feel like you would remember that.
Forget. You will not forget the smell of an
Chicken kicker, you got dropped for saying slurs against TikTok terms of service. It had nothing to do with whether or not what you had to say was true.
Yeah, I don't care if it is true, to be honest, chicken kicker. I might be too ill for this Thrayle. After that sentence that just escaped my mouth.
Oh my. We only have one person left requesting, and we know they can't question their beliefs. And all they want to question is my intentions for the show. I don't know.
And on that note, I would like to go the way of the voodoo chicken, please.
Appreciate you, Cat.
I say that all the time. You just haven't.
Honor.
Ha. Caught her mid-sentence.
What does it feel like to be a kicked chicken cat?
I would imagine it would be a little unnerving. Probably. I mean, from my research, they tend to be decapitated if they're in those circles, so.
I genuinely have no idea. I don't think I've ever looked into it before.
What is the possibility of this being Santeria and not voodoo?
High. Well, not necessarily high, but fair odds that it could be. Let me see. I think it was Santeria. Voodoo, and there were a few other Afro-Caribbean and African.
Yeah, specific, yeah.
Yeah, there were a few other traditions, but generally those are the two that came up.
Your information.
Hello, Beth the Badass. Welcome back. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm super old. I'm 38.
Super old and ancient at 38. And
Wow.
do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I mean, I do. Do you? I wasn't even really trying to.
Couldn't quite hear you there, Beth.
Okay. I honestly, I feel like very lonely. Like I felt like you guys were like my friends, and I want to chat with you guys. Might be weird. But do you feel that you have a higher power over me?
What I believe doesn't really make too much difference, Beth. I'm sorry that you're feeling lonely and that you're looking for friends. There are communities out there that anyone can join. But it sounds like you need that kind of conversation. You're not really interested in questioning your beliefs, are you?
No, I am. We've had a whole different lots of things, thinking about things that my mom was saying that he was like a demon.
What god or higher power do you believe in, Beth?
I don't believe in anything in particular, and that's what I think that is really important for me. I wish that everyone would.
For you, not believing in something in particular is important.
No, what I'm saying is, I don't know what I'm saying right now. I'm a little bit buzzed. So, it's
Well, and that tends to be the other reason that we don't get far in our conversations, Beth, is because I do find these conversations go a little better on a clear head.
Right, but so what I'm saying is believing in everything because when I was very young, I went to college and I learned about all the different religions.
All the
And I
different
really
what?
appreciate that. All the different religions.
You learned about all the different religions, and when you learned about all of them, did you learn about the Zoroastrian religion?
Yes.
What do they believe?
I don't know. It was a very long time ago.
What about the Baha'i faith? Did you learn about the Baha'is?
I think I did. But it was like I said a very long time ago when actually things were good. You know, when you went to college, you would actually think that you would be learning about something good. And I have been dealing with my children for a very long time. I don't know if you guys know about what Common Core is. Have you guys heard of Common Core?
I'm familiar with it. I'm not sure what it has to do with your beliefs in gods.
It has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
It just has to do with what, people are being educated on in, real life. And I was very, very, very lucky to have been in this exact perfect time and space, in my opinion, to learn about all these beautiful things in a perfect way.
All the beautiful things like Common Core.
No, definitely not Common Core. That wasn't a part of it.
Interesting.
No, I had to deal with all of that today.
I wonder why we're going on this journey and where this journey is leading. I'm going to go ahead, I think, Beth, and pull the ride over and appreciate you for coming out. But I think I don't have more questions right now, and I'm not sure where this is going. So if it's not to question, your beliefs, then I think we'll go ahead and move on.
I mean, I thought that's what we were doing with this one.
So we ended up going on a ride through Common Core, and
Yeah. Right away at the start.
and what perfect time you had to exist in, so that you could recognize things that exist and the beauty in them, and
I was
Common
able
Core.
to things No, yeah, far beyond that. I was able to learn about all the different things, like, and my daughter, even to this day, she's, 18 years old, and she's telling me that she's literally learning Common Core things right now in college, and it just rips my heart open. So,
What does that have to do with anything, Beth?
everything. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay.
What is that? Like, everyone is being educated in a particular way. So, explain to me.
I'm not here to explain anything to you, Beth. I'm not here to explain anything to anyone. I am here to see if you question your beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. That's what I'm here to do. And also, I'm definitely here to make sure that I thank Angel and Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Noctis, Donna B. Yellow, also Morgan Le Fay, Paniac, Polly, and Cat the Witch. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate you helping with the goal.
Also, in case Philly is still here, I love you, beautiful being. What is Common Core? Like, I don't know what this is.
A method of teaching certain math skills.
Oh, okay. I can't stop it. My questions in my head. What math skills?
Right. It's a different way to approach multiplication, division, long form math, and it tends to be a problem in conservative political circles. They don't like to think about people being taught new ways of doing things that they don't understand.
That's a shame. Especially because people learn in different ways.
The big issue is that the traditional methods are being left to the wayside. That's at least the perspective I have.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. The cons of not being an American, not understanding some of your terms.
It's not a con, I promise.
I was being polite.
I'm not.
I feel like it's one of those things, when like I can badmouth my brother, but no one else can.
Mm-hmm.
So like you guys can, but I can't.
I get it.
I just sit here and think I feel bad for you all.
We feel bad for us too.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm keeping an eye on my whole situation here, so I'm hoping we're far behind, but something tells me maybe not.
What a situation indeed.
Sorry.
I think I'd rather yours than mine.
Yeah, that's fair. Me too.
What the fuck? Sorry. I just saw a comment and don't understand the context of it, so I'm just gonna let it be its thing.
Yep.
Do I bark now or later?
I think when we understand better what to bark at. But we do have a guest joining us. Nikto, can I get your age for... Oh, never mind. I guess they didn't mean to.
No, you cannot.
I may not get their age. Or anything else.
I kind of like, we all know I'm not a stupid person, right? It's just different places have different terms. And if I don't know, I will ask. And I encourage other people to as well.
Nor would
Asking
I
is the only way to learn.
Nor would I expect you to know what that is.
That was an
There's no reason for you to know what that is.
Right. I didn't mean to do what I just did with the gift goal there. I meant to pull up the list and thank Toad Modu for helping achieve the goal. Thank you so much. But I also appreciate Miyaka for helping with that one. Thank you.
I only muted her for 5, so if she comes back and is just as sassy, I'm gonna do it the whole live.
You will not be remotely disappointed or surprised.
Oh no, not at all. She'd be a frequent one.
Sorry, I had to do the little Saturday morning cartoon segue. It's my favorite.
No, I like it.
I'm thinking of leaving that one in the playlist and just like in the middle of conversations, just like wait a moment. And it'll just happen when it happens.
If it'll cheer you up every time I say do it.
It does make me smile. Thank you guys so much for knocking out that gift goal. Really appreciate you. I know it, well, it's not going to show me the list, but that's okay. I know where to find it. Thank you so much to Heather's Descent, to Angel. Well, it's Angel, isn't it? Also Morgan Le Fay and Cat Witch. Thank you guys for helping with that goal. I wonder if we'll have any more questioning believers before I have a poem ready. Something about love and the way it's defined or used, the way it was ordained or not ordained by a god. I don't know. Something like that. I almost feel bad that we ended the conversation with the previous guest in order to bring up Chicken Kicker, who ended up just being kind of drunk and belligerent.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, to be honest. I agree with the regret.
Cat learned that maybe you should never meet your heroes.
It's a valid lesson to learn. Oh no, we're at the coffin stage.
Shmurda asks Thrayle, what do you believe? Well, I'm not sure how what I believe will make any difference to anyone else questioning their beliefs.
Feel free if you have any questions. You said last night in the Discord that you had some for me. And this might be the closest you get to me not being fully illogical.
Fully illogical. You're going to fall into illness and forever be without your logic.
Yeah, forever.
The faculties are fading.
They're not great right now. They're not at 100.
What percentage of a belief in ghosts or some lingering afterlife do you hold?
In an afterlife, I would say a very small percentage, like the p-value, right? So maybe 1%. But it's hard. It's hard with the spiritual thing. I don't fully believe anymore at all, but I will leave it open on the off chance. I think a lot of things happen that at the moment we can't fully explain. Could be our minds, could be anything, but we haven't found a way to experiment and work out what it is. I mean, we may have, but for my knowledge currently, I don't think there is.
To work out what is?
What anything is, what any sort of thing that isn't explained is, right? Currently, we don't have that, so if I was to define it in the spiritual way, then maybe, as Chicken said, being pushed. Maybe, in my experience, hearing a different voice or seeing something. It can be explained, and I look at the logic for that. But the experiment wasn't made in that moment. So that's what I mean by I leave that open just a smidge.
You can't prove that Chicken Kicker was either tripped by his own feet or somehow psychologically felt like he should be punished or pushed to the ground, or even the in the previous version of the story, his sister was with him, could have pushed him or tried to stop him from kicking the chicken.
Interesting. But yes. So a tiny percentage, Thrayle. Just a little. Maybe 0.5, maybe 1.
increasing instead of decreasing?
No, I think that's where I stay with it. I initially decreased that, if that makes sense. So where me and Thrayle had the original discussion, it was much larger.
Mm-hmm. Where would you say you were?
Before? Maybe around a 70%. Not convinced.
Is that 1% just in the inability to prove otherwise?
Yes. In the inability to prove that there can be something there, right? So currently we have no proof. So that 1% is there for the off chance. Like the 1% is there for a failed pregnancy test.
So it's the epistemic humility rather than the lingering belief.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Do you have any desire for there to be something spiritual, something extra natural or supernatural?
The fantasy lover in me says yes, 100%. 100% I would love for that. Because who wouldn't? For things to be undiscovered still. For it to seem slightly magical instead of what it is. And almost calming, I think, depending on the situation. It's a pain losing your loved ones, and I do think it gives a sense of calm and almost perhaps help that passing. So yeah, I think I do.
What kind of afterlife or extra natural realities do you want to be true?
Want would be a strong word. It might be harsh for me to say I don't care for any of them, but if I was to imagine something, then maybe where you do get to meet up with your loved ones, maybe where you're waiting for them to and helping to guide them, or just watching over. Maybe I don't personally believe in rebirth at all. But if it was an option and I came back, I'd hope to be an organism that was not human.
Just for the novelty of it.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, see it from a different perspective. An organism that can fly, or something microscopic that can live in the most extreme places on this planet. Hey, why not even be something microscopic in space? If that's an option, why not? With the question in the comment, if rebirth were an option, don't you think you'd have done it already? Yeah, possibly if it was an option. I once had so my father had a landlord who was Hungarian. He told me that apparently I had been reborn. It was a very interesting fantasy story, and I was quite young at the time. But he said I was a princess. I was like, oh, cool. Where's my fortune? Why did I fall? Why am I at this level in life? Yeah. I'm not going to dive deeper into that story because it's, it's something that when you grow up to be an adult, you look back and you think, why did my parents not step in? That sort of situation.
Yeah.
Creepy guy. But I was safe, so, pros and cons.
Would you want to be reunited with all of your relatives if there were such an afterlife?
Oh, yes. Including the ones I've never met, yes. I think I'd have so many questions.
What about the ones you have met and didn't like?
Yeah, if only to chew them out and spit them a new one. Why not? I'd already be unalived, so I'd have nothing
What are they gonna do? We're both already unalive. Like, hello.
Yeah. Maybe I'd actually be able to fully hack the shit out of them. Although, ironically, the one I have in mind is still alive, so perhaps that doesn't count. The rest of them are lovely, from what I remember. Sorry, I'm not really giving much answer-wise for you guys to work with.
Oh, you're doing fine. I got distracted reading a comment from the YouTube. Jermaine Event said, Rebirth. I'm coming back as Human Resource Department for God, so humans can voice their opinions on shit like a fucking sin tree in paradise. I side with the humans, and God shall have to remove the tree.
Yes, please. I have a list. I have a list for human resources, okay? Also, hello YouTube.
Yes, we do appreciate everybody over on YouTube. Even if it is just a handful at a time, we do appreciate you guys. Ed Tornquist said, No, my husband says he'll be the elevator attendant to send people to heaven or hell. Yeah, but what would you be at? Do you have a preference, Noctis, as what you would want to come back as?
Maybe a new organism, right? Something undiscovered yet. Something unknown to us currently. It happens. We find new organisms all the time, but by the time we found them and we have evidence of them, they shortly go extinct. But it happens quite frequently. Maybe I'll have a short life. Sweet and peaceful, and I can remember it for being nice.
Which raises the question, how many times would you want to
I
be
just get
reborn?
so nervy.
Oh, I see. Oh, that was the wrong button. As soon as I went to drop them, they were gone, and I ended up missing and hitting the background change. Okay. How many... Right. How many times would you want to die and be reborn before finally ending this cycle?
I'm not sure it matters if I have no memory. If it happened and,
If there's no memory, then how is it you? What
Yeah.
is the you that's carrying on?
Exactly. Maybe it's something else. Someone completely different. So at which point, is it still basically just one life? But yeah, my answer would be I wouldn't really care. I have no memory.
Would you prefer to come back as something or have continuous existences? Or would you prefer finite ending, closure?
I, right now, would prefer a finite ending. I want closure. I would rather not go on forever.
Does an end of existence, of your existence, frighten you?
The finality of it, no. The journey to it, yes. So,
Process.
yeah, I unfortunately, as you know, have health anxiety. So it's not necessarily that I'm scared to unalive and be nothing. But it's more that I am scared about the possible pain of that ending.
I understand that. When whatever pain is experienced, when whatever end is met, well, if it is the end, won't there be nothing left to remember the pain?
Yeah. It wouldn't be the memory that's worrying, though. It would be the way it feels in the moment. Right?
Yeah.
I can only hope that my brain chucks wonderful things at me. It's taken me, I think, over a year now to really understand my anxiety and to put it down into words, and I think that's the best I can do at this current moment.
I wonder how many happy little black cats your brain will throw at you in that moment to make
3.
you feel comforted.
A 3 that means something, maybe 1 black and white one.
Like the kind with the little tuxedo tuft of white on their chest.
Yeah, kinda. So I had a more white. She looked almost like a black and white jigsaw puzzle. Her name was
Oh,
Serenity.
that's
She
fun.
was not serene. She was the opposite of that namesake.
I think you ask for it when you name a cat something like that.
Yeah, probably. I just really loved the Firefly at the time.
Yeah, I think they asked for it too by naming the ship something like that.
She used to follow me into pubs.
I imagine that got you into some trouble.
Only when she'd climb trees, when she realized I'd spotted her, and I'd have to wait for about an hour for her to come down to take her back home.
Do you think our brains will throw us fond memories like that as a comfort? Or things that make us feel that way?
Surrounded by animals. If it counts at all, I'm very much with the anxiety stuff. It was hard. It is hard, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. And anyone that has it, I'm with you. But I'm okay. You know, I have good and bad days, but for the most part, I am absolutely a-okay.
I'm glad to hear that.
So, yeah, I just wanted to be like, we're cool, guys.
Ed Tornquist says they think we become energy. What is energy?
I'd like to know in what concept.
Oh, you got muffled. But yeah, what kind of energy do we become? Unseen light. What does that even mean? What is unseen light? Why would we call it light and assume it exists? I wonder if we need a musical interlude before we wait around for one final guest. I have options, and I forget which song I played last.
completely forgot. Someone did say, thank you, beautiful.
Sorry, my partner just handed me a lovely cup of decaf. Someone did say, what was the name of your YouTube? And I am terrible. I think it's Thrayle, right?
Well, there's two of them. There's a Thrayle YouTube, but we stream the lives on the Batcolyte.
Oh, okay. I can't remember if I follow that one.
You do, I think. Pretty sure you do. I made you a mod over there.
Okay. Let's hope it's the right noctis.
Hope so. Oh, I know which one. I knew there was at least one I haven't played yet this evening. This morning now, I guess.
Well, good morning.
Right? I think this song, courtesy of Michael V, might drum up a believer who can question their belief, and if not, I at least really enjoy it.
Oh, I like it.
I sit where the night folds over thought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Nothing is final,
Nothing is true.
just shadows and whispers.
Me and you.
We dance in the quiet
Under the stars
as the world sleeps. We heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt?
Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence.
Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight.
That was sweetly romantic.
I love it.
Yeah, I really like that one. Thank you again to Michael V for that one. It's beautiful.
He's so charming on his lives as well. I've popped in there a few times.
He really is. I like Michael a lot. Speaking of moments too late. Good morning, Toad Motor.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Doing well. I've come to a bit of a realization, and would it be alright if I bounced it off of you?
Sure.
So, I want your opinion on the notion of it is okay to both question your beliefs and still believe in them even though you have questions about it.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
What do you mean by okay?
It would be acceptable. It is not inherently wrong or immoral.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it would be wrong or immoral to hold a belief while questioning it.
I'm not sure either, but I noticed that I had been feeling that way quite a bit, especially since I started joining your lives and listening in, and realized it just came to me that like it's okay for me to believe in the things I believe, even if I don't understand it, even though I recognize the things I believe that we've talked about before and found utterly ridiculous. Even though there are things I can't explain, it's not inherently wrong for me to still believe it, even if I question. And it enlightens me a bit. And I I appreciate having that closure and acceptance from you guys, even being as that may.
Absolutely. I wonder, what is it that you question about your beliefs?
I feel like I question anything and everything about it because a lot of my beliefs come, as I've said before, mostly from feeling, not things I can really explain through science or matter, because, as I've said before, I believe in energy and auras and things of that nature. And as you like to say quite often, what is energy? Nobody really knows. It's not something that we can scientifically explain, yet we know it's there. We use the term energy as almost as a placeholder for, from what I was understanding and researching, and basically a numerical value we give something that we can't inherently explain.
You say it's a numerical placeholder for things we can't explain.
That is the definition I found when I started researching it more, yeah.
Are you sure it's something we can't explain, or it's something that explains different things.
It could be. And it might be something that we could explain later, but I feel like it's something that we can't explain now. Like, I feel like we don't have all the evidence of explaining. As I've heard a couple people say on here, there was a time where we didn't have a word for gravity. We didn't know what gravity was. And I feel the energy I described could be in a similar essence, only in the present instead of the past. Does that make sense?
To a degree, except I would wonder what it is you're expecting this energy to be described as in the future.
See, I don't know. And I don't think there's a way I could know. I could sit here and pander and ponder and pretend like I do know. But I recognize that there's not really a way for me to know right now. And that's part of where belief comes in. It is blindly following something that you personally feel is right or the truth, even if you can't quite explain it. That's inherently what faith is, to my knowledge. And even if it's something that may not be true, it gives me comfort. And I suppose at the end of it, that's why I believe it. That's why I believe. Because it gives me comfort, and it gives me closure for the time being, even if it's a temporary or untrue closure. A happy lie instead of an unbearable truth.
So you would rather have the happy lie.
At current, because I recognize having the unbearable truth is going to do a couple things for me. It's going to cause unnecessary stress. It's going to upset me. And it's going to leave me constantly searching and frustrated at not being able to definitively say one or the other. And the grand scheme of things, what is putting all my time and energy into that going to do for me? Whereas if I can tell myself X or Y, even if it may not inherently be true, it gives me an answer I can cling to instead of letting my anxiety take hold of me over it. And I feel like there's a certain medium, a middle line you have to find. And that's really what I'm trying to do.
Do you know what that middle line may look like?
I feel like it's different for each person. And because I haven't found it yet, I can't definitively say whether I've got it down perfectly. But I've found something that I'm personally content with, if that makes any sense.
Can you explain what that is?
Believing in something while still wholeheartedly recognizing that that belief may not be true at the end of the day. So when the time comes and I possibly, more than likely, turn out to be wrong, I can still say that, well, I knew it was a possibility of me being wrong. Even a probability.
Okay. Do you think belief means that you have to be right?
Absolutely not. I feel like, as I said, I feel like belief in itself is yourself comfort and closure.
I don't think I have any more questions. I was letting myself sort of be quiet there. I like the rationality.
Do you see any danger in just believing what is comfortable rather than what is true?
In this specific context, no. If we were talking about other much more current or physical things, I would argue that yes, that definitely would be dangerous. But when we're speaking of hypothetical things that people may never know the answer to, I don't see the danger in it all that much, provided you're not constantly and consistently trying to like make everybody believe what you're believing. Don't push yourself onto other people. That is dangerous and wrong and not okay.
Say that some beliefs can be dangerous.
I'm certain there are some out there that could be dangerous. Yes, for example, like if you believed in something to where self-harming yourself would be seen as like godly or justice or something, I can see where that would be inherently dangerous and not a great idea. To where, and that's one of the reasons I feel like it can be finicky. You know?
You can question this belief and yet still hold it. Why would you want to hold your beliefs?
It gives me something to look at the end of the day and let out a sigh of relief.
Even if
That
it
I found
doesn't
at
seem
least
to fit reality.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I recognize
No,
I
it was
did,
me
and
cutting you off.
Could you repeat yourself then? I didn't quite hear you.
Even if it doesn't fit with reality, does it matter if it's still providing you comfort?
I don't think it does. Because realistically, as has been said before, what do we truly know is real at the same time? So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, then you go down the brain in the jar route of not knowing if anything.
So you're saying that you can either believe that your assumptions about reality are true, or that no assumptions are true, but you would avoid confronting just that your assumptions are incorrect. Could be.
I recognize it may not be healthy by the current standards of belief. At the same time, I also feel like if you're not actively harming yourself or others with your belief, I don't see the inherent harm in it. And I'm not saying it's black and white as of it's either this or this. There's a gray area in everything. And I'm sure the answer lies somewhere in there. This is just what I've found.
How do you quantify that harm?
I'm not sure. I feel like that would depend on a person-to-person basis. I'm sure, like, there's definitely some things that are obviously harmful. But what's harmful to one person in a minuscule scale may not harm another person at all. To where I would argue that's a case-by-case basis.
if your beliefs are incorrect, do you think it will matter to you?
When I inevitably find out, will it matter? There's no way for me to know until it happens. At current time, if I were to find out that my beliefs were inherently untrue, it would be upsetting, sure. But at that moment in time, I don't think there'd be anything I could do about it either way. So my feelings on the matter would be moot.
So does it matter to you now if your beliefs are true or not?
I suppose in some way I'm sure they are. But on the other hand, I'm not so sure. Like, I can recognize that if other people would outright tell me, yeah, they're untrue and you're being an idiot, sure, that would hurt. But would it stop me from believing said thing? No, I don't think it would.
I gotta thank Unholy Republic for the llama. Thank you, that was adorable.
I love the llama.
Inherently isn't my safe word. I do appreciate you asking. Mika.
It's been a while since I've spoken to Rogue Dragon, but good morning, Rogue Dragon. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you all?
Doing pretty good. I wondered if you had any questions for Togmoto.
I don't. I hadn't really thought. I agreed with most of their. I look at it similarly. I didn't hear all of the beginning, but when they were talking about their beliefs, you know how I am. I think all beliefs have a merit to the believer, and I try to be respectful of other people's believer stuff, and I enjoy a lot of fluidity in my beliefs, so I appreciate that in other people's beliefs.
Would you describe your beliefs as fluid, Togmoto?
It sounds like a word that would be synonymous. I would say yes. Because I recognize that I don't know everything. And at the same time, there are some things that I can't answer about what I believe. And that's okay.
But
I
will
think
you
that's
find
I think
out
that's
the
the real
answer?
philosopher's stone, is the point at which you get to I don't know everything. And the more you know, the more you realize how little you actually know. So I think that's the philosopher's stone. It's when you finally get to the I don't know everything. Someday maybe.
You're saying there's wisdom in the I don't know.
I think somebody told me that one time.
I've heard it somewhere.
Yeah, I can't remember that.
Okay, hi, Rogue Dragon.
Hello, hello.
Well, I don't have any more questions for you, Toad. I, of course, appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did. I really do. I'm glad to hear that you are reconciling that questioning your beliefs doesn't mean you don't have to, or doesn't mean that you have to give them up. And I hope that you can continue questioning them, whether that means holding on to them or finding something new or better or nothing at all.
100%, and I appreciate that, Graham. I appreciate what you do and coming up here and encouraging people questioning their beliefs and doing what you do. And I thank you all, your mods, and like this is a big effort, and not just anybody could do this. I know I wouldn't have the courage to do so.
Well, I truly appreciate that, Toad. I really do. And as I said, keep questioning. And I hope we talk to you again soon.
I hope to as well. I don't plan on going anywhere. Goodbye.
Take care. And big W's in the chat for Toad Modu. Appreciate you coming up and demonstrating the real ability to question your beliefs, although I can always think of a few more questions. I didn't want to push you. And we have Rogue joining us, and it's been a while since I questioned your beliefs.
Well, as I put in the chat, if for some reason I found out someday that some of my beliefs were untrue, the ones I would miss the most would be the unicorns and the dragons. I was just talking about making up religions like Pastafarianism, and I think I was talking to a dudist, because I do still get around in the talking about the beliefs and everything. So I was sitting in a live stream with a dudist and a Pastafarian the other day, and I was talking about mushroom religions and unicorns, and you know how it be.
I do be knowing how it is. Well, if you like, you can always hang out and question some beliefs with us. I know that I've questioned yours before, and I feel like questioning absurdism is going to lead us in absurd circles.
Well, just as Rogue had talked about making up religions, I recently created one. I'm a pretty big fan of.
Welcome back. No, it was that guy. How are the divine noodly appendages treating you?
No, I had to ditch the spaghetti god.
They can't logic you out of it.
Yeah, because of the potential for conflict.
Are you talking about gluten intolerance?
Or I almost started a holy war in your comments. Because I don't believe that al dente is actually pasta, but again, that would get me.
Al dente, from what I understand, is a state of pasta, not necessarily like a type of it.
Yeah, not done.
How do you feel about alternative starches like potato starch, rice noodles? How do you feel about that?
I think that any pasta is a good pasta. Like whatever, even a sandwich would be a delicious plate of spaghetti. But I had to leave ramenism because there's opportunity for divisionism. That's why when I started my new religion, like our fundamental rule is that you cannot practice hawkism like with violence. Like you can't use it as a justification for harming other people or constraining other people in any way. It cannot be used for power.
The fact that most religions don't include freedom in their tenets. I like freedom, so that's definitely one of my top priorities.
Absolutely.
And respect other people's freedom as often as I possibly can. Sometimes you got to stick up for your freedoms, which is really irritating, but sometimes you gotta. I try.
Yeah, and that's there's some religions that are fundamentally, like, structurally intolerant, which is obviously awful. Um, but being that this is a religion, we do have a contradiction at our core.
What is the name of your religion? This new religion?
Hawkism.
I'm sorry. Why is it called this?
Vaguely worship of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. More broadly, skating
But
worship.
the worship you said of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, so is in just the video game, not Tony Hawk the person.
Correct. It's the digital representation of it.
Why not Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2?
Well, so there's many different sets. It's like Latter-day Saints and Mormons and the Catholic and non-denominational. I don't know. There's 500 different ways to be Christian. So it's
How many
just that's
hours of your life have you devoted to Tony Hawk 3? Pro Skater 3. How many hours of your life have you devoted? We need to know.
I wasn't keeping track at the time, but let's just say like ages 13 to 16 or 12 to 15, something like that. So that's 10%.
That's good.
And so again, it's more broadly a skating worship. The idea is that if you're familiar with the idea of flow state, you can reach it in any number of ways. Jiu-jitsu is one of my favorite ways. I'm actually a cyclist more than a skater, but there's surfing, archery, writing, even sometimes. Like it's that state where your ego goes away and where all that is you and the task at hand, you and the thing that you're trying to conquer, where everything just melts away in the background. That is worship. It's getting in touch with the non. It's getting in touch with.
As a gnarly, I have a question. Do you feel that this flow state and all of these other advantages you experienced within this religion, do you feel like that is 3D printable to other people, right? Can it be replicated and or cloned in another human being?
100%, I'd like to think so. Absolutely. Yes.
Love to see that again.
I'm really curious, like, what do you say about those who find more benefit in Skate 3 or Skater XL?
As long as you're skating, we're all skaters, man. I just
But
don't like.
Does the skating have to, in any way, relate to Tony Hawk for it to be accepted by Hawkism?
Absolutely not. Again, I haven't skateboarded in 20 years. I ride bikes.
So is that a form of skating? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That riding a bike is a form of skating. Does skating require wheels?
Not at all. No. Surfing is skating. Riding is skating.
Does it require motion?
I am leaning towards yes. I would probably have to meditate on that more, but I really want to say yes because it is an.
How do you define skating?
I don't have a rigid definition for it yet, but it's this. You are familiar with the idea of flow state, correct?
Are you asking me? I am.
Let's say that I am, and then tell me anyways.
It's so one of the quickest ways that I reach it is through jujitsu. It's something that one of my professors.
I'm sorry, reach what?
Flow state.
What was that again?
It is when everything melts away, but
I'm sorry,
you
when
and
it melts away, is it because it reached a certain temperature? What's causing the melting?
it melts away from your consciousness. It
Melts away from your consciousness. What does it mean? Did the consciousness get too hot?
it's I don't want to say refinement, a heightened state of focus, a heightened relationship with you and your body to the present and the physical world around you. So yes, I would say
A
that
heightened state of your body to the present. Heightened from what?
Baseline.
And how do you measure the baseline?
I mean, just the average.
I mean, how do you measure it to know that the other state is higher or lower?
It's subjective. I don't
So
sure.
are we talking about a feeling?
I would imagine there is something biochemical there. When you reach that level of focus, surely there's adrenaline, or some kind of suppression, some kind of. Surely that's a biochemical thing.
Why do you assume?
How else would it be? Well, I don't know any other way it would be achieved. Think about if you're in like a near-death experience, and like time slows down. People say, I am not inclined to believe that time actually slows down, but you perceive it as being slower due to what I would imagine is a biochemical reaction in the brain.
Okay. So you're saying certain biochemical states of the brain can alter your perception?
I would definitely say so.
Okay, so that establishes what you think a flow state is, a biochemical reaction in the brain.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that have to do with skating?
Skating is a way to achieve that.
So is skating any way that achieves that, or is it a specific method of achieving it?
Any way that achieves it. It has nothing to do with it.
Why have you chosen to define skating in a way that simply means achieving a chemical state of heightened awareness?
I suppose there's a number of ways I could, but I feel like it's a fairly universal kind of, or
Why not use a different word like egg roll?
oh, I certainly could. I could use surfing. I could use riding. I could use flow. I could use whatever. I just feel like skating is linguistically a lot more accessible than
Skating is more linguistically accessible. What does that mean?
easier to prescribe metaphor to.
Is it really? I mean, if it's taken us this long to achieve any kind of elucidation as to what you actually mean by skating, does that really achieve what you're trying to achieve by using the word?
I mean, I've been having a blast in the comments, and I'd love some backup here from, Morgan, Cat, Noctis is aware, Chip. I got a number of people that are picking up what I'm putting down.
Are you saying I'm sorry, are you appealing to popularity?
Yes, yes, because you were criticizing the potential for appeal to popularity.
Did I criticize anything, or have I just asked you questions?
I'm sorry,
Is it
criticizing.
making you feel defensive that I'm asking you questions about your video game religion?
Maybe mildly. No, I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
If the
Yes, no,
soundtrack, if the soundtrack to Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 is superior to Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, shouldn't that be the basis and scripture of your religion?
Again, I want to say I don't know if there's a lot of bad blood between uh, Catholics and Latter Day Saints or whatever, Protestants and Lutherans. Um, I would like to think that it's a big family and that you can listen to whatever soundtrack you like. I just prefer Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, and that's the soundtrack that I prefer to listen to.
Do you think Tony Hawk follows this as well?
Fuck yes.
Sorry, I couldn't resist, Thrayle.
Tony Hawk is the Messiah.
Yeah, I think he's like a founder of it. That dude learned to skate because they started making video games based off of him.
So, for you, the flow state is skating, but it could be anything. Do you think it's necessary to have a flow state?
No, no, you can live your life without. It's just,
So then why do you think it's necessary for you?
it's just my way of being closer to. I mean, I want to say universe. I could say like purity. Being more like a. You could even describe it as more clear and refined interaction with the present and like the physical world around you. Like being in the here and now without your mind being all jumbled up with everything before and after.
I have a question. Have you ever tried not having one of those things to depend on, whether it's the Tony Hawk 3 or the Pastafarian or the any number of other believable things that they're presenting you with? Have you ever explored, the fact that they're man-made, most of them? I try to get away from the man-made stuff because if man made it, woman can unmake it and probably make it better. That's all I gotta say about that.
Oh, can I say my favorite quote again?
Mm-hmm.
Men creates dinosaurs. Dinosaurs eat men. Women inherit the earth.
Yes.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, as a young child, I thought about how like why is this god in this book the right god and all the other gods are called myths or mythology or whatever, and like I couldn't figure out which was the right god, and that's kind of where my I don't know, maybe as a young man I was atheistic. I grew to more agnostic as I got a more well-rounded understanding of anything. Um, and so I was irreligious up until I was like 22. I had an experience where I met universe, we spoke, whatever. That's when I started believing in a higher power or whatever. But that was never structured with any kind of religion or belief at all until I don't know, a couple months ago when I bumped into Pastafarianism again and thought it was dope and was like, hell yeah, that's what I believe. And then on this panel conversation with Kat, she mentioned how it could potentially be used in conflict, as every other goddamn religion has, and so I had to abandon that. And then this Tony Hawk deity kind of arose from the comments of this here live. I don't know, a couple weeks ago. I got 3 sticky notes front and back that are my scripture.
3 sticky notes front and back.
It's not all scripture.
Oh. It's
Did I tell
part
you
of it.
about?
You know what?
Go on.
I mean, if I was gonna make a sticky note scripture, I would at least spend a portion of every page creating a flip book.
Much more
You
creative.
missed an opportunity.
Did I tell you about polygamy?
Do you mean you want to tell me what polygamy is? Or just how you enjoy it? Or what your opinions are on polygamy?
Polygamy. Polygonism.
Polygony. Not polygamy, but with a G-O-N.
Yeah, I believe.
This is a belief in multi-sided shapes.
A hierarchy of shapes. We're anti-square.
Why are you anti-square?
It's a very rigid shape. It's equal sides that all intersect at 90-degree.
Are you saying there's something wrong with rigidity?
I'm saying it's less ideal. I think curvature is better, more divine, more complex, more enjoyable, more writable. I think that complex curvatures are.
So it's not that you have a lack of belief in squares. It's simply that you are opposed to the ideological metaphors.
It's the most rigidly defined shapes that I like the least, and the more complex, more difficult to describe.
Triangles not rigidly defined.
They are,
and
but
also
not
more limited.
squares. There's acute, there's obtuse, there's equilateral, there's right, they are, but there's many types of triangles. There's only one type of square.
Big and small.
I might have more feelings about this religion than I do more other religions.
I hope good feelings. You're the reason I came up.
Very strong feelings about squares. Or not squares, but circles. I do feel they are superior.
And again, more complex curvature. Think about the waves in an ocean, how those you can discern. Think about
I feel like this is turning into a sermon. How do you question this belief? And is this not a form of geometric bigotry?
Maybe it is. I would say that it is explicitly. We're anti-square.
Anti-square. Square is very simple and easily defined, so it's boring. The other shapes have more. They have more character, more riz, if you will, because they have more. There's just more going on.
Right, but does a shape being boring give it somehow less right to exist or a reason for recognition?
Just
are we saying that we should are we saying that we should de-geify squares just because they happen to bore your sensibilities?
I think they need to stay in their own corner, if you will.
No, that's a triangle.
I'm pretty sure they have 4 of them.
Sorry.
Get around all the corners if they'd like.
I don't know.
Diamonds have four corners. Parallelograms have four corners. Rhombuses have four corners. Rectangles have four corners. But they aren't all locked into this two parallel lines of equal length intersecting at 90-degree angles.
Is the problem, wait, is the problem the 90-degree angles or is it the parallel lines? Because it sounds like you're fully accepting of other parallel shapes. You just seem anti-90-degree.
It's the
Is
supreme.
this
Other shapes are allowed to be a little bit different, a little bit unique. Squares can only.
why the angular prejudice?
I like spectrums. I like things to be a little bit different. I like things to
Isn't 90 degrees part of the angular spectrum? Why would you be so rigidly against?
Ouch, that hurt. That hurt. It hurt right in my open mind. You just kicked me right in my open mind. I was so open-minded, but I'm such a whore for circles. Damn it! Damn it! You have identified.
I think it was that guy. You should consider if in rigidly opposing squares you don't become the very shape that you despise.
He's got a point.
Oh, that was beautiful. I kind of want that framed somewhere.
I'm for the.
You want to know what I was gonna say before? How pointless I felt talking about religion was, but yet again I am proven wrong. So I take that hit too. Ouch. Oh.
I've enjoyed this.
It's fun when you take your brain out and let other people play with it sometimes.
Brains are some of my favorite toys to play with. Like a cat with balls of yarn.
I know. We know.
This religion isn't even typed out yet, so there's still room to
seek curvature.
Oh yeah, see? Get it?
I got so elevated the other day, I convinced somebody in a live stream that the reason that there's rounded corners on these little boxes that we're in is because I complained about it so much about 2 years ago on TikTok. I was complaining all the time about being in a box and I hate the corners and I would bitch about it all the time. And then all of a sudden they rounded out the corners and I was like, yes. I don't think they did it because of me.
Now we're all in squircles.
Squircles. Squircles. What about the hexagon?
Beautiful, gorgeous.
Better than a square.
Is it not also rigidly locked with its lines and angles?
Pointed little corner bits.
It is closer to round, which makes it better.
How is it closer to round? It only has 2 more sides.
Round has like an infinite side, in my opinion. Have you seen the Fibonacci sequence? It's like
take a cube and a hexagonal thing. And
do you mean a hexagonal prism, or are you talking about some other hexagonal polygon?
I reckon a prism is the right word. A hexagon on one side and a rectangle on the other.
What if shapes getting together is what creates other shapes?
That's what makes better fucking shapes, dog.
How do you feel about the symmetry of shapes?
I mean, can be good. No. It'd be a use case thing. So you look at a skate park, right? There's symmetrical bowls. There's asymmetrical bowls. They're both fun.
More interesting and fascinating when there's some variation. That's why squares and cubes are so, they're just like, there's no variation. It's like, that's all you are. You're just
a half pipe, a simple half circle, a quarter pipe, a quarter of a circle. Hours of fun.
So, if you had a piece of square paper and you folded it, right, just
It would be better.
sort of diagonally, and it became a triangle, would that not still originally be the square?
It's a square improved. And it's like the polygamy is a part of the religion. It's a
How
belief.
is it related to skating?
Everything you can skate is curved or ride. Wheels are
I'm
round.
sorry, but aren't you going to need some of the flat surfaces of squares in order to maintain?
Hell no!
Waves make for faster skateboarding, right? Up and down, that's faster.
You don't want to skate on flat land.
You have to put
No
more.
part of your skating should be on any kind of flat terrain. Is that what you're saying?
Are squares flat?
If they're not cubes. Cubes have dimensions. Otherwise, a square is just flat, yes. There's a differentiation in the wordage and the math, geometry.
Okay, so I suppose if the square is flat on the ground, you can skateboard over it because it's still just flat. But if you have square wheels or a square half pipe or a square wave,
Isn't the surface of a half pipe just a curved square? Just a square with the edges upturned.
What is a curved square, Thrayle?
Squares can't have curves, then you're going outside of the dimensions. It's like in a tetrahedron.
From a certain perspective, won't it still be at least rectangular?
Chat? Can a square ever be a rectangle? I learned this one in kindergarten.
Behave. I think I'm slowly moving over to understanding the hatred for the square, but I don't like that this is happening.
I'm not sure that there's a reason for hatred of the square, and I'm not seeing how there is not a necessity for at least some modicum of respect for the existence of squares. For after all, without the existence of a square, how would you be able to identify that which you despise?
Oh,
Yes. You're right. It's not hatred. Squares are what they are. They exist. They're squares. It is a superiority. A square is the lamest of shapes. It's not. I don't want to eradicate squares. I just think that they could improve in any way. Like anything that you do to change a square makes it better.
But then it ceases to be a square. That's the problem.
But what I'm also hearing is actually quite a high level of closeted respect for squares. It seems to me as though, at least from what I'm gathering, you're saying a square is actually quite useful because of all of the things it can become.
Sure. So one place.
So rather than go into a new argument or a layer of this digital sandwich of a religion or a belief, I think this might be a good place for us to wind it down and point out to anybody watching, if they do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, that is what the fuck we're talking about. And what we have been talking about is, well, kind of, what the fuck is wrong with, no, it was that guy.
Can I get one last word?
Maybe. Is it Blorp?
It's pro square.
Did you say pro swear?
Square.
Pro square.
I think that they are perfectly at home on a chessboard, and you can reach flow state through that.
I think there are definitely uses for squares on chessboards, and in boxes like the one that you just vacated. I do appreciate you, though.
Perhaps squares should actually be worshipped because they're used for houses and everything that we live in.
I mean, there are definitely utilities to squares, but I'm neither pro nor against. I was simply seeing if he could question his belief, which we're about to find out. For you, Dougie, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I carry no beliefs because to believe in something is to acknowledge that it's not real.
Fascinating. What is the actual meaning of the word belief for you first, and then we'll move on broader sense?
It means you're convinced that something exists, but yet no conviction of its existence. So I use the word belief
Sorry,
kind of along the same
just to
lines as faith.
clarify, it sounded like you kind of gave a contradictory definition of belief. You said that you are convinced without conviction. So you're convinced of something but have no conviction of it. Do those words not kind of mean the same thing, being convinced and having a conviction?
You think something exists without a proper conviction, without evidence.
Without evidence. So you're saying
Yeah.
belief is necessarily the thinking of something existing without evidence.
Right, because if you have to believe in it, then you don't have proof that it's real.
I'm hearing you say that. I'm curious if that's why it is that you are using this definition of belief. And is it possible that this is something proprietary that is sort of your version of the word and not one commonly accepted?
I think it's everybody's version. I think it's the typical version that people use. I just don't think they understand. I don't think they understand that they're using that version of it.
Okay, so it's not just a matter of people all agree with you. It's people all agree with you and they're too stupid to realize it.
Right.
Fascinatingly condescending and arrogant. How did you reach this level of certainty?
It's actually quite simple. When people say they believe in something, it's because they're not sure of it.
Is that your belief?
Nope, it's my understanding. There's a difference.
Yeah, how did you come to this understanding?
I used my brain.
Is it just something your brain decided one day to turn on and know? It just came to knowing that when people use the word belief, they all mean what you think they mean, regardless of what they think they mean.
Right. People misuse the word belief all the time.
So
but you were talking in specifically in context with religion, dude.
So you're saying
you were asking me about religion. You were asking me
we can
about
get back
religious
to that.
views. So
We can get back to that in a minute, but it's quite rude to interrupt. So if you'd like to let me finish my questions. So when you were using the word belief, you're specifically referring to something that people don't know or have good reason for, right? And if they use it in a different way, then they're just misusing the word.
So I think there's two different applications for it, but in context with the religious question of which you asked, then the prior would trump the latter.
What do you mean the prior would trump the latter?
Because most people, when they use the word belief in regards to a religious view, they're using it in that context where they have no evidence, but they still think something exists.
I see. So only when people are using it in the religious sense, are they using it the way that you've proprietarily defined it? But if somebody were to use it in another way, then that might be some other kind of usage in which knowing may be involved.
Correct.
So if I were to say that I believe that there are 6 people on the panel, then that would be me using it in the other sense.
Correct.
I see. I think you'll find there are 5 people on the panel. So do you have a knowing of a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
No knowledge of a higher power.
No knowledge or belief.
Correct.
What do you think might compel you towards belief or knowledge?
Evidence.
Can you imagine any kind of evidence specifically that might compel you?
Something I can see, touch, ration through, and with like tangible concepts, that sort of stuff.
And when you find this evidence, if you were to find this evidence and rationalize your way through it with tangible evidence, I think is what you said. If you were to go through it and understand it to be true, would you worship the God that provided it, or would you need something more than its existence?
I don't even understand the word worship, honestly. Even though I used it jokingly about squares, but I don't understand the word worship.
Would you devote time to follow decrees or accordances of a God that just exists because it exists as a God?
You have to have the characteristics of all powerful, I guess.
Sure. So if a God presented itself as all powerful, provided you evidence of its existence, would you then want to devote your time and efforts towards it?
Depends on what it offers me. If it doesn't offer me anything, then absolutely not. But if it offers me something.
And what would this quid pro quo of yours need? What would be the quo for your quid?
What would be the what?
What would you need in exchange for your devotion from a God?
Bliss, happiness, contentment, peace.
So a God that provided you with your own perceived bliss or contentment or peace, that God would earn your devotion or worship.
Correct.
Because it'll leave you open to anything that feels like or seems like a God and offers you some kind of bliss or devotion.
I have a question.
Go for it.
I'm not sure if you do have a belief system or anything like that. Is it something that you're looking for? Are you in search of something to believe in or any type of...
He's not even in search for the end of a question. He's up here to look for somebody to arrogantly debate with while he eats cereal in their ear, because he's not very respectful of other people.
Why do you say I'm not respectful?
Is there a reason we're hearing you chew in our ears? Or a reason you couldn't let Rogue finish her question?
She asked the question, I answered the question. I said
She was
absolutely
still
not.
in the middle of speaking when you said that. See,
I thought she was done.
I thought you were done.
Oh, looks like
You tried.
Well, I think that if you're happy in your belief, then you can stay there, right? And you don't have to even take that belief out and smear it all over everybody else, or lack of belief. You know.
We talk too slow. He believed he knew what she was going to say. I think he did believe that, didn't he?
Of course.
Seemed he had a belief.
Well, I guess I look for the quest, right? Are we on a quest? Everybody's on a quest? And if you're not on a quest, then you are just sitting there eating cereal under a tree or something.
In everybody's ear.
I hope
But,
it's an
but respectfully. He did it so respectfully.
It's kind of like having a conversation with people who are trying to walk by. It's like, we're on our way somewhere. You want to have a talk, but you're not coming with? Oh, well, then we'll just stand here and talk to you uncomfortably for a minute. And then you're like, no, that's okay. We're moving on. Smell you later, man.
I have to read it out loud. It's Witty's fault, but we all lost the game.
Oh,
I read it, and because I read it, I had to say it. It's the rule. Thanks, Witty. At least it wasn't cyber this time. Losing the game to the same person 3 days in a row was a little much.
I'm gonna do my outs. Thank you, Noctis. Thank you, Thrayle. You guys are awesome. And I don't know if I've ever spoken with Morgan, but it was nice hanging out, and I appreciate your time and attention these days.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Rogue. It was good to see you again.
Yep.
adore you, Rogue. It's been too long.
I'm always around, but you know, when you want to learn and grow, you gotta move. You gotta be part of the flow.
That's true.
It's I get out there and flow.
Take care, man.
Yep. Bye, guys.
Take care, Rogue.
I adore Rogue.
She seems nice.
Jimmy says his show was a smashing success, and he is wrecked. He went and played a sold-out show last night with his voice on its way out. So I hope he's resting it now.
Congrats, Jimmy.
I'm glad to hear it was a success. I look forward to being filled in when you have rested it. Yeah. Not for a while yet. Understandable. I might be taking a break from talking, at least for the rest of the daylight hours here, because I think absent another believer, it's going to be about that time where I believe we read a poem Valentine's Day, I'll need to spend at least some of that with Tetra.
I'm about to go out for a meal in a second, so I feel you.
We do have
My love to Tetra.
I will, absolutely.
Hello?
We do have Brad. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 32.
Say that again.
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Maybe an egregore in the working, I don't know.
An egregore in the working. What do you mean by that?
Ooh.
You definitely have a bird in the working.
Oh, sorry, what was that again?
A very loud bird. Are you holding the phone right next to the bird on purpose?
Oh, no. I was just walking past it.
Okay. So you said you have a belief in an egregore. Is it something you are believing in intentionally?
Maybe I just find it pretty, but
Okay. I feel like we're going to go ahead and end the conversation there, Brad, because you are quite clearly holding the phone right next to the bird on purpose. So I'm kind of bored with that.
And even if you aren't, holy crap, that was getting really old really fast.
Mm-hmm. It was worse than the fire alarm or the smoke alarm. I would definitely do the same thing. Well, now I'll leave my ideas about what to do with a 9-volt battery. Birds are completely deserving of compassion and living outside.
Are you avianist?
No, I'm just not fond of loud birds in the house. Yeah, Brad, another time we can try that again. We're just kind of nearing the end, and I couldn't do with the bird.
Sorry, friend. But I'm sure there's at least one more. We can get one more, can't we?
Is there one more? I think Brad and his avian egregore were the.
Was that the last? Was that it?
I think it might have been the last one. Here, but we'll do this. We'll do this slowly because sometimes we put up the final screen and people finally come through and they're like requesting as I'm getting the poem ready.
Wait! No, I have to tell you something.
I'll leave the. Here, we'll switch this. Just as a last ditch effort to. Oh, it didn't save, did it? No. I've got to edit it. Oops. Good morning, birdies. And good morning to everybody else joining us. We are probably about to end the live, though I'm open to one final guest if there's anybody who does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Any takers?
I believe in a thing called love.
Just listening to the rhythm of this segue from Michael V.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power or anything like that? Request on it.
No, that doesn't do it for you. I don't think we'll get one then. That Saturday morning cartoon feel.
It was worth a shot.
Well, I do have a poem ready. Kind of fitting. Kind of a work.
I mean, if it's time, it's time.
It's about that time. The believers sleep in on Saturdays. Maybe. Let's do this then. And thank you so much, Noctis and Morgan. Appreciate you.
Of course.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me up.
Absolutely. Anytime. And thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen over 91,000 times. That's really awesome. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all the shares. And really appreciate any one of you bringing your questions, whether they were on panel and questioned their beliefs, who showed that courage or curiosity, that capability, even those who came up and couldn't, at least for trying. Thank you. And thank you all, even the sleepers, or especially them. And most especially, thank you to the mods. Most especially, thank you to the mods. This place really wouldn't be what it is without you. And I keep my eyes in the chat and focus on the conversations up here. Not at least as effectively as I seem to sometimes. So thank you. And if you want to join this community, if you're interested in seeing what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, there's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one can take you to the Discord, where you'll just want to make sure that you read the rules. Otherwise, it may look a little empty. But if you can't agree to them, you should find out you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support, well, I truly appreciate everyone who does. It does make all the difference. So thank you. contribute to this last gift goal. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you, Claire, Angela, also Donna B, Seven Lemons, and Paniac. And I think there's really only one thing left. They say that love descends complete, a perfect law at heaven's feet, defined before our lives could start, a sacred script for every heart. They frame it clean, without a seam, a flawless, undisturbed regime. No tremor there, no shifting sand, no doubt. But I have watched it shake at night, lose all its holy, polished light. I've seen it falter, break its tone, and stand uncertain and alone. If love must kneel to earn its name, and pass inspection's purging flame, is that devotion? And pass inspection's purging flame, is that devotion freely given, or fear of being can't be bent, a heaven-issued firmament? Then tell me why it bleeds and bends and breaks, and still begins again. Ideals are marble, cold and high. They do not laugh, they do not cry, they do not learn from clumsy grace, or hold a trembling human face. Certainty may claim the right to guard love's borders, walls that keep all questions out, may also lock away the doubt that lets two flawed and fragile souls admit their fractures, name their holes, and choose without a threat above to build, choose without a threat above to build imperfectly their love. If there's a God who must define each boundary of yours and mine, I ask, does love require this throne? Or does it stand because it's grown? For love, I trust, is not a creed recited to ensure we're freed. It's hands that shake, yet still entwine, a vow made now, not sealed by sign. So if belief demands it pure, untouched by question, doubt secure, I'll keep the love that dares to roam, uncertain and entirely. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.
I've not blocked anybody.
Unless you were like hardcore. You said something wildly inappropriate. All I said was deal with it. Kitty. I'm trying to figure out solutions to my nose. Nothing much I can do though. Dang, he is mad dogging you. Oh, he's judging you, Ellie.
I want to have a face like that.
You know, he has personality. Chris, what time does the con start? When does it start? Oh, I love this game. I love the claw machine game. It's so much fun to avoid people. I always win this one. I
Really?
always win.